Welcome to the show, everybody.
Evening.
Hey.
What's up? Where you at, Felipe? Everybody's been asking. We're going to go back to the Where's Felipe videos, man. Okay, that was weird. I've got a sparkling water open and a beer, and I just took a drink out of the sparkling water and was expecting beer, and it was very disturbing.
You're doing the poor
That's
man's.
how you kick things off.
You're doing the poor man's speedball.
Yeah, something, man. Well, I'm gonna drink a few beers and I'm gonna try to mix a water in between them, but not. It's like when you're expecting tea and drink some Coke, and you're like, oh my god. What's up, Rob?
For us down here, it's like if you go and you get some sweet tea out of the fridge,
yeah,
and it's not sweet,
yes.
That's a party foul.
Yeah.
That'll throw that. I mean, you want to talk about making some ladies upset at work?
Oh, yeah.
Is if you do like a catering thing and you order tea and they bring unsweet tea here in the South, man, you might as well just run home and hide.
Pretty much, man. Pretty much. I'm off sweet tea nowadays. I'll drink unsweet tea.
I can't have sugar, so I do like a good Arnold Palmer. That's
there you
go. Arnold Palmer.
I have a good story to tell, and I think I know at least Dave will like this story, sort of. Everyone should. So I went into Atomic, which I go into all the time, and the night before, a couple drove over 2 hours, drop off a carload of boxes of a jazz collection. This couple was doing a favor for their neighbor, who I guess is in very ill health. So they were clearing out his house, and buried in the back of the garage were boxes and boxes of records. So I don't know how they came to find Atomic over 2 hours away, but they came and they brought the most insane jazz collection that the owner said to me, in 30 years of having a record store, maybe 3 times a collection like this has come in.
Mm-hmm.
But so he brought me in the back, and they pulled like 15 albums. And these are like Strata East, just like crazy records you never find. And they were boxing on the floor, and I was looking through and flipping over them. Like, these records were never played. Like, he offered to sell a Sun Ra record to me, but it was a little higher than that record goes for. But here's the kicker. So they said to us, before they put a lot of the records in the car, they threw 4 boxes away in the trash.
God.
The owner said, well, look, I'm willing to drive wherever this is. He goes, no, they're destroyed probably.
Probably. Where's the dumpster, man? I'm going to dive in.
He described this couple as knowing next to nothing about vinyl.
Yeah, most people do.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that don't.
Yeah. But they were just doing a favor. But the stuff there was other stuff, but they had the one I saw on the floor, I was with Jim. We went to go eat lunch. I figured I'd come back, but he boxed everything up and put it in the back. Was the Kenny Burrell Freedom, the original Japanese pressing. But that'll probably go on the floor. But all the records he showed me will go on the wall. Their wall is probably the best wall I've ever seen in a record store. Mm-hmm. Now, are all the records the best condition? I don't know. But it was a killer collection. Killer.
Well, do you think you'll try to acquire any of those wall pieces, Rob?
No, because when their wall records, I think, are priced. I think it's a badge of honor to them. Mm-hmm. I've only bought one record off the wall there, and it was on Record Store Day.
Was it off the wall? The Michael Jackson record?
Yeah, it was Michael Jackson off the wall.
There you go.
It was that Maurice McIntyre record.
Okay, yeah.
But the average wall record there is $300 or $400. I mean, I sent pictures to the thread that were on, Dave. You see them.
Yeah.
I mean, here I posted. These aren't even the best records. These are records they were pulling out as they were going through them. But
yeah, I called him one summer because he had the Lacey Gibson on the wall. I saw I saw a picture of his wall.
That's not that expensive.
No,
Trickles, Steve Lacey.
No, but you never see that record. And here, Wait, here's the. I've found a few of these, but I've never seen this Rashid Ali on his own label. And you can see underneath that Cecil McBee.
Oh yeah, right.
That's
record.
There's a Black Flag record. Which can you see? You can see I have that Charles Pilot Live. That's underneath.
Oh, yeah, really deep. You see two.
That'll be a few $100.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but I mean,
before we move forward, I just want to welcome Teddy to the show.
Hey, great to be here.
Yeah.
Hey, Mazzy, how are you, man?
The man who introduced me to Myra Melford,
who has a brand new record out.
I saw that,
but it's not on vinyl.
I saw that too.
It's okay.
I subscribed to her. I guess it was in 2019. It was your favorite of the year. It became one of my favorites, and she played in my backyard. I mean, I used to. When I lived in San Francisco, I think she's still teaching at UC Berkeley, or she was.
Well, yeah, she lives in Berkeley. But what I love about Myra Melford, she grew up in Chicago, and there's a kind of a blues stride pianist named Erwin Helfer who had a record or two on Flying Fish Records early on, and she studied with Erwin. And so she knows the whole blues idiom, but then she also studied with Don Pullen.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
So she, I love her. I love like Jason Moran, who studied with Jackie Bayard. These people that have like, the entirety of jazz history at their fingertips when they want to. Mm-hmm. And Myra, I've seen her do it live. I've seen her flip, from doing boogie woogie into just, insane, beautiful out there. She's great. I think she's great.
Doesn't she release her albums herself? Is that true? Do you know?
No, this one I think is on Intact, which they don't release anything on vinyl.
She'd be a good candidate for Kevin Gray's personal label, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, no, and she's an incredibly nice person too. I mean, she's just a true artist, Well,
thank you for that recommendation.
Oh, hey man, it was all heartfelt, but
she's a jazz pianist for you guys who don't know.
Yeah.
And it's Egret. Is that their band or trio?
Snowy Egret.
Snowy Egret.
But she has different configurations. She has an all woman group with like Ingrid Laubrock and Tamika Reed and all of those people. So she's very busy. But Rob, the pictures that you showed where you showed the Steve Lacy Trickles.
Yeah.
So my daughter is an opera singer, okay? And she in her undergraduate, she went to the Oberlin Conservatory. And a number of years ago, so I was up there and it's like, well, where should I meet you? And well, I've got a class. I'm going to just go to the student union. Okay. Walk in and there's this whole buzzing thing going around with tables, and the library was having their sale. They're, they're selling, scores and various things. And all of a sudden it's like, there's records. And went over there and there was like, this run of Steve Lacy records like this. So I was like, yes. Yeah. Oh, got that one. Yes. Went up to the counter. It's like, what do I owe you? And they said $2. I said, okay, $2 a piece. No. It's $2 total. Woo! So it's like the craziest, best score ever.
Teddy, I have a similar story. I've heard these stories where people go to these college things.
Yeah, right.
But I went to an estate. Most of my collection comes from an estate sale I went to where the records were either $2 or $5. And I pulled this out because I hope
are you saying your core? Oh my God. So this is your core collection came from this?
My core collection came from this. This was a $2 record at this.
Oh
estate.
man.
Jesus.
Yeah, so
he's been milking that for 2 years.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I have a horseshoe up my. I kind of feel like I'm loser in everything. up records. Like I found this for
We agree.
$25.
Yeah, we
the
agree.
other day. So, but
It goes for some dough.
I pulled this out because of the announcement, and I, just have a
Yeah, we'll
chance.
definitely talk
It's
about
like that Monty Python sketch. Yeah, but I had it hard. We lived in a shoebox with 6 families, and
But I mean,
Derek and Clyde.
I'm a single dude who has no kids or anything. So my free time is looking for records. I'm bound to find stuff with the amount of time I invest. So
yeah.
Well, Mazzy, I'm glad you hopped on because later on we can do it whenever. I really wanted to talk about because I think you and I are a little further along in our collecting arc, and one thing that never really
you
gets
mean we're
talked.
old? Is that it? Older?
Yes, exactly. I told Dave, yeah, bring another old guy on, will you? No, but it's one thing that never really gets talked about too much is what the hell is going to happen to your collection later in life. How are you going to dispose of it, or and I think it's worthy of talking about at some point tonight. But it might
Talk about
take.
it now. I think it's a great topic. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I've already made estate plans for mine.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool. What are they? You go send them to me?
No, the 78s are going to UNC Chapel Hill, to the Wilson Library, to their curated collection, because they digitize all the old 78s and make them available free to the public.
That's awesome.
So all these old Blind Blake records and this crazy stuff, the Williams records.
They fall within the public domain.
Yeah. Yep. You can go up there. I got a bunch of old blues digitized when I went in there. You can go and they'll pull the records for you, let you look at them, check them out, and then it takes a few weeks. There's a backlog of people requesting this stuff, for projects and everything else. And I went and did that whole process. I did that because I read a book that I think Teddy told me to read about 78s. And
Well, that woman who wrote it.
Right. Yeah. Amanda.
I have
she
that.
writes for the
Amanda, and she had gone and done the same thing. So I was just like, oh, that's right up the street. I can go. Well, not up the street. It's a 2.5 hours up the road. But I went up there and did that one weekend, and
cool.
I just decided that the 78s that I find, I want to live on there.
Mm-hmm.
So I put that in there, and then right now everything else goes to my niece. So that's just what I'm doing with mine,
and
I've
she's
given
cool.
her
She's cool with
instructions on
that.
how to sell. So
Your niece is cool.
so far, she's only 17. I don't know.
Mazzy, what you were about to?
My son's 34. He's not a record person, but early on, I brainwashed him definitely music of all kinds. Jazz, country, rock, everything, all kinds of stuff. And I'd play it in, and of course, every other question when he was younger, who wrote this song? And of course, whenever I said that, 9 times out of 10, the answer would be Bob Dylan. But so, he's got like a snarky. He's a better version of me and his mother. So I'll put it that way. And don't comment on that, Rob. But I have a plan sort of in order. I don't think he really wants a collection, but obviously he has first dibs. I have a friend. I don't know how much you've watched, but during the pandemic, my friend Amanda, who's actually an archivist,
right.
Who she worked for a year and a half at the Dylan Archive before they opened the museum, and that project ended, and she went back to grad school in Austin. That's where she got her thing. And she came to visit me while she was looking for work in archival sciences in the music, emphasizing music. And her stuff was stored in Austin. I have a big house, so she stayed here for 6 weeks, and then the pandemic hit. And so she was here for 3 years until her later boyfriend she met dragged her an hour away from me. But she got me started on the Discogs thing. She goes, Maz, you got to start the Discogs things. Of course, we started with the first cube of Beatle records, and after about an hour, we said, "Fuck this shit," because there's so many versions of it. We went through everything else. So
peering into Dead Wax.
Yeah, all my jazz is in, all my everything else A to R. Like literally, unfortunately, the last year I haven't finished, so I need to get R. I still got my classical and my collections, but she sort of has the keys to my Discogs locker, and literally my keys to my house too. And everyone kind of knows she is the go-to person.
Uh-huh.
And I used to say, hey, when you come in, if something happens to me, run in and grab those all those Music Matters jazz records. They're yours, I need to put that in writing. I know Will Wise, but so she, and her and its friend Kimball up here, this guy I know who does sell records and buys records. Between the two of them, I hope they do. If Joe gets first dibs in any proceeds, I hope somehow they can do what I did when my friend Coleman passed. When we did,
Right. I
remember that. I don't know if you knew that yet. We did it. We kind of started these at the time, first auctions, at least that I know of, on YouTube, and we put a card in each record. I mean, my buddy and I who bought the collection kept about 750 albums a piece, and then people got it with a card. Now that takes a lot of time. I don't know if they can do it or they have the will to do it. Fortunately, I had the YouTube community and size of channel that I could do it. So that is far-fetched, but that's my basic plan. And money goes to my son. Any proceeds, I don't want them to pick them up and bring them to, Easy Street Records here or somewhere if possible. And if my friends kind of just take them and Joe gets something, even minimal amount. I'm not looking for I got some high price stuff, but now what I'm doing through the Whatnot thing, I did about 4 auctions. I'm starting to sell off my doubles or triples, things I really don't need. Yeah. And a lot of it's just basic stuff, nothing super rare. And that's been kind of nice.
Beatles promos in there, Mazzy, the other day.
Pardon me?
You had some Beatles promos in there the other day.
From my record business days, I knew people even into the 80s and 90s at labels, and some guy Capitol gave me these gold stamped, the U.S. version of the Beatle albums, never been played. They basically in those days would resurface radio, before CDs. So, I had the whole Apple Capitol collection of Beatle records stamped. And I mean, they're nothing super rare, but they're a novelty to have 80s stamp promos of Beatle records. And we sold those for about, I don't know, $40 to $60 a pop.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know what's going on with Teddy and Mazzy's health, but I've been seriously sick in my life. And my plan is to set fire to everything. If I can't take them with me, no one can have.
I wouldn't say that being in LA, Rob. These days.
They almost had that happen. You remember the
Actually,
embers that you sent me pictures of the embers?
Yeah. That's true. That's true. It was like Godzilla was walking through my neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was crazy out there.
It's not a definitive answer, but that's kind of
Well, it's an overlong answer.
Yeah. So
you watch my videos, I tell long stories.
So I have, one kid, my daughter, and she's a professional opera singer. And she just finished up at Juilliard, and she's moving to Germany next week and to start her professional career. She's got a contract with the Frankfurt Opera Company, and Germany is the place to go. All of her friends, all of her colleagues, they're all going to Germany. Germany, you could squeeze it into Montana, and they've got, at least 80 government-funded opera companies, where you get health care and the whole deal. And
we used to have that here.
Yeah. And so she's moving over there. She got married. Her husband is a really great tenor. He got a gig over there as well. And so I had to talk with her twice. And it's like, do you want, this is just one wall, there's a couple more. Do you want these records? And she's like, I love the concept that about them, but it's just not practical for my lifestyle. And it's like, okay, I understand. If I put them away in a controlled storage unit, and you could have at them later, is that something you would like to do? And she was like, I don't think so. And I said, okay, would you want to go through the process if I had everything lined up? Like you're talking about, Mazzy, I'm doing the Discogs thing. And had everything lined up for you. would you want to go through the process of, selling it off, divesting? And she goes, I think it would take too much time. So she does not want it. And so I'm semi-retired. I do, as you know, I do a little bit of work for Chad, some video work. But I'm planning on, in the next couple of years, of getting out of Kansas City and moving to Cape Cod. And so number two was, when you moving companies, they figure this stuff on weight and volume.
There's nothing worse moving than records, then, man.
Yeah, so that's a non-starter.
Yeah, I've done it.
Yeah, you're right. And so and then I'm at an age where I've just got tons of friends who are either actively sick or who have died, and it's like, well, now's the time. So I am pursuing selling the entire collection. I can't.
Are you trying to sell it off, the whole thing, rather than?
The whole thing. I've got a formula for. We can talk about this another time. I've got a formula for it because I did.
We got nothing else to talk about, man. We can talk about it for an hour.
Yeah, no, but I ran the vinyl vault for a little while for Chad.
Yeah,
I know how it goes, and I'm not going to do it that way. But so a really fair, a really fair formula is, so you put the stuff in Discogs, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you get the high price. Now you flip over to the gold mine standard, which is like VG Plus is 50% of near mint, okay? Well, what I have is better than VG Plus, so I'll be fair and say 60%, just to be fair, okay? So at that 60% mark, then I take 50% off of that for the margin that they need, and we arrive, at a price that way. But I'm the type, it all has to go, because if I hold back 100 or 500, whatever, I always think, why didn't I keep that fucking one?
Right.
Kind of deal. Yeah. The other thing that's helped, I'm involved. Eat Sleep Vinyl lives on live. I'm involved in a nonprofit group called Center for Recorded Music. You can look it up at c4rm.org. And it's an organization, and we do live presentations with, we feature an album and do a program around it, a 2-hour program. People pay a ticket, but it's a donation, which allows us to have an open bar. And so there's like eight presenters. It's open Thursday through Saturday every week. Like a guy does a Grateful Dead show, a guy does a heavy metal show, an indie show, this and that. I'll do the jazz show. I'll do it once a month and construct a 2-hour program. There's about a $100,000 plus audio system in there, so people come to experience, vinyl as it should. Seats about 40 people, and we give a presentation. Here's the album we're going to present in its entirety, and here's an hour lead up of how we got to this album, and it's pretty cool. And so through that organization, Cambridge Audio donated like a shit ton of gear to it, and Klipsch has donated a bunch of stuff. And so anybody that had an email address for the center could get any Cambridge Audio product at 70% off.
Oh, wow.
So I bought their top of the line, their $5,000 streamer for $1,500, and it is my methadone. I've been just working off of that with Qobuz, and it's like, no, I can do this because as we all know, it's all about the music. Yeah. And so with everything else of trying to move, and my daughter doesn't want it, and I'm healthy enough right now. It's time to deal.
Let me ask you this, and related to that. Okay, your formula. Okay, we're getting.
Yeah.
There are always people in the peanut gallery who make jokes about, oh, Dad's got a formula and all this stuff.
Right.
I'm looking at my Discogs right now, and I have about 2/3 of everything, maybe a little more, in my Discogs.
Okay.
You're never going to get the high price. You're never going to
No.
you're never going to get the medium price. Even, I mean, my high price right now, if for my collection based on, is like just under $400,000.
Right.
Okay?
And that's
my
where I'm
medium price is $180,000, and
That's
that's not
$50 right now, Mazzy.
I can't imagine someone saying, if someone came to me right now and said, "I'll give you $200,000 for everything, include," I would take it at this point in my life.
Yeah.
But I don't. I can't imagine anyone doing that.
So
I do. I know who can do it.
Okay, text me.
So I'm guessing the condition of your records is greater than VG Plus in general.
Yeah, I would think so. There are exceptions, but yeah.
Right.
I would say I like to say VG Plus on everything just because I think
here's the problem.
I do too, just to make it. I'm not trying to. Yes, Rob.
Well, here's the problem with Mazzy's whole scenario. When someone comes in and buys all his records, this is Mazzy's new video. I ate some yogurt this morning.
I make an espresso. I'm having a martini tonight.
That's it.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, his whole channel goes away.
Actually, no, it's the story, stupid.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to hold? Because you need
something. So, Mazzy, take that high price. Okay. Then the gold mine standard is the VG Plus is 50% of near mint, because Discogs is showing near mint is basically the high price. So if that's 50% and your collection is better than VG Plus, then do 60 or 65% of that number, and then it's fair for if you're selling it all, to a store or whatever. It's fair then for them to have a 50% markup.
Sure. Absolutely.
And that's the, we'll see if it works.
That's what most shops try to do.
Not many stores seem to have someone like the In Groove, maybe. There's maybe Amoeba. There's a handful of stores, they don't have cash.
Right. Yep. I know the ones to call when it's time.
Well,
Teddy, I have for your formula.
Yeah.
I'm curious, this would have to be part of the formula, because I don't even know this, and I wish Discogs would put this out there. The average length an album sits up on Discogs before it sells. The average length.
Good thing to consider.
Yeah. Well, the other big thing to consider for a lot of us, newer collectors, is reissues are not worth anywhere near that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I'm not done with my statement. Let me talk. So I'm just saying, like with these guys like Teddy and you, all of your stuff, Rob and Mazzy, the OG stuff, those prices are probably a lot more representative of what they're actually worth versus, I don't know. That's some reissue that was worth $100 for 6 weeks because it sold out in 2021 and everybody freaked out.
That's a fair point, but I think if you get into Music Matters stuff, or that'll probably hold value.
That's right. My whole philosophy with these auctions is I technically don't get top dollar for the stuff I sell. Yeah. Do I make money on the records? Yes, but it's not crazy. So here's a good example. This record here, the Sonny Fortune.
Oh, right.
Stratty's
Put it in my pile.
So I have another copy in my collection.
Wait, did you pull that off the pile in the back room there?
It looks like
Dave's pile.
It looks like someone used it to change their oil.
Okay, Matthew. You've never been around oil changing, so shut up.
I don't mind an oil change record.
I hire people to change my oil. I'm Jewish.
So I got this, and it probably goes anywhere from $65 to $150. Just depends.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
But someone tomorrow is going to get a great deal on this.
Sure.
Because my auctions don't go crazy, and I'm okay with that. It's if I could explain my auctions, because I don't make crazy money. I make enough money to go out and buy more records. That's the whole point of the auction. But the second point is it's a connection to the community. And I honestly believe oftentimes there's about 125 people there. They're not buying. They're watching because some sort of enjoyment.
It's record porn. It's just record porn.
Right. Yeah. So, but going back to my other point with your formula, it's the average length an album sits on Discogs or eBay. And then my whole philosophy is I want to sell record. I price it below the lowest priced record on version on Discogs. That's my philosophy with posting on Discogs.
Well, that way it'll go when you want it to go.
Yeah, we've all experienced record stores that try to get the high price, and there are record stores that just try to move the product.
Yep, I got them right here,
and they're fair.
But here's another thing. Teddy? I know you know this. Record store owners are nuts. So I've seen every kind of way of putting records out there.
Yeah.
There's a record store where I call it pricing in anger.
What's that guy that'll kick you out if you ask me questions?
We benefit from.
Yeah. They price the fuck you price.
Yeah.
Well, the most discouraging thing ever is walking up with a record and they're looking it up on Discogs.
Oh.
It's just like, come on.
So how many records are you talking about? Do you have about? Just
5,000.
Okay, I got about 7, give or take. So it's we're in that neighborhood.
You know, Teddy,
I'm right where about Teddy is.
You could just auction them off for fun too, 100 at a time.
Yeah, but
it's a lot of work.
I'm
a lot of work.
Yeah, I'm at an age where time is valuable.
Yeah,
you know,
I totally get that.
Fair.
And cherish my time. The other reason I didn't mention, so like the last video that I made, VC video was during COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And I said then, COVID had really kind of thrown me for, because I had friends.
You talking about the Wing Ding episode?
Well, one of them, but early on, I had friends like, I was friends with Hal Wilner, and Hal was like one of the first guys in New York to gone. I mean, such a sweetheart. And so I just mentally, because I got plenty back here. Mm-hmm. And I just really wanted to focus on living artists, labels that are trying to, make a living as well. And I still do this, but like this Myra Melford, the new Myra Melford, it's not on vinyl. There's so much of the stuff that I enjoy these days. It's rare for it to be pressed on vinyl. And so, so I'm going to have to change the name to Eat, Sleep, Streaming, I guess. Once I sell it. But yeah, no, I'm mentally prepared for it. But I'll be 68 next month. Mm-hmm. And so I'm on
I eat 68 for breakfast. In 2 weeks, I'm going to be 71. So
yeah, there you go. Well, we're in the same general ballpark.
You're like 2 years
you
old.
were a freshman, and I was picking on you in high school.
Yeah, well
wait. Teddy was probably the freshman that was beating up the senior.
It took you 10 years to graduate.
This is going to sound really weird, and of course, Rob's going to call me egotistical when I said this. Another idea, 2 weeks ago, I had my little rant, and my love at San Francisco had the faux dead playing Golden Gate Park and charge a shitload of money, and everyone flocked to San Francisco again. I could have a weekend promoted for a year, Maz Fest weekend in Seattle, where people in the VC come and visit Seattle that week, and they come and buy my records directly, and they get the Mazzy bump, and they come and pick and they buy.
Wait, is that a dance?
The Mazzy bump, it could be.
And what are we all going to do? A bunch of coke and buy your records? Are you going to give us all bumps?
I don't do drugs. I'm not into the drug scene anymore.
Get some
anymore. Yes.
No, but I've had people when we did the Coleman collection. There were local people that bought stuff on the YouTube and said, "Hey, I live in the area. Can I come by and dig through Coleman's thing?" And they did, and it was great because I could sell 50 or 100 at a time to one person. got a reasonable deal, but I didn't have to ship them, didn't have to pack them, and that was kind of fun doing. So those kind of things are feasible to a point, but obviously then you have the dregs left, if there are any dregs. And to your point, selling to a store or a collector, they're going to want everything.
Yeah. Well, I do want to make it clear that I'm listening to more music than ever. I'm not. It's just, I've got to switch it up for the various reasons that
Are those divorce speakers?
No, they're ZU.
Oh,
ZU
okay.
From Idaho.
Hey, yeah, I know. Okay, I've seen
Teddy,
those.
I came to Kansas City a lot on business, so I know it very well.
Yeah.
And traffic can be bad, but living in LA, I'd say a good 40% of my listening is streaming. I'm in my car.
Yeah.
Because I'm just in my car a lot.
Well, Kansas City, we have a Rush moment.
Yes.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah.
If I'm in the Berry Woods and then I have to get over to Olathe.
Yeah. Well, Chris, have you thought about, your collection and what might become of it?
Yeah. So what brought this conversation before the show started is, Rob's having an auction tomorrow. So everybody should come. And so say, Jack, you can buy some more records there tomorrow, like you usually do. So anyway, I've been going through making decisions about records I want to sell. And I'm not selling anything I don't want. I don't know. It's hard, right? Like, it's like I've been collecting since the pandemic started, and I've got like 4,000 records now.
Yeah.
Seems like way too many.
Wow.
Right. So, I had about 500, 600 before that, just like not jazz, just mainly rock and stuff that I just had I started collecting again probably in 2012 or something, kind of when vinyl first started coming back, right?
Right.
I kind of fell off of it after 3 or 4 years. But anyway, so I'm just selling off some stuff. I'm 49. So, when I get maybe closer to your guys' age, I would probably like to definitely sell off almost everything and maybe keep, I don't know, 400 or 500 records or something.
Right.
I definitely don't want to burden my kids with this crap because they're going to get screwed over, by some jackass at a record store or they're not going to want to deal with selling it. So, I just want to kind of focus my collection more on the stuff I want to listen to right now, and get rid of this. And, I'm selling a lot of $5 records tomorrow. That's like kind of my sweet spot. I love $5, $10 records. There's so much good music that's cheap. And so, if I sell something that I paid $7, $8 for that I had for a year and listened to 5 times and I sell it for $3 or $4 or $5, I lose a couple bucks. I don't care.
Yeah.
I got the enjoyment out of it. If I see it again and I want to have it again, I can buy it again for $5, $6, $7, $8. So that's the way I'm kind of looking at it,
Everybody collects different and everyone's right.
That's the danger of rebuying, because I still my story. In 1995, I had 6,000 records then. Mm-hmm. And a lot of I would say a good third were from my record store days, whether it's cheap, free, whatever, and the CD era that got to me, and I sold a third of my collection. My friend from the original Amoeba in Berkeley bought 2,000 records of mine for $2,500. There's about a 10-12 year period where I was all in CDs, storage. We renovated our house in San Francisco, and I brought all my records back out, and I started again. And obviously to this day, so I had from 4,000 up to 7. So in that 15 years or plus, or 20 years, I've gotten another 25 again. So I've replaced a lot of the crap that I got rid of, unfortunately, plus new music too.
Well,
and so
don't set yourself short, Mazzy. You still have a lot of crap.
Oh, it's totally. And I mean, but it's my crap. That's why it doesn't really matter.
I was just wondering if you're going to keep your Beatles
records,
collection together with the Archivist. That was something I was wondering about, like the books, because that's an impressive collection in itself.
I'm just going to shift just really briefly. I have like all the Genesis books, the signed books. I have every Beatle related book. And finally, 4 months ago, the very first one they did was George Harrison, and I met the Genesis people from England, and that's a signed book. I bought it. It was $275 in 1981 or whatever. And
wow,
that was a lot. But signed, numbered. I sold it 4 months ago for $5,000.
Nice.
And
hell yeah.
And that's going to be the most expensive of any of them. And I'll probably sell those up. But Ravi Shankar, George Martin signed all those things. They're not going to go for that much, but I love them. They're beautiful. They're art pieces on a shelf. Do I need them anymore? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I found out the older you get, the heavier the record boxes
Absolutely.
get. Yes, because in October I have to get a new knee.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I moved
and
my 5,000 albums in 11 years ago from Seattle to San Francisco to Seattle.
Oh,
Teddy,
yeah.
didn't you have to move all those records behind you outside into a pod and then back inside again?
Yeah, I had. Well, there's another wall over here and some other. These are just my Beatles records back here.
Are you serious?
No.
What the fuck?
I know. I always get picked on anyway by these guys. So you can.
No, Mazzy. One of my best friends is a heavy Beatles collector, and so I look. Everybody's got their thing and their rabbit holes, and I'm cool with all of it. And I just, and I could talk to anybody about, whatever they're into. But I had right there. So I'm down in my house is built in 1936, and this is an actual original finished basement, which is crazy.
Are you
and
in
right
Canada?
above there is the kitchen, and there was a tiny little leak from a hose going from to the ice maker.
Oh yeah.
And I realized something weird was happening. I came down.
My kitchen's over my records.
Yeah, not a record or the gear. Nothing was harmed, but I had to. I had to quickly move everything off the shelves, then move it out to a pod, and then move it back and move. Because they had to put in a new ceiling and new flooring and all of this stuff. And so, I had and I've got a buddy of mine, he was one of the fellow early VCers. I think I started in 2011, and there was another guy in Omaha, Jeff White, Jeff Record Man 58, great guy.
I remember him.
Yeah. One of the funniest human beings on earth, by the way. He's a hospice nurse. I mean, truly a genuine human. He because he drove down. It's like, I will help you move this stuff back in, and it takes another record collector to get it, But I've had to do that several times.
Well, for people that haven't moved their records, back when I first started collecting, like I said, around the pandemic, as far as jazz goes, I got super lucky and found about a 600 record collection from this lady that I bought. And it was mostly, $3-4 records. It wasn't anything like, mind blowing in it. But I've had a really good time with it. I sold a bunch of them. I've kept a bunch of them, learned a bunch of stuff. But anyway, it was like 600 records. 600 records weighs like 8,000 million pounds. Like, records are fucking heavy.
Yeah.
Like, I put all those, she had them all in U-Haul boxes, and I humped them out to my car and in my house. And I was like, man, this is crazy.
Yeah.
So the other possibility for my collection, me and my wife are wanting to get the hell out of Texas in the next week to 5 years, depending on how things go here.
You're counting the days, aren't you?
Yeah.
Where in Texas are you?
I'm in Fort Worth.
Uh-huh.
We want to move to Colorado, possibly, or maybe, I don't know, anywhere that's not, a fashion state, basically.
I was just in Colorado. It was pretty sweet, man.
Colorado's awesome. But I don't know if I'm going to, like, if we do that and we sell our house here and some other stuff we have, and we go buy a small, nice house somewhere else, in a small, old house, because that's all we'll be able to afford in a nice place like Boulder or something, right? I'm not going to have the room for all this crap either. So that could be another motivating factor to get rid of a lot.
Yeah, sure. Because I'm talking about moving to Cape Cod, and to afford that, be for the proverbial shack by the river, kind of thing. But that's where we want to be. I used to live in Boston and Providence, Rhode Island. So I've moved the records cross country a couple times, and
I'm going to need to get a few buddies because in my room, my back record wall, they're IKEA, but they're they're called Bondi. They don't make anymore. They're more of a finished look for IKEA before, not the Calics. And
Yeah, they're
unfortunately,
nicer.
stopped making them about 15, 12 years ago. But they're tall, but the backs are coming off. And so it's not hurting the records or anything, but what I need to do is take all the records out, pull those things out, refasten, re-nail, redo the back so they're solid, and put everything back, which means that is a wall of. So I need my buddies. I'm gonna be like Tom Sawyer. It's gonna be fun. I'll make you cocktails. We're gonna pull the records out.
You're gonna have to buy Coffee Dave a lot of beers.
Oh,
so you younger fellas, that it was standard operating procedure when you moved that there was a case of beer on either end.
Your buddies.
Yep. And the first thing that you moved were your records and your stereo. And the first thing that got set up was your stereo. So the tunes would be happening while you were moving.
And San Francisco has those really steep staircases, all the apartments I ever lived in.
Dude,
if you ever saw Steve McQueen's Bullet apartment where he walks up with the pulley door thing where you let people in from upstairs?
Yeah. I actually moved just from the street across the highway to where I am now. Had to move the collection. It wasn't anywhere as much as it is now.
Well, there's an old country and western song.
Yeah, but so I have, I think about 5,000 records now. I think then was only probably half of that. So that's what had to be moved. And I moved in, a friend rents me this house, and he came, I had them all boxed. I did the whole U-Haul box thing. And he said, I said, the records are going to be a big thing for us today. I'll buy lunch. He's like, okay. And he said, then I'm moving all the records. And he moved all the records out of my house and off his truck and into this house. I didn't have to lift a single box. Damn. I got lucky.
There's a strategy for all of it.
I bought him lunch.
Hey, you crying babies. I've stepped on two expensive records, so stop it.
Hey, can I just take a 1 minute, give me 90-second break to show something? It's a book. I think some of you read here. I'm sure Teddy does, and a few of you. But it's jazz related. So I've been wanting this, and it only came out in France, but in English on a small press. And I picked it up when I was in Chicago last week. It's like $35 for a paperback. And this is writings on Tom Wilson. Of course, Tom Wilson.
Oh, wow.
He's obviously he started Transition Records, but those of you boomers know him because of the Velvet Underground, Mothers of Invention, Bob Dylan,
Simon and Garfunkel.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And interesting story. But these are essays. It's not a pure biography of different people. A couple of interviews of the time, and a few interviews later. Like there's not a lot about Zappa about that, but which I hate to get into the dirt of the gossip stuff, but consistently different people now and back then always talked about when he was in the studio recording, he'd either have a blonde sitting on his knee, or he'd be talking to girlfriends and had a row of beautiful women coming into the studio that he was kind of personally involved with on and off. And that's a part of the thing, but it's a great book. The first third of it is all about transition and obviously Sun Ra, some Coltrane stuff. But it gets into the Simon and Garfunkel and the Velvet Underground, what he did and what he didn't do. He was a lot of a hands-off guy, unlike some.
Sounds like he was handsy.
Pardon me?
Sounds like he was handsy, not hands-off.
Very good, very good.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, it was these labels. He worked he was A&R at Columbia for only 2 years, maybe 3 tops, and then he went to MGM Verve, and that's where it's amazing. For instance, he really pioneered and got extra money to do Freak Out for Zappa at the time, and everyone thought, he thought he had signed this R&B band. I think seriously, that's part of it. He went to the Whiskey a Go-Go to see the Mothers, and he heard this one song. It's kind of a bluesy number, something like Captain Beefheart would have done then. But anyway, it's an excellent book. It's like $35 for a paperback, but still, if you
it's $30. It's $30 on Amazon.
Oh, well, that's good. Anyway,
that's
high for a paperback, but still, it's an excellent read because it's essays. It's not a proper biography, different
Oh, cool.
authors.
No, that's super cool, and he's just such a incredibly important guy that crossed, so many paths. And no, that I didn't know about that. That's cool.
Well, and when you see his name, I remember when I was like a teenager, I always would look, like a lot of us, at who produced and who photographed. I mean, based on the music, you wouldn't think a black man produced that music, at the time. I hate to get in the racial thing, but so I didn't know Intervention or the Jet Transition Records at all, until, in fact, I don't think I really realized until Joe Harley's been doing a couple things with Tone Poet.
Right.
Mazzy, did you ever figure out the name of that record store in Chicago that had the crazy jazz on the walls? It was Siren, wasn't it?
Siren, yes.
I mean,
yeah.
With the transition, like we talk about that, I was thinking it was founded in 1955. It wasn't like there was that many black-owned record labels back then either.
Well, there's Jerry Gordy. Motown.
Wasn't VJ black-owned?
I don't know.
I think VJ was black-owned.
Maybe so.
Yeah, they were pretty much across the street from Chess, which wasn't, right?
Yeah.
Chess was owned by two Jews too,
Right.
Yeah.
And Chess had a lot of different things going on. They had Checker, they had a lot of different sub-labels.
Yeah, VJ was that's a good one.
10 days ago, I had the original Best of Little Walter master in my hand.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah.
I am so excited. That's the Chess stuff that he's putting out, right?
Yeah, and I did a little video for Chad that should be, I don't know, maybe it'll come out this weekend, but I spent some time with Matt Luthens, and it is not your normal mastering gig, and he really worked it because this, I know we're off into blues for a moment, but yeah, a lot of these things were comps, and so they're coming from different sessions, different things here, there, everywhere. And one of the things that was really revealing to me was that right, there was they compared it to a 1960s chess and a later 80s chess that Steve Hoffman did. And like, I got to be honest with you, like the 80s, it's just so compressed. It just sounded horrible and just really harsh on your ears. And he's really, really working. Matt is working hard, cut by cut by cut, to try to find a consistent place, but also to make it just warmer and more listenable.
Well,
and
did he read? Because there's a little cult that picks up those original chess masters,
right?
That I believe are digital, but those things sound very good. The ones
I will predict these will sound amazingly better because what were you guys talk last week or so? Were you talking about John Palladino, the engineer at Capitol?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Matt has hours of interviews with John.
Oh, cool.
He sent me a picture last week of him with John Palladino as an older guy. And, and he realized that Matt was from Everett, Washington, and he lived like down the road, basically, from Roy Dunan, and never, interviewed him.
Right.
But, man, sometime maybe I can help you guys get Matt on here.
That'd be cool.
Because he really loves the kind of the history of engineering and stuff. And he explained about John Palladino that John Palladino was out when stereo came in because he goes, John said, I couldn't wrap my head around it. I didn't know how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
he's doing an amazing job on these Bluesville. I've been,
he is.
I love these.
But he was talking about, back in the 80s, like when they'd be doing these things, it'd be some mastering engineer's job. It's like, okay, what's on the sheet today? I've got 8 things I've got to do. And they're just kind of doing a straight across the board thing.
Yeah.
And but they're really taking the time to work with each song because of the nature of how they were put together.
Have you listened to this, Teddy? This one?
Yes, it's fucking great.
It's an unbelievable sounding record from 19.
Yeah.
Out of all the bluesville, I mean, again, it's the music first, but aside from that, this is an incredible sounding record. But it's wide stereo. Some people don't like that. Where
Right.
you have, I don't mind wide stereo. Personally.
No, those are blues. Is that just Chad pressing?
It's
right.
Bluesville. It's a combo. It's a Kraft Chad combo.
Okay.
I think. Right?
Yeah.
You mentioned Joe Harley.
Yeah.
So I'm good friends with Gary Sahlstrom, who ran QRP when I was there. He's out in Denver now, and he was hired by the Vinyl Me Please folks to come out there and put a pressing plant together, and very quickly that whole thing fell apart. It was very strange that even though it was going to be called like Vinyl Media Pressing, something like this, that the people at VMP didn't really put any money into it.
Mm-hmm.
They might put $1,000 into it. The primary investor is Dave Rawlings of Gillian Welsh and Dave Rawlings.
Right.
And so they were able to separate themselves. And I remember talking to Gary, it's like, man, you guys need to change your name immediately.
Yeah.
And so they changed it to Paramount Plating and Pressing. And so it took a little while to get them kind of, for people to understand, no, we don't have anything to do with these guys. And so I went out there and did a little promo video for Gary and those guys. And it's an amazing. Well, Dave's been there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't you do that video like the week before I got to tour it?
Yeah,
and you set that up for me. I appreciate it.
It's an amazing facility. I mean, you could eat off the floor. It's beautiful.
Are they aligning themselves with someone that has the kind of catalog to have high-end?
They got approved by Universal and Concord, and Joe Harley has expressed that he would prefer moving forward. Now, if it happens, but he would prefer moving forward to have his stuff pressed at Paramount.
Wow.
Because Gary.
Yeah, he's great.
It's not even arguably. Gary is the best plating guy in the world.
Yeah.
His background,
I saw it firsthand. It was insane.
Yeah, he has set up a plating room that it's like a chef has set up their perfect kitchen, And Gary is a master. Now, Gary taught Stan Bishop at QRP. Stan is very good. Don't get me wrong. Stan is because he learned at the altar of Gary.
Yeah.
And so those guys, and then Dave Rawlings has his connections in Nashville, with folks. And so they are now taking off, and so you should look for stuff if you're reading, liners for Paramount stuff that's being pressed at Paramount.
Have they put out anything that we can get our hands on?
Well,
I don't know about jazz wise.
The last Gillian Welch Rawlings album they did.
Yeah,
it's excellent.
But they're tied in like they did Jason Isbell's latest record.
Oh, cool.
So
yeah,
initially because they're relying on Dave, they're kind of working on his connections while they were getting the official approval from Universal and Concord.
Yeah.
So likely if Joe comes there, there'll be other jazz pressings and things.
I mean, the cool thing about you got that plant now, you got QRP, you got RTI, who's still amazing. You got the Fidelity plant or whatever.
Gotta Groove.
So we've got Gotta Groove is right. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Gotta Groove is as good as
what they should do. They should, Rhino Hi-Fi should go there instead of where they're going. Instead of Optimal. Rhino Hi-Fi.
Yeah.
The Rhino Reserves go to Fidelity, and Fidelity's kicking ass. For
weird. I mean, I think
I'll let you know a little secret. Rick Hashimoto at Fidelity, they don't do a lot of plating there. They'll send some of it to Gary.
That's fair.
But the
Rick and
Fidelity
Gary
pressings have been excellent. So
yeah,
if someone like Rhino Hi-Fi, I mean, they've had a few issues. I think their actually pressings are really good.
Yeah.
People bitch about the packaging, but they're third party things. But
That's
people
shipping,
jump on
right.
those third party shippers.
Sure,
You know, everybody
sure.
uses a third party. They're not shipping themselves. But I don't know why they can't. And I'm a fan of the Rhino Hi-Fi things. But I don't know why
You're a
they can't.
paid fan,
Hey,
Mazzy.
we're paying you, you fucker. Excuse me,
Yeah.
but you need to kind of up this. This is a premium line. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, when I toured the plant, they were talking. Gary was talking about, because right now they have, sometimes there's an open press.
Right.
It's easier for a band when a band needs something right away to not have any delay time. And so I think it was LCD Sound System was getting ready to do a tour,
That's cool.
and they wanted to do a special vinyl record to sell on tour.
Mhm.
And so they had Paramount do it right, and they were able to turn it right over.
Right. Now those days
Because
will be.
everything's in house, because Gary can do the plating right there on
Once
site.
Universal and Concord shows up, those days will be over.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, no, so the other guy, Jim Netter, who's a good friend of mine, he
was there.
He worked for Chad as well. He did a lot of let me back up. Jim was like second in command at Flying Fish Records, worked
cool.
under Bruce Kaplan in Chicago for years. And then he after Bruce died, he was running Flying Fish until they sold it to Concord.
Mm-hmm.
But Jim would do a lot of the licensing for Chad. I mean, he knows his way around that world, and so and pressing plants and stuff. So Jim is a consultant with Paramount, and just really is helping him navigate through. If they get slammed, they have to scale up, and all this and that, but guaranteed that the pressings that come out of that plant are going to be just wow. Yeah.
What kind of presses are they using? Are these new built presses? Or are they
they're all new, and I think
who's building them?
I think they're similar to the ones that Third Man has. They're just everything's like housed.
There's a video on my channel of the full tour.
Okay.
And Steve Carlson's channel. Steve Carlson went with and did his videos better than mine.
Nothing against you, Dave, but everyone knows that a pressing plant is not a pressing plant. Mazzy is until Michael Fremer does a tour of the pressing plant.
He did a pressing plant. No, he did a tour of Rawlings studio.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure he'll get out there.
You need to get Fremer back on the show.
They could any pressing plant in the world can make a living just pressing King Gizzard Lizard records. Maybe every 2 weeks. Sure.
Maybe Fremer will get the place rewired while he's out there.
Well, the other.
Oh, come on now. Dave.
Another thing that's interesting that I wonder about, and Teddy, I think you might have some insight into this with the whole licensing thing. After the pandemic and, Chad's success, obviously, and just all these, audiophile records being successful, we saw the big labels bring a lot of that stuff in-house, like, Music Matters going away and Kraft doing all their stuff. I'm wondering if that's going to swing backwards back towards labels doing it based on economics. Like, do you have any insight on kind of where that's at?
I don't, because, I guess one of the things people don't quite understand is how much back time there is to even get to a deal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just amazing the length of time from initial discussion to actually get a record out. It's an amazing amount of time, and there's back and forth. And I know, there's a lot of armchair quarterbacking out there that, well, why can't they do this or why can't they do that? Well, it just kind of boils down to what the deal is and what they will allow, because sometimes they want to do the 33, but they'll let a 45 happen.
Right.
I mean, it's not all the time, but it's all a big negotiation that sometimes never works out exactly the way the customer wants it to work out, but it just, everybody tries to do their best.
No, one of my really good friends has a record company, and I when we sit down and talk, it's like he's venting to me
Yeah.
on everything you just said. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I can say, I won't go into figures, but, I did this video about the, the UHQRs of the two contemporaries coming out, and, there's people out there that think it's a big cash grab. I can guarantee you that Acoustic Sounds doesn't make that much off of those.
Because of the licensing?
Everything. The pack, everything that goes into it, you would be surprised at what, the net profit is.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just leave it at that.
Well, yeah, Chad talked about that a little bit in some of his recent interviews, because he's been doing some interviews with some folks, and it's a labor of love on those for sure.
Yeah. So, but, where I'm really, been focused on, these very small independent labels and, these artists, and some of them are self-produced and, all of that. And, probably the biggest beef I have with the record industry, it's just the same old, where they're just mining. They did this with CDs, right, Mazzy? Where they go back in, hey, we don't have to pay studio time. We don't have to do any of this stuff. We just have to put it back out.
Yeah, it's funny. There was a little bit of an interesting thing. I don't know if you know who the photographer Jim Marshall was.
Oh, yeah.
I knew Jim for 30 years or so, and crazy guy, but great catalog of obviously images. And with his perseverance and his lawyer, copyright lawyer back in the day, not only did he sue anyone who would reproduce his Johnny Cash shot, that famous shot, because everyone would copy that. Yeah. He was the first guy, as far as I know. He had his lawyer go to the record company when CDs came out, basically, like I think it was Columbia for Sony, whatever it was then. And they would put out the CD. He goes, wait a second, I didn't license my images for compact discs, And can you imagine?
Hey.
And he got money. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have a ton of albums, but that's why I always wondered why. I don't know if you know, a couple of weeks ago, Michael Oakes died of the Michael Oakes Archive.
Right.
Phil Oakes' brother. And I still to this day and don't know how he got all the rights and buying the copyrights of all these photographs from labels and independents, because as a photo agent represented for all those decades, I know, you don't lightly give your copyright away. Obviously, there's work for hire things when you work for a company, but Jim got all these labels to pay him for the, John Coltrane ballads and Jefferson Airplane, whatever the things that he photographed. But the good thing is, when the CD era really kind of flourished and all his box sets came out, a Janis Joplin box set, a Miles Davis, a Santana, he would go through his archive and license all these outtakes and images that he didn't do. So it was a bit of a cash cow for the CD thing, but they came to him even though he basically kind of, forced almost a lawsuit against him for violating the copyright, because he's one of those few photographers at that period of time, like Henry Diltz and Annie Leibovitz and other, that held on to their copyright. And
well, the Michael Oakes thing, I knew Frank Driggs, and Frank Driggs had like one of the largest jazz photo collections of early jazz, and he would visit people and, hey, do you have any photographs? And they'd just kind of come his way. And, there was no legal tendering of any kind, one way or the other. Another way to put it, he might have just ripped them off.
And he probably registered them under his name, maybe.
Yeah, because there's a Frank Driggs collect. I don't know if it's at Rutgers or somewhere, but amazing collection that any jazz history book would have stuff from his collection that he got. I suspect Michael Oakes' collection is probably some of it is in a similar vein.
Where Getty owns it now, definitely.
Oh, they bought it.
Yeah, I mean,
but, but I mean,
Getty owns almost everything. Yeah,
true.
Is that
Getty
Images?
I can't remember this guy's name. This is not related to what you're talking about, but
Okay.
there was a guy out of Chicago that recorded like hundreds and hundreds of live shows, like over the years. I mean, I was interested in Ken Vandermark stuff that he recorded. He recorded like thousands of live shows, and he passed away, and they released them all, like on the internet. So I'll see if I can dig that up.
Well, the internet.
Is it like
about it?
Is it like through the Internet Archive?
Yes. They put some of this stuff on the Internet Archive. Yeah.
And my friend, the archivist, that's who she works for now, the Internet Archive.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, she worked for Universal for 3.5 years. If 2 months after living here, she gets a job with Universal. So she was set working remotely in things to get artists paid for streaming around the world and that licensing. Just because Apple or Spotify or whoever has this thing for this country doesn't mean they can put it on a playlist for South America or Europe or Asia or whatever. It's very complicated. I mean, the music.
No, for sure. I mean, you think of like the Forrest Gump soundtrack took forever to put out on vinyl.
Yeah,
because of
absolutely.
Right?
Well, I mean,
or like I remember show like Wonder Years when they first started streaming it on. They first started streaming on the internet.
And Freaks and Geeks, you couldn't get it on DVD for a long time.
Yeah, because they had to replace all the music with other bullshit.
Yeah.
The biggest, if you're a movie fan, even home video, VHS and Betamax, when you can go to Universal movies because they didn't get the licensing for home video. So like the soundtrack to Fast Times at Ridgemont High on the movie on VHS is different. They went through all that stuff.
Yeah.
Even here, I mean, no one gives a shit. But the TV show Baywatch, the company Fremantle, who's an international TV distribution.
Did you say Baywatch? Did you say Baywatch?
Yeah. Hold on. There's a point to this.
Season 2, episode 3 is my favorite.
Well, you don't even know what happened during that. Yeah, they saved someone. Isn't that what happened in that episode? So the interesting thing is Fremantle wants to reboot Baywatch. And so they have 15 seasons of all the Baywatches. And they're reformatting it to make it 4K, but they're also relicensing. I think a lot of the music was licensed for the show, but not for now. And they're going through all that too. Like the TV show Hee Haw. You can't see Hee Haw in reruns.
No.
And we should be able to.
Well, it would cost a fortune. It would cost a fortune. There was a network on satellite
that
called
guitar player, though, what's his name? It's amazing.
Roy Clark.
Roy Clark.
Oh yeah, Roy Clark's incredible.
So don't mock Hee Haw.
Oh, hold on. I'm not mocking Hee Haw. I love Hee Haw. But there was a satellite TV network called Rural TV. They would show one episode of Hee Haw a week because that's all they could afford with all the licensing for all the music in each episode of Hee Haw. So.
Oh, I don't know. Licensing is just kind of the black arts.
All right, I'm going to show you.
It's a whole. There's no.
I've shared this. Sorry, I've shared this before. I'm going to show everybody again. This is the guy I was talking about a minute ago.
Okay.
So, this guy. Let me actually.
Jesus Christ!
Wow.
So yeah, this guy Adam Jacobs. He recorded all these shows, and so they're starting
recordings, or he just did it.
He recorded them at clubs, right?
Dave, I'm going to ask Jim Netter if he knows him.
Yeah. Do you record through a board or with mics or what? Like dead shows? What do you do? Do you know?
I don't know. I wasn't there, but anyway, this is an article. I'll post a link to this article. Okay. But the Internet Archive is putting out some of this stuff.
Wow.
And then let's see. What does it say here? The Replacements live, not ready for prime time. For instance, used some of Jacob's audio to flesh out a soundboard recording of the band's '86 performance at Metro. So this was an RSD release, I guess, in 2024.
Was he doing jazz shows like
all kinds of shit,
AACM stuff?
I don't know about AACM. There's just some Vandermark stuff in there that I know of specifically, but
okay.
I mean, he had 10,000 shows, so very, very, very interesting.
That's similar to, Wolfgang's Vault. That was the company bought it after Bill Graham died from Wonderland Productions. And Wolfgang was the name of Bill Graham's back in the old country, the name. And there was several lawsuits over the years because you could, at one point, I don't know what it is now, not only the poster art and things, but you could download shows because Bill Graham would video, black and white video initially, every show Winterland,
Right.
everything from the 70s, late 60s on, and you could download shows and you can listen. Now I think you can just listen to them. I don't think
There
you
was
can
even stuff like from the Capitol Theater in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, there was weird shit there. Like they
Yeah.
amassed this thing, and
I'm from DC. I used to go to Capitol Theater all the time.
Are you going to be policed by the feds now?
Yeah, when you call 911, you get an 18-year-old in fatigues
Hey,
that comes to the house.
listen.
Wait, hold on. Let me get the right look here.
Yeah, oh my god.
oh god, we got a bunch of friggin' liberals on the show now.
Yeah,
so
obviously.
I don't know for sure, but that's what I'm guessing.
Oh yeah.
But there is I forget the name of it, but there is a website that has a gazillion jazz shows.
I don't think that's a real number.
For the Internet Archive, you could.
But they're not in any great order, but it's just a ton. Because there's like I went there to find this Joe Farrell Live in Malibu show that was there. That if I can find it, I'll post it like in the Discord somewhere.
Yeah, it'd be sweet.
Very cool.
Yeah,
that'd be sweet for sure.
So, Chris, that article you showed about all those shows.
Yep.
That's a lot of shows. It was all those in the Chicagoland area is where those are from.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Revs
and all
Revs,
different types. Is it all different types of music or?
Yeah, it is. Check this out. One of our Revs per minute says he used to see him at every show during the 80s and into the 90s.
Wow.
So
that's interesting.
Pretty cool.
Yeah,
you know,
I like that. And it's
is
it all just audio or is there video?
I don't know. I think it's just audio.
Audio. Okay.
See, Dave, he was there with his friend Rerun in a little recorder.
Yeah, exactly.
For me, if you go in my back room, I have hundreds and hundreds of tapes of video of shows from the Southeast.
Yeah.
Rob,
mostly Charlotte in this area, but I'm wondering whatever, we've been talking about what happens to, my records. I'm wondering what I need to really have happen with those. I haven't thought that through.
You need to digitize them and put them on YouTube, man.
I have done projects where I've taken out the best songs.
Yeah.
And I've got, it was called the Chronicles Project. I have those videos up. It's 3.5 hours long. I split it into 2 parts. But that's just like the best of stuff. And then I've done another one since. I did 2 different projects. One that was the video stuff I did with old tech, like the first ever camcorders, like the ones that like you would put a VHS tape into it and record straight to the VHS tape. I started videoing when the
porno industry
before you could do it on your phone. Oh yeah, well dude, it's funny you say that. The first time I videoed a band, I borrowed that camera from a stripper from the men's club.
Of course you did. I mean, I'm not picking on you, but
no, that's exactly how it went down. And then the later stuff I did another project where it's all on digital camcorders.
How many donkey shows did you record there, Dave?
None, but I did do some burlesque.
Right.
Hey Dave, what's it like getting hit in the face with a ping pong ball?
No, I worked for an after my record business.
Honeysuckle Divine.
After everyone got laid off, ABCMC that I got back, and after my end of 82 or whatever, my record business days for about 4 years, worked for an audio-visual company, did conventions and hotel things, video and up satellite. We did the Democratic Convention in San Francisco. But of course, everybody worked there. This was the time of those things you're talking about, those videotape machines. And apparently, like everybody who worked for the company were able to take the gear home for a weekend. And
I got a good story.
Everyone was shooting their own home videos with their girlfriends at the time.
Well, here's what was happening in the early days of VHS, where you could go rent VHS in New York. So this is before they could spool off the exact amount of tape for the movie. Right. So if you had a 90-minute movie, they put it on a 2-hour tape. Well, people figured out it's like, well, I can tape over that little tab. And then, after a Walt Disney movie, they're putting their home porn on there, as an Easter egg, for people to find. And this is absolutely
I remember truth. That.
Oh yeah. I've seen those. I'm
an ex-video store guy. That's true.
Yeah.
Now, Mazzy, I got a good story. You brought up the convention. the last time they had the Democratic National Convention in Charlotte, we have where I used to live over on Commonwealth. I was out on the porch, and this guy comes flying by on a bicycle. And when you go by the house, you go down this big hill, and at the bottom of the hill is Repo Record on the left. And this guy goes flying by, and I looked at the guy. I was like, why does that guy look familiar? And then my friend called me. He's like, dude, I'm not home. Can you run my Talking Heads records up to Common Market and get them autographed? And I'm like,
It was
why?
Burn.
Yeah. He's like, the convention's in town, and Burn's a big, for Obama guy or whatever, whoever was in town for that. And that motherfucker rode right by my house on his bike and went to Repo Record, to the record store. And I missed him. I missed him at the record store, and then I ran up to the Common Market and he wasn't there. I missed him, but I did see him go by on the bike.
In the last 3 or 4 years of his life, when he was, back into the drug scene in San Francisco, is Mike Bloomfield, and the great guitar player.
Oh God, yeah.
He was doing porno soundtracks for the Mitchell Brothers and others, and some of them have come out. Cool stuff.
There's because Sundays, I thought, put stuff out where these were discovered in a barn. Like there was a couple
barn where they shot the Waxed and Shirley Temple Meet for the Weekend.
But Byrne just did What's in My Bag for Amoeba.
I saw that. David Byrne.
It was great.
Yeah.
What do you think would be in Ron Jeremy's bag?
Today there was a Criterion. There's a Criterion closet today with quote Mia Farrow's son Rowan Farrow, and I realize it's too bad the Woody Allen movies have not been released on Criterion, because that would have been some closet experience.
Yeah. Manzi, question for you. We were talking about tapes. Back in the day, did you ever get into Grateful Dead tape trading?
No, as much as a Dead fan, I like the experience, and I didn't really care. Even post it, I never collected the live shows. I would just never been into that. And the only show I ever recorded myself for a show was in 1974 when George Harrison played the Cow Palace, and he did that tour where his throat was gone and everything. And I brought a cassette in. Those days they didn't really check it much. And I had that cassette. I probably still have it somewhere. And I would play it all the time. Even with his voice gone, it was like the first time I ever saw a Beatle live. So, obviously that was a major thing, even with that broken voice he had, that hoarse voice.
Well, the reason I ask is because, so I probably had my jazz awakening about 1973, somewhere in there. I was in high school, and and then a little while later I realized that groups like the Grateful Dead were kind of a bridge into it because of all these long improvisations, that it made it a little bit easier for me to comprehend what was going on there. And so I've been always thankful for what they offered and were able to provide getting into another space. But actually, Mazzy, do you remember a television show? It was called ABC's In Concert.
Oh yeah, David Steinberg hosted it.
Or
he did the other one. Well, he did one of them.
He did another one. So what they did was they went into colleges with real television cameras and would shoot a concert, and there was an hour-long show that would be like at midnight on a Friday night, and they'd have 3 bands, 20-minute segments. It'd be like Alice Cooper and Allman Brothers Band, and then somebody else, Humble Pie, something like this. But this one night, I can't remember who the other 2 were, and this segment is on YouTube. It was like so and so and so and so and the Mahavishnu Orchestra. It's like, what the fuck is that? Who is that, right? So anyway, I'm watching the show.
Or not?
Well, I watched the show, And it starts out, and they're on this big gong that Billy Cobham's doing, and they pull back, and it was like, wait a minute, here's this guy. So the average length of a guy's hair in 1973 was down to here, right? Here's this guy who's got, short hair. You can see his ears. He's wearing all white, and he's got this twin neck Gibson SG guitar. And they're like, what is going on here? And then all of a sudden he starts playing the shit out of it. And it's like, what? I couldn't understand what they were doing, but I went out and I found their record. And then that started the whole thing, because then somewhere I found Bitches Brew, and it's like, hey, that guy's on here. And then Bitches Brew became the hub for everything, because ECM records were starting. And it was like, okay, there's Dave Holland. There's all of these people, Chick Corea, all these people, and that was the thing, that set me
tentacles
off. Yeah, and then Miles Davis was like, oh, wait a minute. And then he had a past, and he played with this guy that was from where? Kansas City, Charlie Parker. What the fuck?
Right.
And it just, forwards, backwards, it just all kind of happened.
Yeah, I bought Bitches Brew in Berkeley at Leopold's Records in 1970, brought it home, and I did not get it.
Right. No,
and
right.
I traded it in. Three years later, when I get a record store job, someone's playing. I go, what's that? And I got it. But my first jazz record that I bought, because I bought my first component system in 72, and they were testing it, testing gear on really nice records. It was Stanley Turrentine and Milt Jackson Cherry, and the way that open track Speedball, like, oh my God, that sounds so great. And the other album they were playing, I remember, is Pentangle's first album from 68 with the song Waltz, the last track, which is jazzy acoustic stuff. I went and bought those two. But
Danny Thompson.
My two favorite jazz records in the very beginning in 72 were from 71 and 72, were the first two, Return to Forever. And I kind of lost interest when they got electric and frenetic.
Right.
I like that more Brazilian.
The Brazilian with Joe Farrell.
And Ayrton and Flora Purim and stuff. And those two records I really like. Some people don't like the vocals. I get it. Her singing, that whole thing in English. But I just love those two records. And once The Warrior came out and all the really electric-y stuff of fusion, I kind of was turned off personally to fusion.
How dare you?
This was my first jazz record that I bought. Right.
Oh shit!
Oh, no wonder you're twisted.
Oh, you just went in the deep end there, bud.
Yeah, I jumped right in. This was the first one that ever arrived at my old house when I decided to, I need to start buying some jazz and getting into it. And I was like, for some reason, I don't think I had heard Dolphy yet. I had just heard about him, and I was like, okay, well, this one's on Amoeba's website for cheap, and I'll order it. And and then I heard Freddie Hubbard for the first time, and on the Green Dolphin Street's on here,
right?
Jackie Byard's on piano, Roy Haynes. I was like, okay, here we go.
Well, that's actually, that's not like that deep that's not that out of a record, really. You know what I mean?
I mean,
no, not as out as he could get, but for a first jazz record, that's pretty.
My first jazz record back in 1998 was Bitches Brew, and then I got Bitches Brew and I've gone blank. What is it? The funk record from Herbie Hancock, the Headhunters.
That's a great one.
Those are the two CDs, jazz CDs I had for forever, and then
I mean, go ahead.
There was this record store here in the Kansas City area called Capers Corners, run by a guy named Ben Asner, who was Ed Asner's brother. And guy was a real mensch. And it was great because he was open Christmas Day. So it's like, what do you want for Christmas? Just give me some money. And as soon as, everything was over, it's like, I'm going to buy records, But these guys had a really interesting import section, so we're talking, 72, 3 in there. And they were getting the very first early German ECM records, which kind of helped me, because matching up people from Bitches Brew
Right.
Because it's like, well, there's Keith Jarrett, here's Dave Holland, here's Jack DeJohnette, all that stuff. But it's just always interesting those first yearnings and learnings that we go through. How for a lot of people mention Bitches Brew, which is always interesting.
My favorite McLaughlin album still is, even though it's maybe more serene and Mill Valley Massage like, is My Goals Beyond.
That's mine.
That's great.
I just love that.
Yeah. Charlie Hayden is a motherfucker on that thing.
It's his James Taylor record.
I'm
kidding.
I like to think of it as his Carly Simon, but no.
Charlie Hayden's versatility is insane, though.
Oh yeah, no, he was a Missouri boy, coming up through country and western. His story is very fascinating to me.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you get all that crazy free jazz stuff he did, and then I really love all that. I've got a ton of Charlie Hayden CDs from the 80s and 90s where he was just doing totally straight stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember you showing those. Didn't you get those in a lot or something?
I don't know, about a ton of CDs. I went through a CD binge. I still buy CDs all the time, but CDs are great, man. I mean, they're cheap and they're I don't know, they're just cool.
Hey, Wax, you should probably change your name to Divadip the Waxed.
I have a few names.
Divadip Carlos the Waxed.
I have a few names for you, Mazzy, but I'll show
I already know them. Teddy, I don't know how much you watch any of our crazy antics sometimes, but Rob and I have this great, like,
I've
you got to chill out sometimes because people take this shit too seriously.
No, it has it has an all-star wrestling television interview flavor to it that I do enjoy.
Teddy, can I say this? And I mean, with all the due respect, I shouldn't do that setup. You're kind of the Alistair Cook of the VC, his like on PBS, and you got the bookcase and the thing.
Omnibus. Hey, all good.
Before I head out, Chris, do you want to talk about the Muse announcement that's
absolutely
happening?
100%? Yes.
Yeah.
So
let's talk about jazz.
Well, let's talk about jazz. Yeah, so we're going to be interviewing Zev about this next week. We'll have a video come up next Tuesday or Wednesday about this. But he's got a new label where he's putting out Muse reissues, which is
I think it's I just preface this that obviously they're going to interview Zeb, so all the information will come out. But as a huge consumer of the Muse label, which I probably have at least 100 Muse titles of some kind. But I'd say about 20% of their catalog are just records that are very hard to get and they're expensive. And from reading what Zeb's did and having some knowledge of how many they've already are preparing to put out, these three are the tip of the iceberg. Technically, so I thought I had all three, but I have two of them. Okay. So probably the hardest, most expensive Muse title they're choosing to go out with, and that's
I've never found one.
I've
seen
it at least 4 or 5 times somewhere on a wall.
Yeah,
but I found this luckily.
So what is it? You're tell everybody what it is.
So this is a live recording that Roy Brooks had this group with George Coleman, Woody Shaw, Hugh Lawson, Cecil McBee. And this is a live show they did in 1970 at the Left Bank in Baltimore. About, I think, 6 months later, they did another recording, same band. And that was a record store day thing Zeb put out with 3 LPs.
That thing's great.
That thing is great.
Right.
But, and here's the thing. Comparing this to that thing, the 3 LP things that Zeb put out, the 3 LP thing sounds much better than this. So I'm looking forward to what Matt Luthans does with this, because I'm going to think he'll make this sound a lot better than this does.
Yeah.
Now, I know Matt because I was with him, last week.
Yeah.
I didn't mention anything about. I mean, I know he's done stuff for Zev. He wasn't talking about any other stuff there. Is he doing it? Do you know?
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
100%.
then the other record is this one. And although this isn't crazy hard to find, but again,
pricey.
these are part of these Muse ones that just go for a lot of money. And this is an excellent record. I have a white label promo, which seems like that's most of the Muse ones you find.
Who is distributing these, Rob?
Actually, I talked with like the In-Groove, and we were trying to figure out who owns the Muse catalog.
It's Concord.
It's gone through a bunch of hands, but it's Concord now. So
are these coming through Concord though?
Yeah, and here's one thing I want to say. They initially announced these 3. I believe the next Jazz Dispensary title that they're going to announce is a Catalyst record.
Right.
So that's not going to be part of this Zev thing.
Sure.
So
and so this one is excellent. I think I think every Kenny Barron Muse records. This one is excellent.
Mm-hmm.
I assume they're going to put all these out.
They should.
This one's the most expensive one. Actually, Felipe got this for me. This one's easily a $200 to $300 record.
I'm still mad about that.
Oh wow, I've never seen that around.
do you know if these are part of the Craft umbrella at all?
Yes.
They are.
I think so. Well, we're going to find out from Zev exactly that.
Like Bluesville. And
we're going to
Rob,
do that.
right.
Shit, so
Yeah.
Rob, I do have this one you showed, and it is a promo, like you said.
Yeah, it seems like everyone was a promo.
Yeah,
But-
belonged to a radio station and New York.
Yeah,
WSKG Public Radio.
Yeah, like Arista Freedoms.
Right.
All
Yeah.
of those.
All the Carlos Garnett records are crazy expensive.
Yeah.
And he put out, I think, 5 on there.
What do you have the one that they're doing though?
I thought I did have it, but I don't organize my records, so it took me forever to find these. I will say this: the ones that I heard a double-digit number that they've already mastered. That's what I heard. But those Visitor records, those are crazy expensive. I have 3 Visitor records. I think they did 5 for Muse. Here, this Catalyst, I know Mike has this Catalyst record.
Yeah.
All the Catalyst records are like $200-$300 records.
The Visitor, are you talking about the Grubbs brothers?
Grubbs brothers, which they were people would say they were Coltrane's nephews. I don't think they were. They were friends of the family.
Right.
But those Visitors records are
that first one's great.
Rob, let me ask you this, because I have this record, but it's not an original. It's a reissue. Who put this reissue out? Because I don't know. I'm not sure.
No, that's that. I'm sorry, Dave. Snap that in half. It's a boot. It's a European market nonsense. Yeah. Yeah, and here's another.
Pretty good.
I'm gonna snap it in half, Rob.
I got that from Dusty Groove.
Listen to the fucking record.
Mazzy, here's the difference between you and Dave. He actually gets that it's a joke. All right.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
And actually,
it sounds okay.
This is a piece of advice. Here's one thing I don't know what they're doing. I think most of the Catalyst records came out when they were Cobblestone, which Muse bought.
Yeah.
So, as far as Zeb's thinking, is technically these Cobblestone records are not part of the Muse. That'd be a question to ask him, Chris.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
thank you for the question. I'll ask him
It's
that.
a jazz dispensary.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what I was going to say is these, usually the Norman Connors ones that came out in the 70s are kind of whatever, but these two, these are 2 Cobblestone releases that are insanely, they're Cobblestones.
But you tell me shit about Norman Connors, though, man. Come on.
No, I mean, come on. His all those 70s disco records he put out that have one kind of Pharoah Sanders song on them. But
no, man, check this out. This record, I was going to talk about this record. So anyway, let's finish up that thing. So we're going to talk to Zeb next week. But Matt Luthen's at the mastering lab in Kansas is mastering all of them from their AAA. So I think they're also plating them at QRP. Is that right? They're plating them and they're pressing them at optimal, I believe.
They're being. Where are they being? I don't think they're being done by QRP.
I think they're plated there, and they're going to ship the plates over to Optimal to press them.
Why don't they go to Paramount? I hear it's a really good pressing plant.
Right on.
No, Wax is already on the better gravy train than we are because he has all the crap shit already. So no.
Yeah. All I'm going to tell you is if I assume Zev knows his shit.
Yeah.
And these 30 records, I'm going with the thought that no cobblestones are part of this, although some of the cobblestones were reissued onto Muse. And I don't know if that falls within his rules. I would think that the Woody Shaw records that go for a lot of money are going to be part of this.
Yeah.
So
what I do know is Felipe talked to him for a long while that they're not, and they're supposed to, I think they're, it won't, like I said, the interview will have more information, but I think they're going to put out 2 every couple of months or every 3 months or something. Mm-hmm. That's the current plan. They're doing 2,500 first press, 2,500 only. So
of each.
Well, that's
a reasonable amount. That's a
reasonable amount.
Yeah. Hold on. Zeb said in his post that he wants these to sell out during pre-order.
Right.
That he wants to happen.
Well, everybody
does. It's kind of his thing, though. I mean, that's what
nobody wants dead stock.
No.
Right.
Well, I mean, he lived in a world where he was able to do that with Record Store Day titles. But now Record Store Day, the group is pushing back on these kind of jazz releases.
He put out 10 jazz releases 2 Record Store Days ago.
I know people look. I know people get suspicious with this whole numbering system and stuff. Whoever does it, and we talked about Rhino doing the 5,000, and then all of a sudden there's more, and and coming from, as I've always kind of done the analogy, I know it's different, but the fine art world of photography, for instance, an edition is an edition. There could be 20 editions, but an edition now that may seem cynical to sometimes. And so Rhino, in their wisdom, good or bad, depending on your take on it, they'll do 5,000 numbered copies. There's an audience that want those numbered copies. Like Chad does it too, and MoFi does it. MoFi will do it forever,
Yeah.
But some people want the numbered. They don't really make a difference. Are they early in the plating system or in the? That's a whole other issue. But it gets people to buy them sooner than later, because what happens with and same with Record Store Day, all the naysayers of Record Store Day, if that Little Feat record was put out by Rhino, not on Record Store Day, or that limited edition of a replacements record, you're going to say, I'll get that in 6 months, I'll get it in a year, and then you forget about it. On Record Store Day, you're focused on it, you force yourself to get it, and this is the record business. It's their business to sell as many records as they can on behalf of their artists. If you think that's cynical, you don't understand business. I'm sorry. And
not only that, they have to capture as many people quickly up front, because having dead stock is not a place you want to be.
No,
business wise. And with all of the various reissues that are coming out and from whatever genre you're into, they need to capture them up front as quickly as possible and then move on.
Hey, Chris, I want to offer a conspiracy theory about this Zev Muse thing.
Let me talk shit about Zev now.
Okay, so it's not a knock on Zev.
Okay.
So he usually has these gigs with these labels when he finds these recordings, like this Horace Silver that's coming out, right?
Yep.
He brought that, he brought it to Blue Note for them to release. About a year ago, that Rocco dude brought the guy from Berrytown Records up here.
Okay.
That dude put out 2 really good, well done, that kind of spiritual soul jazz band, the Liberation. What's the name, Dave? And
Sound
I bought
Liberation.
Because he got notoriety in the last 5 months because he went to a place that had all these tapes, and he bought records and got all these tapes and found this David Bowie tape Remember this?
I have no clue what you're talking about whatsoever.
He was here on the stream. You were here.
Rocco?
Rocco brought this dude up from
The
Barrytown.
only thing I remember about Rocco is when he was doing. Here's my favorite part of Rocco.
It must have been pot night in Texas.
No, wait, hang on. Here's my favorite part where Rocco was on the stream. Remember when he was doing that review of the Electric Miles VMP box, and he was going through each record for like 30 minutes, and Darren was sitting here, and then Darren was like, "Hey, can I talk about a couple of records real quick?" We're like, "Dude, he's almost done. He's gone through 5 of the 6 records." He's like, "Well, I gotta get off real quick." I'm like, "Okay, we'll make it quick." And then Darren talked about 2 shitty records no one cared about for 45 minutes, and then I banned him from the channel so he could never join us again. That's deep jazz band lore. But
all
anyway.
right, so getting back to my conspiracy theory, is this
what you're
Barrytown
talking about,
record?
though?
Yeah, those were that record. He put out. Remember, he put out one. He couldn't make pandemic. He couldn't get a cover, so he sold it without a cover. Okay, so this dude found all these tapes, and then got notoriety like worldwide because of this David Bowie tape. But in those tapes, he found Muse tapes, like Visitors tapes, and all this stuff. I wonder if he hooked up with Zev, that he found all these tapes.
That's kind of provocative.
Gets the people
Well,
going.
maybe you bring Darren up when you interviews.
No, so actually, let me tell you about this Muse thing with Zev. He told the 3 of us about this a year and a half ago when we first interviewed him, and he swore us to secrecy. He's been working on it for like 2 years.
So his involvement is he tracked down all the tapes and everything and all this
Well,
stuff?
I think they have all the tapes. I think he's just been working on trying to make it happen. We're gonna talk to him about that. I want to talk about it, especially just like we did with the Strata East, because the common wisdom on Strata East was that the artists had all their tapes. Well, that turned out to be bullshit. Like the Tollivers still have all the tapes from all the Strata East tapes. Like
this stuff brings up. We heard in the last 6 months, Sony in New York got rid of a lot of their catalog people, including this guy. I don't know if you know this about Teddy. There's some guy that worked for Universal or for not Universal, for Sony for something like 30 plus years, maybe more. And he's the Sinatra guy. Now, obviously, Sony only, their Sinatra stuff maybe isn't as sellable as much as the Capitol stuff that people like, all that stuff. Yet we know that Impex did that great Sinatra thing and stuff. And that guy was the guy that knows where the bodies are buried, probably with Sinatra, literally. But all the rare tapes and knows everything. Now, maybe it's not worth it to have on the payroll a Sinatra guy anymore. I'm sure he did other things, but they laid all these catalog people out. And we know how Sony is one of the few of the majors that hardly ever lets their tapes go. That's why MoFi does theirs, and that's why everyone does the DSD or whatever, which is kind of a shame. But
Mazzy, do you remember earlier today when we were talking about where you'd want the bodies buried?
Exactly.
New York Giants end zone.
You're supposed to say
That's
no.
right.
Yeah, totally. But the thing is, obviously, these labels, they care on one level and they don't, because you get new people. And I'm not just saying, I'm not an old guy yelling at clouds talking about the youth today. But do they care about? I mean, that's one thing. As much as Chad and I have had our little tits and tat thing, whatever you call it, I appreciate what he's done. And it doesn't matter if I agree or not. He does what he likes. He does it well. He's one of those handful of people that kept this thing going, and he does it well. And if I complain about the boxes, I still love every friggin' pressing he puts out for the most part, and every record he puts out and stuff. So never mind. I won't get into that. But but these labels need people like that to carry it on. That's why whatever you people like to dump on Rhino Hi-Fi, they got, at least for now, they're the reissue division pretty much of Warner Music. And they do a lot of great stuff.
You don't have to peddle Rhino Hi-Fi here.
No, but I'm saying as example, Sony doesn't have the equivalent. Sony doesn't have an equivalent.
That's true.
There are a lot of records that these majors don't want to put out. That's why Real Gone and my friend's company Omnivore have records from them to put out.
Cheryl Pavelski.
A lot of the Omnivore shit is because like our Pepper stuff is because they don't own the rights to it. Lori does.
No, but they don't own the rights to most of the stuff they put out. They're reissuing it. Someone
Are you friends with Cheryl Pavelski?
I'm friends with Brad, but I know
Okay.
Cheryl.
Okay.
Yeah.
Real bad, guys.
Real quick before I run away, I want to show this record.
Burton Green.
Yes. So I found this the other day, and the reason that I grabbed it is not because I know who Burton Green is, but Lard Lancaster's on this.
Right.
He kind of steals this record.
He does, because they forced Burton Green to play a synthesizer.
This is a great record, and I mean, for this to be on Columbia is like, this does not fit on Columbia.
It's an oddball.
It's an oddball.
But there was a point in time, Mazzy will understand this, but there was a point in time when Columbia really, man, there's so many interesting records that are one-offs that, they would, it's like, well, here, let's sign this kid. Well, it didn't sell. We'll move on to the next one. Columbia has a wide run of incredibly great one-off records that didn't sell for whatever reason, and they just kept moving on, and that's one of them.
They were one of those labels that didn't stick.
Remember Moondog?
As a kid, I was a big fan of Warner Brothers, so they stuck with the people for 10 records. Ry Cooder, Randy Newman, I mean, Van Dyke Parks, for God's sakes. They put out. I mean, I like Van Dyke Parks, but those records aren't exactly commercial, and they just would put them out, and of course, luckily,
And Columbia just churned and burned, And if you hit, then you might get a second record.
Here's the problem with Columbia. They don't want to deal with anyone, even with this, even themselves, to reissue these records,
I know. It's
okay. We need a UHQR box, but it's Columbia. Chad doesn't really do Columbia, but not a box.
Hey man, shut the fuck up, man, you dude.
1968's The United States of America.
Ooh.
There we go. I know Sundays did it, but
Sundays did, and I have a copy of that.
I have it with the envelope still. Yeah.
Hey Louie, I want that 2-2 record, so let me have it.
Very small price.
Okay.
I do understand because I'm old, Mr. Levin. Or Levin, depending on pronounce. Wait, Teddy, did you say is it Martha's Vineyard you're trying to go to? No,
Cape Cod.
Cape Cod. Is that the same? When you're from the West Coast, it's all the same.
Well, you can take a boat from Cape Cod over to Martha's Vineyard.
Because when you're a San Franciscan or a West Coaster, anything east of Oakland is the same until you get to Manhattan.
It's sort of like taking a boat. It's sort of like taking a boat to Alcatraz.
Yeah.
What's your attraction to Cape Cod? What drew you to Cape Cod?
Well, my wife is from Boston, and I used to live out there, and I said my daughter's moving to Germany to start her professional.
That's closer to Germany. Perfect.
Yeah, right. And she goes, "Will you guys move to the East Coast, please, so you're closer?" Plus, all of my wife's family's out there. I just have one brother that's left, and so she wins just on sheer volume of. But
they don't have good barbecue in Cape Cod.
Oh, they do. I'll make it.
You will.
Yeah.
In Kansas City,
you can't get concretes there.
Oh man, no.
Kansas
City does have great barbecue, but I will say there are lots of great barbecue joints. But the best barbecue I've ever had is in people's backyards, because they baby the shit, and instead of a big commercial operation, and so
those lamb ribs at Black Stack, those things are good.
Oh yeah, they are.
Rob's obsessed with queso anyway. So
you're gonna move into Kenny Bunkport? Is that the Kennedy compound?
I have been on that bridge.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Teddy, what's the
return to the scene in the car?
Hang on, I have a barbecue comment. So as a Texan, Teddy's completely correct, because every time, so in Texas there's this magazine called Texas Monthly that does the
and they always grade the barbecue joints.
They rate the barbecue joints. They rate them, and the one that gets first place every time will become like a mecca for everyone to go to, which is fine. And then within a year, they're either out of business or they're just okay.
Because it's like Goldie's barbecue, and then it's something else barbecue, and
it's very difficult to maintain the quality unless you're like Franklin, and where he just makes so many briskets, and that's all he makes. And when it's sold out, it's sold out, and that's all it is. It's very hard to mass produce good barbecue.
Can't you get a degree in it at Texas A&M? Don't they give a barbecue degree?
So Teddy, this is the question that people want to know. It's not. It's not here. It's not anywhere else.
Yeah.
And I know you're doing stuff for Chad, and you're doing a little bit of freelancing. That's fine. When are the people going to get you back making videos?
Well, I don't know what's going to happen when all of this is gone.
Yeah, but you could do that, like the story of it being gone.
Yeah. No.
The last hurrah.
Yeah. It is a possibility. I've just been
well, this is like asking a band when they're going to play together again.
Yeah, exactly. Probably will be about the same time that Spinal Tap 2 comes out.
Well, that's September or October or whatever. So that's quick.
Yeah, no, I've talked to Dave about this, and I've got other interests as well, but I hear you. I'll take it in consideration.
But the kids on the vinyl community don't have the patience.
Well, the invitation, if you want to come in the mornings to my stream, you're more than welcome. So
okay. Well, I'll have. I have more time now, or is that I'm semi-retired, and I've actually hit that mark where I had to go. What day is this? That's a good. That's a good place to be.
Teddy, how long were you at Groove Washer?
5 years.
It was that. Yeah, it seems like the other day, man.
Yeah, and I was running that company.
So let me ask you this: you don't have to get in detail if you don't want to. Were you in the record business or related all these years, or were you into something else? You don't have to get into.
Well, no, I did record stores.
Okay.
And then I was in the movie and television business for 35 years.
Oh, well,
cool.
Yeah, and from all aspects, and the art world. It started more in the art world of making videos, and then I was involved in national public television stuff, and I produced one of the openings to one of the James Bond movies.
Cool.
Which one? Mazzy, I worked on the Beatles Rock Band game, and I was over sitting in Apple's conference room, and I had to go through 25,000 images in 2 days.
Was that with Jeffrey Jones? Was he there then? Or no?
Jeff, I had a meeting with Jeff and Giles Martin.
I bought that for my son, and I couldn't believe all the stems and all the things that I hadn't heard before. It was cool.
Yeah, and it was we had to I was a producer for this motion graphics company called MK12. And we did just a ton of stuff internationally, and so I'm on this conference call with these guys. The gaming company was in Boston, and they're like, yeah, we really want the Beatles to come off, like, I don't know, like the Sex Pistols. And it was like, time out. Were any of you alive? I get the feeling I was the only person alive when they were on Ed Sullivan, and they were like, yeah, we don't know. It's like, okay, the Sex Pistols were one thing. I said, when the Beatles happened, they showed up from Mars. It was, and they took all the air out of the world's room. I mean, literally, and we're just months away from Kennedy's assassination and needed something else to fixate on. And they're like, so anyway, I had a loop and binders of contact sheets.
Wow.
Because between the gaming things, we did these 30-second interstitials that matched up to each record or year, right?
Mhm.
And so I selected all of the images because I knew the story. And Giles was super cool because he goes, "Yeah, I got all these stems. You tell me what songs you want, and I'll give you a 30-second cut."
Whoa.
Yeah, he was super cool. And it's like, "How's your dad doing?" He goes, "He doesn't hear for shit."
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
He's a great guy. He was a great guy.
It's funny. Looking back to the Guitar World or whatever those games were. My son Joseph had that when he came over, but for whatever reason, even though he had the Beatle one, the one I kept hearing was Oasis "Creep," more than any other song in those videos.
You mean Radiohead?
It's Radiohead.
But to finish
Yeah,
up, so
I know.
So I was in the media business,
Okay.
for years, and just always kept collecting records, and music guy, this and that, and then around 2017, I just got incredibly tired of it. I mean, it was becoming harder and harder and harder with people that we were dealing with on the client level that they couldn't envision anything, and it was just getting hard. And then my best friend is a guy named Chuck Haddix. He's wrote a book about Kansas City jazz and Charlie Parker, and he said, "Hey, Chad's looking for somebody to do the vinyl vault," and I was like, what the hell, And I went out there, talked to Chad, and did that for a while, and then COVID hit, and it was just a mess. And then the guy that started Groove Washer was looking for somebody to basically help, run his business. I knew about record cleaning too, and ran that and developed some formulas and stuff. And now I'm done with that and trying to get out to Cape Cod.
Hell yeah.
Now, they're not related to Disc Washer, are they?
Well, tangentially, yes, because the guy that started it, Steve Chase. Yep.
This is from 1976, this set.
Right. It was the only game in town. And you guys will laugh your ass off because the way it's a unidirectional fabric.
Mm-hmm.
And the way they told you to clean it was to do it, to rub the fabric backwards on your jeans.
Oh, wow. That makes sense.
Yeah. So the guy that started Groove Washer grew up in Columbia, Missouri, which is where Disc Washer was from. It was the guy, Dr. Bruce Meyer, who was a chemistry professor at the University of Missouri, developed it. And Steve knew him, and his ex-wife was the controller of the company. So when the vinyl thing started, this resurgence started, his son goes, "Hey, Dad, this vinyl's coming back and it might need record cleaning." So sort of use that as a springboard to move on from there. But yeah, record cleaning's kind of important, guys.
Yeah, Mazzy wanted to know all the stuff. He just Irish goodbye'd you.
Yeah, where the hell did Mazzy go? Yeah, where Mazzy go?
I think I have it right here. Hold on.
His pacemaker went off.
What do you think about ultrasonic machines?
Oh my God, I love them. The cleanest my records have been are to give them an initial manual clean, to get the most egregious stuff, the fingerprints and whatnot, out of the way.
Right.
And to allow the ultrasonic to basically act as a super technical rinse cycle. Really get in, to open up the so that the cavitation process can get in and deal with the last of the stuff that's in the microgrooves.
Hey, Teddy.
So that's what you can see, I have my spin clean behind me. I use it. And then
you use that for your manual clean. Do you have an ultrasonic?
Yeah, right behind that's a Humming Guru right there.
Yep. Perfect.
Oh, nice.
He also washes his socks in it.
That's true.
It's the cleanest. It's the cleanest my records have ever been.
Yeah.
And I have a Humming Guru as well, but but dishwasher, it was never that fluid was good, but it was never developed to be a serious deep clean. It was just to be like a little light grooming before you played your record.
Teddy, what was the record that I sent you, and then you sent me this?
Oh Jesus!
You're asking this is the groove washer kit right here.
You're asking an old guy to use his more current memory.
Was it was it an Indian record or a Pakistani
record? Yeah. You sent me that record that Dave Belson had turned me on to.
Yep. Okay.
That was it.
Yes. I got Bismillah Khan, wasn't it? Or no?
That was it. But yeah, no. So one of the things the groove washer did that dishwasher didn't, those pads are hot glued on. One time we had a collection of old dishwashers, and that's it. And we kind of put the pad under some water and started to massage it, and mud came out.
Oh, geez.
Because,
Wow.
Yeah. So we developed these changeable pads for different things, and then I developed an additive for ultrasonic, which just works great. But I love the pre-clean and then the ultrasonic rinse, and my records are just, they just come out and you could damn near shave. They're just so prismatic and clean.
Yeah, that said, it works really well for me too, and I like it.
Yep. So
it's just the ultrasonic with distilled water doesn't get the grease and stuff off of it at all.
No, it will not. It will not. It will not address lipids, which are oils, fingerprints, and stuff. So you got to get that off manually, and then go from there. But yeah, I'm super excited by that protocol.
Very cool.
Yeah, and and if you're in the business of selling records, you can really get them, graded up a little bit.
You can
turn
I always say you can turn a VG record to a VG Plus record.
Well,
sure.
I agree though.
Yep. But yeah, no, Manzi, I do appreciate the question, and I'll figure out a way.
I'm not the only one. It's funny because when 3 weeks ago, when that video dropped that you just did for Chad on the UHQRs,
right?
There was a lot of, I'm not as old in terms of, I'm since 2017, 18 or so, 2017. Right. And I know there's a lot of group like Dave here and others that go back, and Metal Theologian, all these, and there's a lot of others as obviously go back. But I remember watching your videos in the last few years, and a lot of people didn't know who you are, and the people that did were just, I know I saw Dom here, Seeking a Thread. He remembers you, and just it's kind of like there's certain people that bring an elegance aside from all the bullshit that we do. And one of my friends too, who does that in a different way, is even though he likes cheesy Italian disco music, is Paul Baraka P. Dub.
Oh, I love Paul.
I love Paul, and I met him a couple of times in person, which is great. But he always joke, "Oh, Italian disco music? What the fuck are you playing in there?" No offense to Italian disco music,
language.
But so many people that do heavier production or more beautifully photographed and lit pieces, as well as content, not just this, what it looks like. But we miss those. We just got yank offs like us, like spewing.
Well, I appreciate it because I was telling Dave, I think I started 2011.
Yeah,
and there were about 30 of us, and it was a wide ranging, group from heavy metal, jazz, krautrock, it was all over the place, and yeah, everyone was like super supportive of each other, and it was a very interesting time for sure. and nothing stays the same. And there was a certain person that in the group that did a kind of a rant of sorts, and suddenly got some views, and it was just like ranting became a thing, and then I was out. I don't want to participate in this.
Right.
Then why are you talking?
And because my first channel was called Vinyliciousness.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
And then I came back and I didn't tell a soul, and I just wanted to see what organically would happen, and just
Yeah, and that's when I discovered your
started
channel.
over again, and that's kind of when I met Dave, and then there was another wave of and like I could really connected with Dave because I enjoyed his passion, of being a little newer into collecting and stuff, and I'm so I go back to the days where word of mouth was king. Older people's older brothers, whatnot. I mean, you had the radio, you had a store. If you found somebody you liked, word of mouth, and some publications, but word of mouth was king.
Yeah.
Well, Teddy, before I leave, I was in the movie business for like almost 30 years, and I teach now in market research, and I teach now. And the number one thing I teach my students is word of mouth. The number one indication of success is word of mouth. People telling their friends that something's good, and that's 100% the way I think.
No, that was so tried and true, and it's just amazing what how much we were able to. There was this incredible. There was a NPR station out of Lawrence, Kansas, and just this guy, DJ, late night DJ, that I couldn't ever not listen to him because I learned so much, in my early jazz days. And I mean, he would just play amazing stuff, and just incredibly giving guy. And that's what I was kind of attracted to at the initial days, that it just felt like, well, this is like the word of mouth game, and what in the movie, what area in the business were you in?
I was market research. So when a movie's in a rough state, they show it to an audience and survey them.
Right.
Like I would go to Kansas City all the time between Olathe and the Berrywoods, and
because there were distributors here.
Well, it had nothing to do with distributors being there. The studios would come in. I mean, like, I like to say Harvey Weinstein ruined Kansas City as a place to go test your movie. We would go show rough cuts. There used to be a theater across. There's a really cool school in Kansas City. It's an art school, but they like have 150 students there. What's the name of that school?
The Kansas City Art Institute.
Yeah, there's like a movie theater near.
That's my alma mater.
It is.
Oh, cool.
It's a cool school, but it's tiny.
Yeah.
But there used to be a movie theater over there that we would test all the Miramax movies at. And
the Tivoli.
Yeah.
And Jerry Harrington, the guy, he's a friend of mine that was the owner of that.
But AMC is headquarters there, the movie theater chain.
Right.
So, but it had nothing to do with that. It's just it's an accessible Midwestern opinion from an audience. You know what I mean? It's a movie going.
When I was a kid, AMC had the first indoor multiplex, the Ward Parkway 2, and my at the time, my 82-year-old grandmother with bad knees, we walked up there, and she took me to see A Hard Day's Night. She's 82 years old, and afterwards, it's like, "What'd you think?" She goes, "Oh, they're cute." So they even crossed over to the octogenarian set, you know.
Hey, Waxed, did you
Yeah.
ever sit next to Nicole Kidman in an AMC theater?
Everyone, Mazzy's making a joke, and since
But
no
I
one
bet you
gets
this audience doesn't
I
go to the
sat near her at the
movies.
U.S. Open tennis.
You have to go to the movies to understand
no
the
one
joke.
goes to movies anymore to get that
I
joke.
would
I go to
movies last
movies.
week.
I go to theaters to see movies still.
Me
She
too.
was sitting with the mayor of New York, David Dinkins, at the time.
Yeah.
Nicole
When I
Kidman?
went, I sat right near her in the U.S. Open.
Well, what do you know?
I've dealt with her at test screenings. That's how I see it.
Fire.
But Kansas City, I would go there 20 times a year to do stuff. So
You see who that is chiming in, Teddy, in the comments?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, one of the channels like yours that I first started watching for jazz, and
Yep.
just binge watched every episode. That
There we
Those
are.
are
was
those
Kieran
are
Needle.
the Sigmund Freud branded glasses that Teddy's wearing.
Mm-hmm.
well,
Yes.
it was maybe you should do a video with Teddy Mazzy.
No, I don't. I go. He's a solo guy. I'm not,
No.
I'm like he'd be the straight man, and I would be all this doing all this kitsch stuff. See, I'm one of those guys that you know you frown on because I've done a few rants, but you know whatever.
Well, now, Mazzy, you and I could do a 1980s record store confidential.
Well, you know, I wanted to. It's funny. I at one point I wanted to do a video with Dylan from Noble Records, and talking about working record stores back in the 70s versus today and that business. It ended up not happening. We did a collaboration, but I did it with Mike from the In Groove because he does the thing, and it was the first collaboration he did, and it was just fun because obviously the record retail world is totally different. In those days, you could return records and anything. We would buy, you know, go to used shops, and used shops could not be the same as
Right.
new
Yeah.
shops back. You
No.
couldn't do
Yeah.
it
The
because the labels wouldn't
major
let you
labels would not.
Yeah.
They
But
would
you'd
not
go
sell
buy
to you.
quote. We buy clean copies for
Right.
cheap. Bring them downstairs or bring them into our stores. Put them in the return bin and grab the records we wanted because we'd buy like $1 records, $2 records. You know, I mean, our cost was probably $3.50 then or whatever. But you know, it's a lot of differences of the business, and also in those days you didn't compete with. I mean, aside from cassettes and maybe a few 8-tracks, but cassettes, you didn't compete with streaming, and you didn't compete with free. You didn't complete with free. And I don't care what people say. Streaming is free.
See you tomorrow. Nice meeting you, Teddy. Take care.
Hey.
Bye, Rob. Anyway, so I just like that.
Rob, don't leave.
What
time is the auction tomorrow? So me and Rob are going to be selling a bunch of records tomorrow. What time is the auction?
1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Do the math wherever you are. Come. Most people watch and enjoy the shtick. Lots of good records to see. Okay.
Yeah, and thanks for putting that one in my pile today.
Which one do you want your pile?
It was the Sunny Fortune.
I already have a record.
I'll put that in the auction.
Yeah.
I already have a record. Dave. I have
one in my pile already. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only one with the real pile.
It's in the $300 pile, Dave.
No,
I already have a good one in the pile. I need to pay him for already.
Well, I've got several records for people, but everyone have a good evening. Come
Bye.
Take care, buddy.
Yeah. Louis, welcome to the show. You've been here for an hour. We haven't said anything to you. Hello.
I'm used to it. It's fine.
I like those guys that have headphones and the professional mic coming in from the office.
He sounds, yeah, it's like radio. It's like having our own radio guy.
Yeah, he is a radio
guy. You look like someone out of the manosphere.
No, I do fucking not.
Fuck
Mazzy,
you.
Fucking take that shit back.
Take that back. No shit.
You're
the only asshole. You're those idiots.
Yeah, you're the only person on this panel that's participated in that fucking horse shit.
Whoa. See,
fact. Hashtag facts.
Yes.
Hey, are you working on an album?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Very cool.
Is that still a thing, Mazzy? Or is Rachel and the Manosphere?
I don't know about the Manosphere. That's a whole different thing. And I was invited to go on to have a conversation with someone out of it, and I got in a conversation, and I argued with someone who was liberal like me, and that person didn't understand that I'm a liberal. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
I just wonder if the tomato wasn't a female, that you would have ever engaged in the first place.
Probably not. You know, I'm a warm-blooded American man.
Truth. I love the truth.
I'm an old, warm-blooded American
I
man.
respect the shit out of that. Thank you for saying that.
Whatever.
She's a horrible fucking cunt.
I love talk, but I love, this is the thing about, aside from the normal vinyl community, whatever that we call this.
Yeah.
The best thing is, and I just got back from last week in Chicago.
That was great.
In the last few years, I went to Austin Record Show, I went to New York, the WFMU. For my big 70th birthday last year, I went to London for a week. And I've met people, I mean, Teddy and everyone else here, through this, that I've known for now 5, 6, 7 years virtually, that I met in person. And I've had meetups with people around, well, mostly the US, but also in London. And it was the greatest thing. Local people did record things, pub crawls, whatever it was. That has been a beautiful thing. It's, we talk about, I mean, Teddy and I guess, are the thing we have in common, which isn't a great thing, that a lot of the people our age we know who have passed for different reasons. I feel fortunate enough luckily, to have had a lot of close, and still do, friends who talk about records. We know a lot of people who are viewers, don't have people that talk about music, don't have a record store near them. We're fortunate enough to have had that and have that. And so that has been the best thing. Yeah, I get turned on by Melford from Teddy, and all you guys have turned me on to record.
Oh, yeah.
But meeting the people in person and hanging out, you feel like you're going to a high school reunion, as cheesy as that sounds.
That was a really good group you had in Chicago, man.
That was great too, Chicago. But the WFMU, we're sorry you couldn't make it. You got sick. Meeting Dom. Yeah, I just love it. In LA, and obviously I'm in Seattle, going back to San Francisco every few months, and Portland. And, it sounds like a kumbaya thing I know I'm talking about, but I tell you, that is real. And it's really made this all worthwhile.
Well, it's cool you got to see John in Portland, the one, because his sister lives there.
I know he wouldn't drag his ass up to fucking Seattle. I had to go down to Portland, but my son's there, so that was.
Dude, he lives 10 minutes from me, and I can't get him out of the house.
Yeah,
you talk about Willis.
Nobody comes to Kansas City.
Yeah, how far is Salina from Kansas City?
It's a 2-hour, 40-minute drive door to door, straight shot down I-70.
Oh, that's like Seattle to Portland. That's not bad.
Yeah,
it's not too bad.
I can go to Vancouver in that.
See, Teddy keeps sending me. We were talking about barbecue earlier. He sends me these pictures of the ribs that this guy makes, and I'm like, all right, let me look at these plane tickets again. You know what I mean? Telling you,
it's a blood sport.
So we saw somewhere that that QRP and etc. is like the second largest employer in Salina after Tony's Pizza.
That could be true. I think I want to say Chad employs a little over 100 people.
That's cool.
Yeah.
How big is this place?
What?
Just the whole setup.
Well, it's in different buildings.
Yeah.
The headquarters area, the vinyl vault is in there. Then a couple blocks away, the warehouse, with all the, other label, all the records is just massive.
Yeah.
And then across the street from that is QRP. And then down the road, they own a printing company. So, any of the, like the labels or any of the booklets or anything, inserts that go into like, UHQRs, that's all printed there. So, they do as humanly, and then the mastering lab is a few blocks away at the church.
It's in the church? Okay.
Yeah, it's in the church.
Very cool.
And
does Chad have a little like one of those golf carts that tool around between the?
He's got to.
yeah.
Oh, like John Force?
No, and when I was working there, I lived in the church.
Did you
And-
really?
Whoa.
Oh yeah, it was
Yep.
kind of crazy because I felt like I was Charles Foster Kane at the end of Citizen Kane. You know,
Dude,
just
Teddy sends me. He gets to the church for the first time and sends me a picture. What were you drinking in there? Was it a? It was,
The body of the blood of Christ. That's
Yeah.
Oh my
no,
God, that's
no. It was
wild.
it was some
what?
swill.
What? Too soon?
Some swill beer.
Too soon, yes. That's
It
hilarious.
was a
too, Kevin.
Schlitz.
That's
yeah, I was
funny.
having a Schlitz.
He was having a
Yeah.
Schlitz in the
Yeah,
church.
you
I
know,
was like,
because
this
I like
is
to say,
rock star.
35 years ago, I fell into a craft beer wormhole and came out the ass end with a Schlitz in my hand.
There
Yeah.
you go. There you go. That's a classic shot, man. I mean, good
No,
shot.
but so when Chad had stopped doing the concerts at the church
Yeah.
at that point, but all of those concerts that were recorded, they're working on coming out with a series of records
There was good blues
of
in
those
that, right?
recordings, and they're recorded really well.
Yeah.
And Matt's doing a great job. Yeah, I'm telling you, I will talk to Matt and see if he might be
Thanks for
interested
watching,
in
man.
coming out with you guys, because
Didn't Matt move there? Didn't Matt live here in Seattle? I think he moved.
Yes, because he used to
Yeah.
in his younger days he had a gig with the Seattle Symphony.
Yeah, he worked. I never met him, but he lived here.
Yeah, he was from Everett,
Yeah.
Washington. Actually, Gary Sahlstrom's from Olympia.
Yeah.
And
Well, he's part of the Riot Girls then with Slater Kinney and all those bands from Olympia.
K Records is from Olympia, isn't it?
yeah, and then
And
then Matt he did he's done he kind of learned at the altar of Kevin Gray.
Right.
Mhm. Yeah.
And so I will tell you, man, the mastering lab, it is something, because
is he still doing anything with Kevin? I know he's been
Kevin wants him to, but he's so bolted down with Chad, and then
well, he's done some of the OJC stuff.
Yeah,
Matt has, and I don't know if he did that. Did he do that in Kansas, or did he go out to Kevin's?
I'm not sure. But man, the mastering lab, the Doug Sachs stuff, it's amazing. When they got it, okay, so Doug Sachs's brother built it, hand built everything. Right. There's no user manual for it. Sure. Nothing was labeled per se. Mm-hmm. And they literally had to what does this dial do? What does this dial do?
So they bought this whole mastering studio at some point?
Yeah, from LA. Yeah.
And you get to Kansas. Okay.
Yeah, Doug Sachs is that, one of the first independent mastering engineers. Did the Doors, Beach Boys stuff. I mean, there's just tons of shit that Doug did. Pink Floyd, this and that. Great mastering engineer. This all tube gear. And it's just taken a while to work through it to understand what everything does. And it's one of those deals too. It's all hand wired. There's no boards. I'll have to get a shot sometime. Matt lifted up the main control deal and just this rat's nest of hand wiring. And so, if they let it sit, like he went home for a little bit in went back to Washington in July, and when he came back, he said, they'll flip it on and something isn't working. And he said, I finally learned they start looking for solders that have come undone after all these years.
Makes sense.
But man, when that thing is working, what they can produce out of there, is just fantastic.
Absolutely. And then I see is Matt doing the tape copies and stuff there?
Yep. Well, yeah, he was. There's another guy. There's another guy that runs a lot of those. That comes in to do it because Matt got so busy.
What are you doing over there, Mezzy?
Yeah.
I'm responding to the audience. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The writers.
So
What did you have? What were you showing there, Maz? This those records you had.
Yeah.
Well, no,
So
he was
some actual
talking
jazz.
about the Q what do you call it?
QRP,
The
Mastering
original
Lab.
jazz OJCs, and
Yeah.
I was just showing. I mean, some of these are Kevin Gray, some are I don't know if Matt Newth.
Are these? Is this Gravy Train copies?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
Damn, dude.
But when you have the
Send me an email.
No.
Send me an email of these.
Okay, I am tired of defending this. Going back,
You don't
as
have to defend it.
Teddy
You don't have
knows,
to defend it.
those of us who worked in the record business, whether it's retail or radio or labels, you get promos and you give
I know.
promos, and that is the thing. So
Mazzy's
now
running the
with these-
train.
when you're
All
on
right, I'm gonna
now
talk.
the labels have realized that those of us who have view people watching,
Yes.
you know, yeah, doesn't mean I like everything I get. Anyway,
No, well, hang on. Before you show the records, I just want to say we have probably the largest jazz vinyl community that exists on YouTube, and we don't get fucking records from these big labels. We get them
okay,
from
I'm not
small
okay.
labels.
Do you really want me to answer that, Chris?
Yes.
Okay. You guys know much more about jazz than I do in terms of historically. Collectively,
That's right.
you guys are into jazz for 5 years now or so, right?
Yeah.
And you know way more about jazz for me into jazz for 50 plus years. I know a lot, but not the details like you guys. So
Sure.
I give you that credit. I
Right.
totally do.
Yeah.
But I don't like to do this because people are gonna look at me as an asshole here.
No, you have like 50,000 subs.
Do you have the banner? The asshole banner?
I have a tattoo.
No, I'm not saying that, Mazzy. What I'm saying is that the big labels need to send us promos too.
Well, you know what you do? Okay.
You get the RSD stuff.
For 38 years, you know this. I was a photo agent, so I promoted the artists I represent, like I did with the record business in a way. But I learned about marketing and promotion. It's weird to promoting yourself, and I know, Teddy comes from a time when that wasn't a thing, and now it's become big business, the vinyl community. And I'm not going to apologize for that. It was organic. It's just that a lot of us during the pandemic were making these videos and doing it. And in my personal thing, good or bad, whatever you want to argue or like or dislike, I have my personal stories about San Francisco and the Dead and the Beatles and that age.
I've been in the vinyl community for 5
when
years.
I was back in
and this is the 40th time I've heard
1967
this
being
story.
bar mitzvahed in San Francisco, though people like those stories I found. And so when you have 40,000, subscribers and stuff, labels realize you're getting views. It's simple as that.
Yeah. No, I don't think that I'm not cutting down you for getting. I think
you need to send clips. If you want to do this, send links of your big videos to the label people, to the marketing people.
That's what I'll do.
They listen, the craft people, the rhino people, the omnivore, I've only requested 2 things ever. I requested from Chronicle Books that Jim Marshall, a Grateful Dead photo book. I don't request things. And I requested the Donovan Impex reissue because I love Donovan.
Did you ever get the gaming chair they tried to give you?
No, I say no. What's funny is you get all these fucking companies. I hate to say it, a lot of Chinese companies. That have nothing to do with music or records. So 2 days ago, and I said it on Rob's stream, I got a company wanted to send me some newfangled leaf blower.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, you don't know what I do on YouTube, but I was so tempted.
Dust a record with it.
Absolutely. I was going to do a cleaning video with the leaf blower that you want me to. You're going to pay me $500 or whatever they offer.
Mazzy, important question.
Yes.
Did you catch the scoundrels that firebombed your house during the other stream a few nights ago? Where you jumped up and was like, why are these kids still shooting fireworks at my home?
Oh, no, that was just, there's. What month are we? August. Since July 4th, there's kids in the neighborhood that do cherry bomb. Like we were on a stream and literally it was outside here. No, I mean, get off my lawn.
That was crazy. You jumped up and yelled some crazy stuff. I was like, what is happening?
You guys heard it. It was loud. Anyway, okay. Gone with Golson, OJC.
Okay.
Right.
Kenny McIntyre.
I'm really interested in that one.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Now, the only reason I like this is because there's the Beatle connection. What label were the Beatles on that put out jazz?
BJ, obviously.
Mhm.
Of course, BJ,
That's a
right?
great record.
Yeah, it is.
I have a Scorpio.
I had never heard this before. The next one I'm going to show, but you haven't seen it. These droids. What's that thing? Your droids don't know because there's an embargo. But it's this Kenny Drew.
Oh,
I haven't
fuck yeah,
listened to it.
dude. Fuck
I haven't
yeah.
listened to it yet.
Go back to that first one you showed, the Golson, because who's on that Golson record?
It is Curtis Fuller. It's actually Benny Golson with Curtis Fuller, and I love this. I like that trombone.
Yeah.
On here, Ray Bryant, Tom Bryant, so piano and bass, and Al Harwood on drums. This is a good record.
So no Art Farmer.
No, not on this.
Great cover.
But that's great.
Yeah. But I tell you, they're rocking it with their covers and that whole.
Oh, yeah.
This is why, and I don't want to put Teddy in an uncomfortable position. This is where, like, for what, $35-$40, the Rhino Hi-Fis, the Bluesville, this is half Chad. This is half Chad. And I did a video when I heard about those chess things. I ran downstairs early in the morning and did a video on those chess things because I'm excited about those. This wasn't a paid thing. I'm not getting free copies, but I love that music. And that's where it does come about the music. And I gave a little, it's funny, it's the first time in the history of my channel I ever got a comment from Chad because
I was standing right there when he did it.
because I
Did he
mentioned
say, "Fuck you, Mazzy"?
I mentioned Kevin Gray instead, but who did some other stuff. But also I did mention Matt Luthans, but till the tail end. So he corrected me, rightly so.
Yeah.
But I did that out of my own. I don't expect any. I did it because I love that music. And I tell you one thing, I'm with the vinyl community. To me, the two areas of music that people aren't all over are blues and folk music, and I love that shit.
Sure.
I love bluegrass and I love roots music, and those kind of things. When I do that, they get very little views. I don't do it because of the views, but people don't give a crap about folk music and roots music as much.
What gets the most views for you, Mazzy? Kind of music?
Wanker videos.
Yeah, that's fair.
It depends. Great. You know what? Actually, the San Francisco psychedelic shit. People love that stuff. People love my stories, even though I say them, I recycle them.
I love your stories.
The road trip videos are the best ones.
Yeah, those do well. But
Mazzy, I've never heard any of your stories. Can you?
Yes, you have.
Can you tell? Can you tell 7 or 8 of them really slowly?
Teddy left the room. He couldn't handle it.
I'm a little drunk, but I do want to say, Mazzy, that I appreciate your friendship with our channel and with us. But like when we first started live streaming, you came on and really boosted us a lot.
I love you guys.
See, here's a San Francisco book by Jerry Rubin. See, I was more into the yippies than the hippies.
Yeah, and that was after Steal This Book, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
You get a segment of people and said, "Oh, this guy's doing this thing." It doesn't really start till 6 minutes or 6 minutes in, because I like to do a build up. I mean, no offense to people in the anybody can do. I bought this record at Walmart. I bought this record at a meet. I think you want to talk about either the music or your history with the music, or your. And I'm surprised, and this is where it was just a fluke, that people like hearing, or a number of people, not everyone, like hearing stories.
Wait. Not everyone?
No, not everyone. I get criticized all the time for like, shut the fuck up and show the record, type of thing.
When are you gonna reconstitute the 4 square concept with 45?
Oh yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it was the 4, the live stream.
4 corners. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that when Michael and I and Michael Muller from Balmorhea started doing those. I love that.
Dude.
And Michael and I had a falling out. I mean, I'm here if he ever wants to do it again.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Bring the family back together, man.
Shit happens,
Yeah,
whatever. I mean, to do these kind of things, I don't care what people say. To do these things, you have to have some sort of an ego to present it's a visual medium.
Yeah.
You
Well,
can
you know,
barely
for
tell.
sure.
speaking
Or
of
you
showing
should not
records,
get it
Chris,
that
you,
way,
you get any new records lately?
New records. Actually, there's a box that just came in. Let me see what it's from.
There you go. We haven't
It's
shown
either
any records tonight,
CDs.
hardly.
Okay, it's either CDs or marijuana. Let's see what it is.
Okay.
Let's see.
Well, it'll be fine to show either.
It says shipping department. It could be a I don't know.
Oh, is it a weapon?
No.
I like the FedEx man because he's a drug dealer and he doesn't even know it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, shit, I can't find my here,
Oh, do you know Coffee Dave?
here.
Yeah, just shake the fuck out of that.
Are you having a raffle?
We got some bashed corners now on something.
No, this is a little bit smashed in. Let's see what we got here.
God, I hope it's like a rat head, a severed rat.
It could be
head.
just like rat traps. I don't know what's in here. I have no idea.
Live. See, these are videos that do well. Live
I don't know if
unboxing.
Chris should be handling sharp objects right now.
Probably fair.
Jesus Christ, look at the strength on this guy.
Wow.
What the fuck is this?
It's a pig heart. It's a pig heart. I knew it.
Oh no! I'm an idiot. Okay.
Does it take
Is
a
it even
battery?
For you?
No, it doesn't
for
take
your
a battery.
significant other?
Okay. This has nothing to do with the stream, but
They
these
think
are,
you're the transplant unit.
no. It's shock parts for my truck.
Oh,
Is that what they're calling them now?
right.
Yeah, that's what they are. Yeah, it's shock
Okay.
bushings for my truck.
That counts.
Yeah. No, I was talking last week. I've got a 2001 Nissan that's been parked in my driveway for 15 years. Ever since I had kids, I didn't have time to fix it up. I just spent like $1 billion on it, so it's running now. That's the one thing that I needed was some shock bushings, because when I was the dude put a new engine in it and all this other shit, and I started driving it, I was like, "What's that horrible rattling?" He's like, "Oh, yeah, your shocks have no bushings in them; they're just kind of floating around in there." I'm like, "Okay."
Teddy, as you're retiring now, or as you have retired or semi-retired,
Yep.
you know,
That's correct.
You're either going to go down to the town hall and play chess, or hang out in the cafe, or come on these live streams every once in a while, because it is. I tell you, I miss when I used to live in San Francisco. I'd meet my buddies in North Beach at the cafes like once or twice a week, and we'd sit and talk about music and art and life and politics and whatever. And this is kind of a supplement to that.
Yeah,
you know,
it's like electronic shuffleboard. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I had one of my greatest friends ever. He's long gone, but I worked with him at the record store, and he was the most learned person of classical music that I ever knew. But his real sweet spot was 20th century classical, and he'd gone to Wichita State for music history, and the guy just really knew his stuff. And we became really good friends. And early on, he goes, "Well, you like jazz?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, I want to get you into classical music." And he goes, "I got a question for you. And there is no wrong answer here." He goes, "What do you think is more impressive? Jazz, improvisation, people making up stuff on the spot, or 20th century composer who is notating, a score, and when it's played, it sounds like it's being improvised."
I mean, like Charles Ives or someone like that?
Yeah, even crazier than that. And it was just like, and it was like, okay, you got me. But every Friday night, he had a listening session at his apartment. And it always started out and was like a master class where he would put some 20th century stuff on and talk about it. But he was also way into the Grateful Dead and reggae. So as the evening went on and various imbibings were going on, ingestions and whatnot, it would take off. But those were magical times, and it was kind of an open door policy. People would bring a little stack of records, with them. It might get to them or not, but it was just, it was people getting together. And that's what's kind of cool about this live event thing that I'm doing with this organization where we get 40 people coming in and listening together, you know,
Oh, yeah, that's really cool.
and
Is
talking
that in
about it.
Kansas City?
Will you have that in the Cod and Cape Cod?
Probably not. Probably not.
But there'll be
Well,
new people. There are people that have retired or escaped or traveled.
Yeah.
That you might. I mean, you could.
Yeah,
You could
you don't know,
initiate it.
but it was a long, you know, it was a long time kind of pulling that thing together. COVID got in the way, obviously, but it's working, and
what were
yeah,
some of the
and
records you featured, Teddy? I remember you talking about a Coltrane.
yeah, I did. I had a really good time with Miles Davis in A Silent Wave.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Because I had you know, you could really piece together a nice story getting up to there. You know, there's some records that are difficult to do that because maybe nothing came before it, so to speak. And then there are nights at the center where just the album is played and there's no, you know, and it's a cheaper ticket and this and that, but the sound system is incredible. And you know,
That's
people
really
get
cool.
to
I wish we had something like that here.
yeah, and people get to experience stuff with, you know, and hear it in ways that you just normally can't. And you know, there's snacks and full bar and all that, so you know, it's just a very relaxed deal. And
I'm about 3/4 into the full bar tonight myself. I want to show a couple records.
yeah,
Yeah.
So I've been going through. I bought a bunch of shit. I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago at a record show, and I'm selling most of it tomorrow. But there's a couple cool records that I'm keeping that I'm really enjoying. So somebody talking about Norman Connors early in disco. This record, Saturday Night Specials, Norman Connors on what is this on? Oh, this is on Buddha. This is a super funky disco-y record. It's fucking awesome. So this is like, you know, $3, $4, $5 probably.
Look at that outfit.
Yeah, dude. He's a jazz drummer, and this is like a total like funk record. Funk, you know, disco-y type record. But what's cool is the players on here, man. You got Jean Carn does vocals on here, and she kind of takes over the whole record. Herbie Hancock's on here, Gary Bartz, Eddie Henderson, Carlos Garnett. One of my favorite piano players, Anaji Allen Gums, is on here.
wow.
Say Gary Bartz.
Yeah, Gary Bartz, Michael Henderson's on here, Buster Williams, Ken Nash.
Dang.
I mean, just all kinds of people are playing on this thing, but it's like a super, you know, I mean, the cover is a pretty good representation of what the music sounds
I have a rule. When you see Buster Williams on bass on a record, you buy said record.
Yeah, dude. So this one's really cool. And this other one, I've only listened to the first side because I've been trying to clean stuff and get it ready to sell or whatever. But this record, I was going to sell, but I'm not going to. This record's fucking awesome. Like I said, I've only listened to side one. I'm probably going to listen to the rest of it after the stream. But so this Charles Earland Odyssey.
Wow.
This is a fucking smokestack, like just, oh my God, it's so good. It's just funky as hell and disco-y and whatever. But you got on here, you got John Abercrombie, Ron Carter's on here, Billy Coburn on bass. But anyway, so Charles Earland is playing all kinds of early ARP synthesizers on here. Really
Are you familiar with a Charles Earland album called Black Talk?
Oh, Black Talk's fucking awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
But this is like, I don't know, what year is this? This got to be 76. Yeah. Black Talk's from, is it 60s?
Nah, I want to say it's 69 or 70,
Black
somewhere
Talk's
in
great.
there. Yeah.
This one's definitely like just, you know, discoed out.
Right.
Awesome. Really cool. Really cool. I want to listen to the whole thing. It's on Mercury.
I refer to that as he Alphonse Mouzoned it.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. I got to leave in a minute, but before I leave, I just want to come full circle because this.
What do you have? Do you have dinner at 8 o'clock or at 7 o'clock?
No, anyway, yeah, I got to talk to my rainmaker here. It's raining.
Okay.
This is the record that's
it.
Beyond to. He didn't know it, but he praised this record.
Myra Melford.
This record from 2018. on the Firehouse. I don't know, small label. I don't know if it's still available. Go to
Bandcamp. Some of them are. That's a label out of New Haven, Connecticut. Really well done stuff.
It is cornet, guitar, bass guitar, drums, piano. It's a jazz record, but I don't even know how would you describe it musically?
Well, I
You could watch
describe
the
it as the
video
kind
instead.
I describe it as the kind of stuff that really attracts me because it's coming from all kinds of different directions and different different influences and stuff. But it is a very eclectic record. But
But it's
very
accessible. It's not crazy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I have this one. This is a solo.
That's great
piano.
too.
Yeah.
That looks like an old, like I don't know, contemporary.
Well, this is 2017. This is 2018.
Yeah.
I bought them. I think I bought them from her Bandcamp site or directly.
Yeah, Firehouse 12 is a really great small record label out of New Haven, Connecticut. They've got a recording studio there. Is that so? I forget, Mazzy, is the solo record one that she's responding to different paintings?
God, you're the expert here. What are you doing?
I haven't.
Oh wow, this is recorded way back in 2013 in New Haven.
Right.
Let's see. Is there a? I have to read all it. I'll have to read the words. I can't read the words right now, but
yeah. No, that's that. This is not the one I'm thinking, or maybe it is. That might be the picture of the artist, and there might be.
Yeah, Berkeley, 2013. He was a friend. Berkeley. So communist, red.
Yes, let's go,
right.
California, the People's Republic of Berkeley.
Here.
We have a Berkeley.
It will be. It will be redistrict.
We have a Berkeley citizen in the audience here. I saw Nicole here. She lives and works in Berkeley. I love Berkeley. I mean, come on. I had a girlfriend that lived in Berkeley.
I think there's a booklet in there. Manzi, I think there's a booklet in there that has this guy's paintings or something that she might be responding to.
Well, there's not it's on the inner sleeves. Yeah.
That's it. There it is. Yep. Okay. So she's looking at these paintings and then doing these solo improvisations based off of those.
Oh, she's a piano player?
Yes. Right? Okay. Composer, really, yeah.
Cool.
But this is the hero you want if you can find
it's really good.
That's a fact, CJ. Any album
you can buy it on CD. You can buy a CD.
I've been buying newer shit on CD instead of buying.
Buy it on CD. You know.
Yeah, it's so much cheaper.
I think I have a valid question. I
doubt it. Let's hear it.
Go ahead, Louis.
Are we just going to ignore the fact that Mazzy says he's going to leave the stream to go talk to the Rainmaker?
That's fair. That's very fair.
We're not even going to address that.
Hey,
what the fuck are you talking about?
I live in a First Nations. I live in a First Nation state. Okay.
What are you going to go do?
What do you mean?
My spirit animal is outside my house right now.
What are you going to go do that's more important than hanging out with us?
God, you're so nosy. I might need to finish some Netflix series. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, you're gonna go do boring shit instead of hang out with us. Yeah,
you all know I have
Louis
a
always gets
like
the truth.
some of us.
I will find the truth.
I am a single-ish older gentleman.
Oh,
ish.
Mazzy got some hoes coming over. It sounds like nice.
Mazzy's getting
Coffee Julie.
Mazzy's getting bitches.
Nothing like that.
Tell me everything, Mazzy.
Don't bring up Coffee Julie, bro.
Explain the ish part, Mazzy, right now.
Well, we have a guest here tonight. I don't want to embarrass myself.
Don't deflect. Don't deflect. You're better
Leave
than
Mazzy alone.
Hey,
what?
I'm rocking 70. Give me a friggin' break.
Yeah,
I'm giving you credit. I'm trying to ask what the ish is. If you're pulling bitches, I want to know about it.
Now listen,
don't even talk like that. Don't even talk like that.
Mazzy, what happened a week or two ago? Didn't Mike break up you and Rob's shenanigans on this live stream?
Yeah. Mike laid the law down, man.
Did he? I missed it. Damn it.
Stern warning.
No, it's just when you go into some of these streams, Rob has his weekly stream in Jazz Bums, and you show a record on Rob's, and you come back, and and there's a different stream, a different audience, you show the same record.
Right.
Rob, and he's watching probably. He doesn't like it. He'll say, you showed that record already this week. Well, come on. And I compared it to, let's say someone goes on the Tonight Show and they go on the Letterman. They go on all the talk shows promoting their movie. They don't just show it on one. Not that I'm promoting anything, but
you're promoting everything, but it's okay.
We are people of action.
I'm
Lies
a Jewish
do not become
hustler.
us.
Is that what you want me to say?
Yes. You just did.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, so what happened with Mike? Because I missed it.
Well, that was, and Mike.
Oh, Mike just laid down
Rob
the law.
a new
That's
asshole,
all.
basically. So you guys calm down. More Rob.
He will shut the stream down right now.
Very nice.
Okay, I'm embarrassed now.
He has the control button.
Shouldn't be embarrassed.
Bashful Mazzy. It's a new
Bashful
sign.
Mazzy's got a date at 8
I don't
p.m.
have a date. It's
In the rain, no less.
In the rain. Oh, that's very romantic.
Did you ever see that movie, The Notebook?
Yes.
Oh
God, that couldn't be your date. Jesus.
I refuse to see that movie.
It's a great movie.
I'm just kidding.
Who's the guy in the movie?
Hey,
yeah.
So
Oh,
I didn't get any jazz records this week, but I did get this. This was for Sunday easy listening.
Lou Reed.
Eddie's going to write in his diary right now. That's what he's
exactly.
There you go.
I'm glad you brought this
is
up
for Mazzy.
because I call it a badge of honor or not, but I have listened to all four sides in one go. In one go.
It's not, it's funny I was driving to Portland to see my son about 3 years ago, and I brought in a CD of that just because I figured I have this Lou Reed box set.
Yeah.
And it was actually kind of nice for the drive.
Yeah, you can actually sort of, if you allow yourself to settle in.
It's a Zen type thing.
Very much.
Yeah.
I think all my free jazz listening and this electronic stuff that, they got the guys like Alex that got me into, doesn't hurt before taking something like that on.
Yeah.
Free jazz? Yeah. Marijuana helps you listen to free jazz too.
There you go.
Well,
works both ways.
Well, people will ask, well, how can you listen? Because I'm very much into some very out there stuff. Yeah. It's like, how can you listen to that? All this atonal, whatnot. And it's like, well, do you like to go outside? I mean, do you like nature? Do you like to hang out and relax in nature? They said, well, you're out there in atonal land. If you just calm down and listen, it's just stuff is, birds, water, trucks, dogs, wind,
construction noise.
Yeah, it's just coming at you in various states, but that is considered relaxing. I've always also been really intrigued that I get this is just anecdotal on my part, but I get the feeling that people can handle abstract art, visual art easier than they can music.
I agree.
You will have like Museum of Modern Art or something will have like a Willem de Kooning retrospective, and it's sold out and people are lined up, and it's but you play something a little outside and they're like, oh, I get So I don't quite understand it but that seems to be the case. I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny you say that about going outside, because I got out of the car to go for a walk, and then I park a long ways sometimes from where I need to get to in the neighborhood now, and the trees were just buzzing with cicadas. I mean, you want to talk about intense,
right? It was
like
metal machine
millions
music.
of cicadas at one time.
It's
almost,
I hate that shit.
It's pretty intense, man.
What's wild is how they crescendo.
Yeah,
at the same time.
Yeah, and especially in Texas here, it's probably the same as there. But like, when it's not too bad this year. But when they're, because they have all their broods that happen in certain years, and there's more of them, or whatever. But when there's a lot of them, in Texas in August, when it's just like 105 and dead still and hot as fuck, the fucking cicadas will crescendo. They'll like be just there's a constant background. but they will every so often just kind of like raise their pitch and just get loud
and then stop.
Yes.
and stop.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
so
That
weird.
happened. That happened the other day. It was insane how loud they got.
That just
And then
means
they were
that
done.
sound to me means go back inside because it's too fucking hot.
A year ago, I went to the I was for my birthday in London. I went to the Tate Modern to see the massive Yoko Ono show. I'd seen one earlier, about 20 years earlier, at the SF MoMA. But I was talking to some people I know who saw it in London and who don't like Yoko, don't like the music, don't like her being a part of the John Lennon whatever, and just like the dump on Yoko. And like they were in awe, the beauty and the minimalism and the zen-like of that show and the expanse of the stuff, which probably 80% of it was before she even met John Lennon. And it was an incredible show. I mean, they had the room with the recordings, so you could go and headphone all the albums, and if you're into that or not into that, that's a whole other issue. But the artwork, the films, the conceptual pieces, the ladder where John, met Yoko back in London at the Dunbar Gallery, that stuff. And so I don't know what the point is, but it's like free jazz or being turned on to something really different. I mean, her stuff
wasn't she married to she was married a couple times prior to John, right?
One time,
once.
Yeah.
Okay, but it was a Japanese guy, wasn't it? That was a
no, he was
performance
a Caucasian guy.
So
okay.
Anthony Cox, I think is his name.
Oh, okay. There was another guy she was with though that was doing that.
I found this, Dave, last week with
wow.
Was
with Louis here.
Back in '62, she was doing stuff with John Cage and that whole thing.
She was doing something with a guy in Japan at some point.
Probably,
I read in the Jap Rock sampler book.
I'm sure.
Dude, 82.
Yeah. So let's talk about this.
No.
Speaking of abstract art, so this is
Teddy will like this.
So this is Charles Gale, Milford Graves, William Parker, and Weibo in 1991, right?
Yes.
This is some wild fucking shit, man.
Yeah, I like where you're going, Chris.
Well, I mean, I bought this because I found it for $35.
Oh yeah, you got a deal.
Yeah, so I've listened to one side of it. I think I need to be kind of in the state that I'm in right at this moment to dig this shit. But like, it's a really cool package. I mean, check out this art on the sleeves. Like who did this art, Dave? Do you know?
Probably Milford.
Yeah.
I think it was a different person.
Was it?
That's
art.
It's almost like a Pollock.
Milford was an artist, though.
Was he?
It's not a Pollock, but it's
pretty cool. There's like something going on there.
Full Pollock.
Don't say
so. I'll show you. Dave knows this one. So this is a trumpeter, Steph Richards. She's originally Canadian. I think she teaches in San Diego. It's called Super Sense. But you can kind of see, Jason Moran. Yeah, man. And this is all purely improvised stuff, and he really holds it together. But here's the cool, interesting, conceptual part of it. You take out the inner sleeve, and it has a card that is scratch and sniff with different. So she worked with this scent artist, and they had the same bottles, and she'd have the band step away, smell this. Okay, what do you think? Now improvise, go. And so it's cool because you get this, this extra little bit, as far as a, record ephemera piece. It's really cool, I think,
And, what does it smell like?
I'm a collector. I can't scratch it. Are you kidding?
Oh my God, how dare you? Scratch and sniff.
Yeah, no, I did. No, I
do have a second copy.
Huh?
You get a second copy so you can scratch it.
That's right. They're available. They're out there. Northern Spy is a pretty good small little label.
Yeah, they do some John Larry stuff.
The scratch and sniff Snickers back in the 80s were fucking amazing.
Yes,
well,
they
the
were.
Raspberries album was a scratch and sniff.
The snozberries taste like snozberries.
And
Blue cover one.
John Waters had one of his movies. You got a scratch and sniff card.
Polyester.
Oh, yeah.
Polyester, and they had like dirty socks.
That's
smell.
a weird
saw that at
motherfucker
the
right there.
Castro Theater.
And if you were in a theater, oh my god, it smelled like ass.
We
by the
saw
end
it
of
at
the
the
movie.
Castro Theater. Yeah.
Hey, Louie,
What up?
what do you think about Grandpa Joe's sampling of the wallpaper in Willy Wonka?
Well, I mean, first of all, the emotion that I feel the most is betrayed.
Betrayed? Why?
I mean, it's not a topic I like to talk about, but I feel strongly about it.
All right, well, that's fair. All right.
Now, I appreciate what you did the other night, man. Because I don't know what happened. I couldn't make it, but I had asked you to come on and show your tone poets, and you surely did. Because I ended up seeing it later.
Oh yeah. You know what, man?
You had a stack going,
dude. I'll show them all in slow motion right now.
The best
if
one,
it means that Mazzy
tone poet
sticks
of the
around.
year.
well,
I
here we
think
go,
this is the
Mazzy.
best.
Yeah.
I mean, I really want this one. I haven't got it yet.
And if Rob was here, he'd say, "You showed this 4 times, Mazzy."
Fuck
But
him, who cares?
it's really good. I mean,
We like seeing records.
It's really good. I had never heard this before. So
You know what's dumb about that? And I'm talking about this last week, but we look at our YouTube history, right? And our most successful video ever was when we interviewed In Groove Mike, which makes no sense. It's got more views than any other video we've ever done, right?
I don't do many interviews, and when I do interviews, they get the least amount of.
That's usually true. That's usually true. But our Chad interviews,
but they're enjoyable as hell.
Chad, Fremer, and then In Groove Mike was the best. But the second highest one was after Joe Harley said they were going to do some capital stuff. We did a speculative video about what they would do, and that was number one, obviously. But
Do you
it
want
was
to
just really, it was so weird that we got 8,000 views off that dumb video. It's
you want to give you a trade secret, Chris?
I kind of
Hang on, yeah, Dave. What's the trade secret?
Trade secret. Just what I don't know how you do if you put an @ symbol or a hashtag or any. I don't know all this stuff about internet crap. But you put anything on there and put records in your title of your video, whether he's on there or not, or you're talking about him or not, you're gonna get 3,000 views in the first 10 seconds.
You
got bleeped.
You got bleeped. What'd you say? Put what in there?
Put Noble Records.
Oh,
on the title of your video anywhere.
That did pretty good. Yeah, that did pretty good. We interviewed Dylan. That was pretty cool.
Exactly.
I go
to Noble Records all the time. I put him in the if I say I went to Noble Records, all of a sudden I got all these views.
I wanted to do, and it might be too highbrow because I don't know anything about to talk about it, but I wanted to do a jazz couture album cover video. All these kind of fashion couture things. I like look at these. I mean, how great are these?
Have you listened to those?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I still need the Rivers.
Yeah. I'm gonna get
both
all those.
of them. Both of them are great.
Yeah. I don't get all the tone poets anymore, but
I tradition. I mean, since 2020, I've gotten every single tone poet and every single classic series, but I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to be a little more picky about what I actually pick up.
I'm definitely getting them all.
But I mean, the thing is, the sales they have, in November, December, you get them for 40% off. That's why I just wait till the end of the year to buy them.
Remember last year, some people got delayed for 2 months, and then they just said, "We'll send them to you, and we'll refund all your money."
That's the most, the Blue Note buckle, and they people that ordered shit.
They screwed up the thing, so they gave people that ordered
dude.
Nobody else has ever done that.
Hashtag real talk. If I gave a shit about money, I wouldn't be collecting vinyl.
That's 100% facts. Yes, that's correct.
Anyway, I really have to go because my
exactly?
My chariot is waiting.
Why exactly are you leaving?
No, give me a break. Anyway, it was nice meeting you.
What's her name? What's her name?
No, it's not a.
What is it? Mazzy?
You're making it more than
Leave
it is.
Mazzy alone, Louie.
Okay.
Come on, man. We can't fuck with Mazzy now.
No, you always fuck with me.
Her name is Missy.
Yes, there you go. Have a good night, Mazzy.
Yeah.
All right, take care, man. Thanks for coming on.
She used to be an ABBA.
Oh no.
Oh, jeez.
My beers have run out. That's unfortunate.
Hey, Teddy, tell me about your amplifier.
Oh, my amplifier?
Oh, the gear is something else.
Oh, it's a Deckware triode, Zen triode.
Single-ended 300B.
No.
Don't try to be smarter than Teddy, Louie.
Yeah, no. Deckware, it's a company out of Peoria, Illinois.
Yeah, I know all about Deckware. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, it's so I got it during COVID. I sold 3 Sun Ra records and got the Zeus and the Deckware because I had about a 5-year period where I went on a whole gear journey with a buddy of mine and was doing the buy and sell, whatever would stay would, and then the next thing would come in. And then my buddy and he had a very live space. And I used like my records as, reflection and all this. And I would get a really good sounding system. He'd get a really good sounding system. And then one weekend we would wholesale swap our gear.
That's fun.
And his stuff would sound like absolute ass and mine would sound like absolute ass in these spaces, And so the only thing that I really came out of that whole journey, because there's a whole lot of absolutism, in the audiophile world. And the only absolute that I walked away with is that, your room is the component and you have to work around your fucking room. Yeah, make it happen. But anyway, in that journey, I'd had 2A3 gear, I'd had, flea watt stuff before, with like big, old corn walls and stuff. And I got to a place that I was kind of missing that sound. And so, yeah,
what's the sensitivity on those Zeus?
They're 99.
Right. So perfect for a low watt tube amp.
Oh, it can tear your head off.
Yeah.
With 2.3 watts.
What's is there any what part of the analog front end do I not know about? Do you have
I modded out. I've got an old Lenko 77 that I modded out, and then I have this crazy Japanese arm. It's an RS Labs RS-A1 that's on a cantilever, and then at the bottom it also has a swiveling head shell. So the theory is it keeps tangency all the way through the record.
Yeah.
Now here the bad part is it just sits there. It's not bolted down. If you make the wrong move, the whole thing goes flying.
Yeah.
So I've learned to be, super careful with it. But God, the Zen Triad, it is built like a tank, point to point wiring.
Did you have to wait a long time?
Well, it was during COVID. I had to wait 9 months. I think you have to wait about 2 years now.
Yeah.
Yep. And I waited about 6 for the speakers. And it's the Dirty Weekend Mark IIs, but I have a clarity cap upgrade in it with the.
So you're in the know and you've got a lot of experience. And is this your end game system? Is it?
I'm totally happy with it.
Yeah,
I'm totally happy with it.
So is all that shit going to Cape Cod?
The gear will.
What about your turntable?
Probably not. I don't think I'll have any records.
Yeah.
But I have
that streamer.
Yeah, I've got the high-end Cambridge streamer that through this nonprofit I'm associated with, they offered a 70% discount to us for anything. So I got it for $1,500, and I said it's it's been my methadone.
Yeah.
And I have Cobuzz,
Mhm.
and
Yeah, I do too. I just switched.
and I'm super happy. Yes, I understand, the ritual of the vinyl and all of that, and but
Wait.
I'm just
You
gonna have
do?
to.
Are you sure? Because we can't tell by your background.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But I'm. You may have missed it. My daughter's a professional opera singer, and she's moving to Germany.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, and she just
So
finished up at
cool.
Julia. She's really good, and so she got a gig with the Frankfurt Opera, and I said earlier, I had the talk with her. It's like, do you want this? She goes, I love the concept of it, but it's not practical for me. And so
She's got a YouTube channel too.
huh?
Ruby, she's got a YouTube channel too.
Yep, she does.
You can check it out.
What is it?
She's
I'll
pretty
drop
incredible.
it. Tell me what it is. I'll drop it in the chat.
It's just Ruby Dibble, or Ruby Dibble Mezzo, something like that.
Pretty incredible stuff.
Yeah, but she yeah, so we went through the whole deal. Do you want this? Okay, what if I put it in safe storage, later sometime? Don't think so. Would you want to, if I got it all set up for you to sell stuff, would you want to do it? And he says, I don't think so. And so, and I'm also looking to move, and we're moving companies deal with stuff on weight and volume. It's just like, no, it's time to downsize and let it go.
Man. Yeah.
Now,
I'm cool. And people, well, why don't you leave like 100 records behind or something? It's like my psychology won't let that happen. It's all got to go, because if I have a small handful of them, of course they'll be the most expensive ones, right?
How much of your collection is jazz?
That whole wall back there is jazz.
Okay.
Make him an offer, Chris.
Then there's that wall.
Jesus Christ.
Is rock and folk and some classical, and then there's another one around the corner over here. This right here is all blues.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's a great blues collection too, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, because I worked in a record store and I was a jazz and blues buyer.
How long have you been collecting?
Since I was 10, so 57 years.
Okay,
that'll do it.
So most of your stuff is OG.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. No, I was the youngest of 3 kids, and my oldest brother was 9 years older than me.
Oh wow.
And he came home from his freshman year in college in 1967 and had albums under his arm, because prior to that, 45s were LPs were our parents' domain.
Right. 100%.
Yeah. And but he had, the Doors' first album, Hendrix, Cream, all that stuff. And
how old were you at this time?
10.
Okay.
And then I would hitch rides anywhere until I had a driver's license. I would hitch. I knew where all the records were. And so, are you going to this department store? Can I come with you?
Yeah.
I mean, records were they were in drugstores.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
They were everywhere, and
grocery stores everywhere.
Yeah, and I mowed yards for money, and would take that money and buy what I could, But record was at like $3.98.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all relative. I mean, when I was 10, 12, 13, my dad owned a carpet cleaning company.
Yeah.
And that's how he fed our family. And then during the summers, I would work with him.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I won't play the shit face at this point. He paid me $1 an hour. This was like in like fucking 1985 or whatever. So I'd make $1 an hour, so I get like $40-$50 a week, and I would spend all that money on video games. Now the fucked up thing was the video games were like $30, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you really had no knowledge of whether or not they were terrible or if they sucked or not. It's with records, right? Like
take a chance.
That's right. Well, records was the same thing. You're like,
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
that's
was
where
no
that whole word
Spotify.
of mouth.
Cool.
That's where that whole word of mouth thing.
Right, but you buy it and you're like, fuck, this sucks, and you're just like, well, that's the way
See
it
me,
is.
I started
Yeah.
with the cards, and I remember Louis had me show them on that one
Yeah,
stream.
sick.
Oh, well, this is true. This is true of how many people I know that are record collectors that started as card collectors first.
Oh,
And
really?
and that was me too. I had, massive baseball card, football
Oh,
card
cool.
collection. And I sold the whole thing. My daughter got a ton of scholarship in conservatory and whatnot, but I helped push it over the edge by selling the card collection,
Very cool.
and I've never regretted it. So I know I
Yeah.
can do this.
Yeah, for sure.
I know I can do it,
Now,
Yeah.
is the buyer we discussed, which we don't need to name, is that still a go or
It's hard to
possibility?
tell. It's hard to
Yeah.
tell.
Okay.
It's hard to tell, but there's about if it gets down to it, there's about 4 people I'll contact.
Yeah.
Dylan
And
should be one of them.
let them know that they're all bidding against the same thing.
Yes.
Sharpen your pencils and
Yes.
Yeah. Is
I'm not
Dylan?
going to be I'm not going to be upset if they end up 8 miles from my
Add
door.
a zero,
Let's
bro.
just say
Add a
that.
zero to all of them.
Right.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Well, no,
Dylan would jump on that.
it'll be 6 figures for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and
Makes
that's
sense.
fine. That's fine. Heading into retirement, that's a good that can help.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah,
But
for
no,
sure.
having that streamer and having a revealing enough system that can take advantage of these high res files and also
Yes.
these tubes that can help smooth things out.
Mhm.
And so much of the music that I'm into these days of newer stuff, it just doesn't come out on vinyl, and
Well, with Bandcamp, you can. I mean, Felipe does a lot of this. He buys a lot of shit on Bandcamp, but it's not on CD. It's just the digital tracks.
right, exactly.
Sometimes
Like
it's all that's
$5-6
available.
Right. And I had to have the talk with myself. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, it doesn't have to be just on vinyl, and
Sure.
so, but,
I had that same talk when I started to get back into CDs. But jazz CDs sound fucking killer, man. I mean, like they're not super compressed. The loudness wars didn't really affect them for the most part. Like,
right.
They, like Telarc. I talk about Telarc all the time, but Telarc is a label. They maximize the quality of CDs, and they just sound fucking awesome.
There's a Telarc of the 1812 Overture.
Mm-hmm.
That actually the needle, if you didn't have it set right, the cartridge would just jump out of the groove when it hits the cannon fire. Those Telarcs are amazing.
Yeah.
But that's what's if there's a genre of music that is just so ripe for the reissue game, it is jazz.
100%.
Because of the especially the openness, being able to exploit the air, the openness of everything, and
for vinyl they're doing it right.
Yes. Yep. Agreed. And
Question, Teddy.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is one you want to entertain or not, but with the collection maybe going soon, let's stick to jazz, and that wall behind you would be a couple of the pieces that you might miss the most if you want to pull them and show them. If they're right there handy.
Fantastic question.
I can do it.
Fantastic question.
Very cool.
Well, I already know he let some big pieces go to build that gear.
Well, that's happening.
Pretty impressive. But,
Here is a CD. While he's doing that.
Yeah, let's see it.
This is a recording that everyone should hear at least 100 times.
Oh, that's Charlie Hayden.
Yeah.
Love Charlie Hayden.
It's Charlie Hayden, Hank Jones, Steal Away. It's spirituals, hymns, and folk songs.
Oh, yeah.
They did a couple of different CDs. This is on Verve, I believe. Yeah. Dude, the Verve CD game is strong as fuck. God,
All right, you ready, Dave?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh,
What you
yes,
there?
sir.
Bill Dixon.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I
Okay.
bought this. This is the most I've ever paid for a record,
Oh,
which is like nothing compared to Dom.
All right.
But this, dude, I finally found one sealed.
Wow.
I did crack it, but man, this I think is one of the greatest albums I've ever heard. It's so unique. There's nothing that sounds like it before or after.
Yeah.
okay.
And it's on RCA, which was not known for jazz records, and how Bill Dixon and this whole October Revolution, how he got
What's
there.
so what are we looking at here? Tell us
Bill
the story.
Dixon's Orchestra, Intents and Purposes from 1967.
Okay.
And you got to think that he was a trumpeter. And you got to think that Miles Davis saw this cover because it surely resembles In a Silent Way.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting for me on that one, I learned about that record because you recommended it to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked into this record store right here, the Bop Shop in Rochester.
Uh-huh.
And he had so many. It was one Christmas, so he had so many records on the wall that they were overlapped. Okay, so they'd be like this. Do you know what I mean? All I saw was one eyeball. I saw one eyeball, and I knew what it was. I said, I need that record right there. And I didn't even ask the price. He took it down. It was $50. I got it, and I think I ran out of there and went next door.
Now,
because it goes for a lot more. I was like, $50? Thanks, peace.
but this is the real answer, because this will never get reissued. It just won't. I know the story behind it. The family members think this is too valuable, and they can't agree that like it'll never get licensed. But it's the art ensemble People in Sorrow.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
And it was originally a French Pathé, and then Nessa got a hold of it. This is the most art ensemble record. It's very, very quiet and meditative.
The chimes.
Yeah, and it is like going outside and and listening. It's on YouTube, yes, but it's not going to show up on Apple Music or Qobuz or Tidal or anywhere, So I did have a friend pull a DSD of this, so I do have a file of it that I can, access. But yeah, those are two that will be.
Wow.
Is there a CD of that?
Say again.
There is a CD of that, but it's expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhat. $25.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But this got reissued by
Superior Viaduct.
Superior Viaduct.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, everything you're showing, I'm adding to my want list.
Yeah, and I have the Superior Viaduct one, and I've got a Japanese pressing of it too. But the original sounds the best. And that's not always the case with jazz,
That's always the case, or not always the case?
Not always the case.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff can be improved because there's just better gear.
Sure.
So like most of my Blue Note stuff, I got in the late 70s in cutout bins. They're mostly the blue blacks or the blue whites.
Yeah.
And pick them up for $1.99, with a little notch in them. But yeah, they were just moving them.
Those are going for 40, 50, 60 bucks now. It's kind of crazy.
I know.
Or more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hang on, Tidal.
With all the Blue Note classics and the tone poets, they're putting out 50 records a year now, right?
Yeah.
And I've bought tons and tons of them, but I'm going to start sampling them. And I usually don't do that because I love the whole, buy a record and listen to it to figure out what you got. Right? It just brings me back to my childhood with video games, CDs, tapes, records. You kind of took that gamble back in the day, right? Like you didn't know. Even if somebody in our magazine said this is the most excellent record ever, you know it just is what it was. And you bought it and you found out. And especially back in the day, like with CDs or tapes or whatever, like as a kid, I had like 20, 30 tapes, right? I didn't have like 1,000. You had, maybe once every 3 or 4 months you got a new thing. And it was like, well, I mean, if it sucks, then you're stuck with it, man. You're listening to it because it sucks, but it's one of the 20 things you have,
Right. No, and I've kind of come full circle in that, when I started out, you'd really try to do your homework and you'd buy that record and you just, even down to every pop. If there's a tick in it, when that's coming, you just knew this stuff by rote. Oh, yeah. And then came the whole, vinyl gorge and, play it once, put it back on the shelf. And I am back to really checking stuff out thoroughly, before moving on. That's just,
that's a great point.
Bandcamp.
No, that's a great point because I've, as I'm going through just trying to pull shit out of my collection to sell.
Yeah.
I'm just like grabbing tomorrow I'm going to sell a bunch of shit, but because I've got like 50 Capitol jazz records, right? And I'm like, okay, I don't need 50 of these. There's so I'm pulling them out, I'm listening to them. Contemporary, fucking Concord, whatever.
Right.
I'm listening to records. I'm like, man, this I listened to like 100 records probably this week. It's like, man, this is fucking awesome. I'm not selling this. I'm going to keep this one specifically, right? Like it's so fucking great. But with the amount of shit that we have access to today, I don't know every note of records anymore. Like here's a perfect example. When I was a kid, when I was in 5th grade, I walked 6 miles. I remember specifically. I literally walked 6 miles to go to a record store, and I bought a copy of Metallica and Justice for All on cassette, right? I had that, and I listened to that so fucking much. To this day, fucking 40 years later, I know every single note of that record.
Right. You just
every single bit of that shit. But I can't say that about the 3,000 jazz records I own. There's no fucking way. I know I listened to it 3 or 4 times, maybe, and I liked it. I'm like, yeah, this is a cool record, but I couldn't tell you anything about it.
Yeah,
that's the thing, right? That's what's been fucking with me for a couple of years. Is like, yeah, you listened to all this shit 3 or 4 times and you liked it, but like, how do you consume it?
Yeah,
forward,
well, I've always been kind of a rabbit holer that I'll get on Jags and go deep,
Sure.
Like, I like really outside stuff, but then I got on a Jag here a few months ago that I was back listening to King Oliver, Louis Armstrong, Bix Beiderbecke, and re-examining that stuff. But I don't know. I just always trying to learn something new,
I saw an interesting European King Oliver comp yesterday, just by happenstance. I'll have to see if I can send you a link. It was him interpreting something else, older jazz or older blues. Like
here's a good point. Eddie says,
every
it's hard to start to listen to.
Now, have you ever say, okay, I'm going to listen to something, and you just walk up and you just go, I can't do it. You can't decide, and you just walk away.
The trap for me is, I've shown, this whole section behind me is my jazz collection, right?
Nice.
All of that is categorized by label and release number. I never pull anything out of that because I've got so much shit, like
the waiting to listen to pile.
Yeah. Like all these fucking all this shit on the floor, all this crap in these labels in these bins behind me, all this shit, over here, all this crap. I got so much shit that I've listened to once.
Well, Chris, let's go back to this then.
Okay.
Let's go back to this because you wanted to say some more about it. The Weibo.
Yeah.
The Weibo. Go back to that. What were you going to tell me about that?
I listened to 5 minutes of that as a completely sober person. I thought it was complete nonsense and bullshit. So, but with free jazz, okay, with jazz period, okay, let's get real. Marijuana makes jazz so much better because 90% of the fucking musicians were high as fuck when they fucking recorded this shit. Like historically, Louis Armstrong fucking was high as fuck every day of his goddamn life.
That is true.
So like, and
you need to be in the right headspace.
Yeah, you're in the headspace. So like, as I'm pulling shit out of my collection to sell, I haven't heard it in a year, right? Whatever it is. I'm like, fuck, man, this is pretty fucking awesome. Like, I can't get rid of this. I have to keep it.
Yeah.
It's tough.
You've made a fantastic argument for being high all the time.
It's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
You're not making a good argument for collecting. Dude, no, jazz is a goddamn fucking nightmare. It's like, it's endless.
Can confirm.
It's also fucking awesome. Like the diversity is endless. The thing for me that's so fun about jazz versus rock or anything else is just the you get turned on to some guy, and then you see that guy in some other record, and you buy that record, and you're like, this is cool, and then you're like, well, what about this fucking guy, right? Like,
connecting the dots is part of the game. It's great.
I've been doing that, so I've been listening to some John Stevens records.
Okay.
The UK drummer.
Yeah.
And I've always been there's this one crazy ass white whale of a record out there that I've been trying to find on this Nando label that this guy David Panton out of the UK, it was his label. It was mostly CD. Well, actually, it was mostly CDRs, but there are a few records.
Yeah,
and they're excruciatingly painful to try to find. Kind of like the bird notes, not blue notes, but like the Swedish bird notes.
Sure,
just brutally hard to find. If you find them, prices are whatever. But the music's incredible. So he was in Birmingham, England, and so I'm on like what Teddy talks about going on a jag. Well, I'm trying to find. I got one coming from Japan.
Yeah.
So that should be here next week. So it's going to be probably it's only a 7-inch, but it's probably one of the rarest records I've ever brought into the collection because I'm going off on I found another guy through looking for someone else's stuff. Looking for a Derek Bailey record has led me to this guy and this label. And it's been sitting out there, and I've left it alone for years because this record is unfindable. And I'm like, well, what else is on this label? And I don't know why it just hit me 6-7 years later to look. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, this label's got these CDRs, all this stuff. I need to find it so I can check it out.
The master of that shit is Jazz Bones Mike.
Oh well, because he's like a human thesaurus or whatever.
No, but his I love his obsessions. I think it's very focused in on certain shit. Like from a 2-week period or maybe a 6-month period, right? Like, it's really cool. That's the fun thing about this whole thing, this whole experience with him and Felipe. His deep dive dedication is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's like at the same time, I love all of jazz. I will listen to, the 1927, fucking 1920 whatever shit from Louis Armstrong, his Hot 5 and Hot 7s. I love that shit. I love the Big Spider Beck stuff.
It blows my mind trying to strip away the years and imagine hearing that live in that time frame and how radical and amazing, just God, it blows my mind just to imagine what that would be like.
Yeah. Is the Jazz is Dead series? Yeah, 100%, Jeremy. Yeah, it's worth checking out. So the Jazz is Dead series is cool because they connect with a bunch of living legends basically a lot of the time, or even living. Oh God, who was that
Roy
guy?
Ayers one, right?
Yeah, it was Roy Ayers one, but who was the guy that recently? Fuck, it was a year or two ago. They had a record store day reissue of his one album he had, and Rob interviewed him. Fuck, what's that guy's name? Oh man, what's his name?
Can't remember.
Yeah, I got that record, but then they did. So he did a record back in the 70s or whatever, and then they did a Jazz is Dead record with him. Jazz is never gonna die.
I gotta go.
Well, you gotta go. You just join, bro. Come on.
I have to.
You gotta wait for this.
What's her name?
You can go.
You don't have to go, fucker.
It's the rain. I have to meet the Rainmaker.
You don't
The Rainmaker.
So back in
Louis' golden moment.
Back in 1982,
yeah,
Sun Ra played in Kansas City for 2 straight weeks, and we actually at the record store I worked at, we did an in-store with him. He came to do an in-store thing
in the limo, right?
Yeah, someone was driving like in a Cadillac, and it's like, and we were all like, "Oh, we're waiting for him," and we see him drive by, and man, he is dry shaven with a Bic disposable, just hardcore.
Yeah, that's hardcore.
And he came in, and so I took this. That's at the store, a little Polaroid of him, and I got him to smile and bare his teeth.
That's Sun Ra.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yep. And then Omniverse greetings from Sun Ra.
Now, that does need to go with you.
Yeah, it's going to, but it came the Ra Legion. Here's a thing, and you'll see here, warning: material is spiritually X-rated.
Now we're seeing something, boys.
Yeah, for sure.
And then, good timing. Notes and Tones is here.
Yep, and then I have my bootleg from one of the shows.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah,
me too. Holy shit!
Did you see that, Mike? Before you jumped on?
Yeah. I was watching it intermittently.
There he is.
Very cool.
Polaroids.
Cool.
But those guys. So yeah, he was in town for 2 weeks, and a bunch of them hung out at the store with us during the day. Danny Davis and Marshall Allen would drift in, and Gilmore would drift in, and it was that great period where every night was different, and he was starting to get into revisiting like Fletcher Henderson material, and then here, there, and everywhere. But one night John Gilmore took this solo, and I think he was really trying to screw with us, because he hit this circular breathing note that just like it hurt. It was a vibration in your ear that just tore you up, and it's like, what are you doing? Stop. It was incredible.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Teddy.
Yeah.
What was the story you told me about? I think it was a record store in Kansas City that was it something to do with the mob and what happened with the truck?
Oh
yeah.
Remember
that story?
There was Kansas City, had a pretty active mob scene. Actually, the Kansas City mob was really responsible for setting up Las Vegas and getting it going. So there's always been a little mob contingent here, and they had a record store called Tigers Records. they had the cheapest stuff. They were at least, $1 cheaper than everybody else. But it was known that it was a front, a money laundering front for the mob. And one of their deals is that they would, record stores could return defective records. You can't do it today. But they had a hit on a truck or a train of defectives going back and then didn't know it. And then every record in the store was defective. And
that's what it was.
And I remember buying something at this store and coming back. It had this like huge piece of paper that was embedded, stamped into the record. And I said, it was like, hey man, this record's kind of screwed up. And they went, yeah, we know.
Like when they tried to press the label or put the label on, and
a piece of paper flaked off and got pressed into it. It's just one of these defectives. But man, if you crossed those guys,
oh shit,
what they would do. So about cutouts, bullet holes or saw mark. Okay, so there were cutout bins. If you got on those guys' bad side as a record store, they had a guy that would come through and he had a big ice pick.
Mm-hmm.
And he would come through and this happened in one store, and he would say, hey, I want you to watch me. And he would take that thing and he would just jam it through records and turn them into cutouts. Like, don't do what you're doing. We're just going to, turn your whole stock into dollar records right before your eyes. So, yeah.
Those guys were ruthless, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
they were you didn't mess, I don't know, did I ever tell you the Count Basie story?
Yes.
So there was an incredible club owner named Milton Morris, Milton's Tap Room, and he had been involved, he had clubs back in the 30s. And he was just a wealth of knowledge about Kansas City jazz and the mob and everything else, going back. Tom Pendergast and Count Basie was one of his good friends. And Basie would play in Kansas City every year. And then he would come to Milton's afterwards and to see Milton and to hang out, have a beer and to eat. Now, Milton didn't have food, but they would get a rack of ribs delivered from Gates Barbecue, and I'm sitting, 5 feet from him at the end of the bar. He gets his rack of ribs. He opens up the box and goes, poo, 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 and just spit all over it. It was just like, oh, that is amazing, because this is old road dog stuff. It's
claiming it.
You want my food, you come get it. I mean, Sonny Boy Williamson, I heard, would pee in a bottle of whiskey. Just you want some, come get it. Protecting your food.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Marketed territory.
Absolutely. But and then I was working at the store, and Milton called in the middle of the day, and somebody said, hey, the phone's for you. And it's Milton. It's like, are you okay? He's like, I need you to come down. It's like, no, seriously, man, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, I'm okay. Just, I need you to come down. And it was the darkest bar in the world. And, he played jazz records, in it was the what it was. And, but you walk in, and if it was sunny in the daytime, you had to wait about 30 seconds for your eyes to clear. And, I could see there were 4 people sitting over at this table, and I heard Milton, hey, come on, And as my eyes cleared, it was Milton and Count Basie and Count Basie's wife, and he just wanted me to come and meet Count Basie and hang out. And that was amazing. And
you met Count Basie?
Oh yeah.
Fuck, that's sick.
Yeah, but the funniest thing, so Count Basie was his wife, and she'd been a dancer, and he was telling a story about Count Basie and Cab Calloway getting in a fist fight over what became Count Basie's wife, and Cab Calloway was trying to bite Basie's fingers to fuck with his playing hands. It's just like,
oh, that's messed up.
Yeah, these guys,
that's dirty pool, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but he had behind on a wall, he had all these bounce checks that he had stapled up, and his motto was, I ain't mad at nobody. He goes, man, I don't, people bounce a check and then they never come back, and it's like I don't get a chance to make any more money off of them, But one of the bounce checks always up there was Chet Baker.
Oh no shit.
Yeah.
In Milton's.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a great place, and being at the store, we used to take him new promos.
Yeah.
And then a weekly joint. So on Sundays he'd take his leg off and smoke a joint on Sundays and listen to the birds. He was a good dude.
Very cool.
Yep.
How you been, Mike? And subway troubles, you said?
Yeah, no, not any trouble. Just had to wait. They're gonna, I caught the last subway. They're gonna do some work tonight.
Some work,
and yeah, on the tracks, and then you got to take another. There's a detour. So I lucked out. I mean, if I was a little later, I just would have taken an Uber.
Yeah.
Where are you in the city, Mike?
Well, yeah. What part of town?
I'm in the Bronx, but I was down in Manhattan at this club. It's called Hot Jazz Club.
Sweet.
It's the thing Mike was talking about a couple of weeks ago. And just listen, this guy has a setup where it's a mono speaker, and you just listen. You're listening to the mono records and 78s.
Very cool.
And yeah. We're listening to some mono Blue Notes, Prestige. It was really cool. It was much better than I thought it would be.
Did you run into the Charles Bronson types on the subway? Did you have a Death Wish action?
Nah, just a bunch of people, mental health issues.
Does Trump need to send in the federal troops to New York City?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I said, you call 911 and get an 18-year-old in fatigues at the door.
Dude, I'm worried about the 18-year-old ICE agents that are going to be popping up in the next 6 months. Like,
that's just sad.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
No, my daughter just left. She was living in Washington Heights.
Oh yeah.
And even though it was a straight shot on the A train where she was going, she was regaling with some crazy subway stories.
Oh yeah, the subway is it's always been crazy.
There's a guy on TikTok, I don't know, a year ago that I used to watch all the time. He played baritone sax, and he would go on the subways, and he had a really cool kind of what's it called? I don't know. They would play in the subway stations.
You're talking about Brackeen?
No, man, it was just like this baritone sax dude. They had this whole kind of cool, super cool, not necessarily jazz, but it's a super cool thing going with a bunch of other players down in the subway stations.
Lavelle asked, "Are there any guardian angels still around?"
Just running for fucking mayor.
There's only the one that's running for mayor.
Yeah, he's gonna lose his he's gonna get smoked.
Yeah, Curtis Lewa.
Fucking piece of shit. Fuck that guy.
He's the Republican candidate for mayor.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking about no. This is what I'm thinking of. Sabir Mateen. This is the subway CD.
Okay.
With Tom Bruneau.
Yeah.
Well, Maurice McIntyre would play in the subway.
Yeah.
This is at Grand Central Station.
Mike, who is the? Oh my God, I'm starting to think. There's a documentary you turned us on to, like
I think it was that. It may
It
have
was the
been
one on
Maurice
Maurice McIntyre.
Yeah.
Was it Maurice McIntyre? Okay.
Yeah.
Dude was playing in the subways like still.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild how many legendary to us jazz musicians were struggling until the end of their lives in New York,
Well, Charles Gale was busking. You know.
Yeah.
You were showing that Weibo earlier.
Yeah.
Well, and there was that weird thing where that guy found Giuseppe Logan.
Right.
Yeah. In Boston? Or was he in New York?
It was in New York, and then recorded that deal.
Where was Logan from though?
Originally,
I want to think like maybe Delaware or somewhere else though, wasn't he? Or no? Who am I thinking of?
You know what's cool about the internet is I can talk like a fucking retarded drunk ass and it knows what I'm doing.
Yeah, let us know.
He passed away in 2020. He was from Philly.
Philly. Okay, I knew he was from somewhere else.
You know, it's so sad. I mean, these fucking just badass motherfuckers we all love, and then how many of them just died in complete poverty. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Even modern day, even like we've interviewed a few folks that are putting out records now, and it's like the people that decide to become jazz musicians as a profession now are just dedicating themselves to poverty, basically.
Now on the other side of the coin,
it's straight up poverty.
It's a hopeful.
You gotta hustle. Yeah. Speaking of hustle, Dave, you would know this. I work down near like Chinatown and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to lunch. Was it this week? I think it was this week or last week. And I passed by this guy, and he's got his his horn and everything on his back, and he's talking to this woman he's walking with, and I'm like looking at him. It was Daniel Carter.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That guy is putting out records hand over fist, man.
just like walking in on the street in Chinatown.
I think I actually got Teddy to buy a Daniel Carter record.
You did.
Where is that record? Let me find that record.
But you talk about the other side of the coin, documentaries with jazz musicians. I'll tell you, one of the most fascinating, crazy, weird documentaries you will see. HBO did one on Kenny G.
Oh yeah, I did that.
And it is a weird. He's a weird. It's an exercise in narcissism to watch.
Yeah.
I'm a scratch golfer. I fly planes. I do all. That's it, man.
Yeah.
This is a killer record, and there's a second volume of this that I wasn't even aware of because I love this record so much I didn't even care if there's another volume.
Yeah, is that on 577?
Yeah, I love this label.
Yeah,
and these are cheap
then when
records.
I was telling somebody that I saw him, they said that he co-owns that label with the Italian guy,
Federico Yugi.
Yeah,
Yeah, they could because that's all their stuff all the time.
Yeah.
So this has got some electronics on it, which makes it very interesting. Jabril Touré on bass is killer. Yeah, and Carter plays alto, tenor, flute, trumpet, everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I like how they named this. The names of the songs: Canal Street, 125th Street, Flatbush. Yeah, for the city.
Yeah. I was like, that dude looks familiar.
Damn, man. I would have loved to run into him, dude.
It's a wild question.
Did you say something to him?
Is the Bobby Hamilton Quintet Unlimited Drink worth picking up? So, okay. This is a wild fucking question. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I have that record. I got the Record Store Day version. Yeah, that's the one.
No. 1,000%. This is a fucking kick-ass record. Absolutely. I'm glad you brought it up. I've pulled it out of my collection to listen to it again. No, this is absolutely worth picking up.
Yeah, Egon put it out.
Yeah, this may be, I don't know, top 2-3 records that's been reissued in the last couple of years. Absolutely kick-ass record.
Yeah, I haven't listened to that one in a while,
new
man.
front?
I gotta pull that out.
Mike, do you have this one?
Oh yeah, and that's Buddy Myers and I have that one.
And what Wadada.
Yep, and I have her solo one that they just put out.
Yeah, which they recorded at the same time.
Right, that's excellent.
Yeah, and it's a 45 RPM, but man, you were talking about, Canal Street and this and that. These are all meditations on Central Park.
It's a beautiful
and it is phenomenal.
Yeah.
How good these two are together. And there's actually a little video on YouTube, kind of a little promo video where you see the two of them kind of working stuff out a little bit.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Yeah, I got something that came in today, and I've been listening to it on. I've been streaming it, but the reason I picked it up was the latest issue of We Jazz is featuring Jeff Parker. So he did like a selective discography, and most of the stuff I have, and then they talked about this guy, Dave Easley, who plays pedal steel. What is it called? Yeah,
that's wild.
And Jeff Parker plays on this one. It's called Ballads.
Dude,
this thing is killer.
Jeff Parker is fucking awesome, man.
This is freaking killer. This is a cover.
Okay.
And then I bought another one of his albums.
Wait, no, this is We Jazz from Finland, right?
No, yeah, We Jazz, from Finland. You know how they put out their quarter, every quarter.
Wow.
And but this is killer. They're just doing all standards. They do Lonely Woman, Lush Life. The best cut on here is the Sonny Chirac tune.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Who does she hope to be? I mean, it's just amazing.
Wow.
I guess supposedly it says they only printed 500 of them. So, but I mean, I ordered. Yeah, as soon as I listened to it, I said I gotta get this.
Teddy, what record did you just show?
It's this one here.
Yeah, what is that?
It is called Central Park's Mosaics of Reservoir Lake Paths and Gardens. But it's Wadada, Leo Smith, and Amina Claudine Myers.
Okay.
And it's on this really great label out of France called Red Hook. They're coming out with some really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
This is one I dig. If you're familiar
with
that's
this. Fucking awesome.
Oh man, we saw them. CJ, who's in the chat, we saw them at Big Ears.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you went there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got that recently.
That's Vegas.
That's a great record.
Killer performance there.
Tell us who's on that record, Teddy.
Well, Steve Lehman, Mark Turner.
Mark Turner's greatest.
Matt Brewer, and Damon Reed on drums.
Yes, that's a really good record.
Yeah,
I've got about 3 or 4 Steve Lehman records CDs coming in, Mike.
Yeah,
about that one. I've got 3 or 4 that I saw. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of them. We saw Steve Lehman with that group, and he was with Tayshawn and VJI or Fieldwork.
Oh yeah.
And their new recording is coming out in a couple of weeks.
ECM or what?
Huh? No, it's on Pi Recordings.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
Teddy, this is probably the last jazz record I think I might have gotten. This is Schweitzer, Carl, and Maholo.
Okay.
Boots on FMP.
Is it Irene Schweitzer?
Yes. So it's Irene Schweitzer on piano, Louis Maholo on drums, Rudiger Carl on tenor. Rudiger Carl goes absolutely off
Wow.
on this. The side long piece on the A side is insane. This is some of the best free jazz I've listened to in a long time. This one really, really hit the spot. Let's just say that.
Now, I'm
This-
also a big fan of this one.
That is killer.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
So
Oh,
it's a string quartet, and of course, Tamika Reed is the most ubiquitous player out there right now.
Yeah, she is.
But it's a string quartet that's doing Julius Hemphill stuff, and
Dude, Hemphill's post
Like the dog on AD
legacy
stuff.
is fucking awesome.
Yeah. Well, I love Hemphill. So
Yeah,
me too. What did y'all think about this record? Did anybody get this record? My fan. It's so big.
Let's see.
This one?
No.
It's Carlos Nino, Nate.
No, not yet.
Yeah. It's called the Open This Trio.
Is that on International Anthem?
No, it's on Blue Note. It's on Blue Note.
Oh, it's on Blue Note.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
shit.
don't know. I wasn't really into it.
I thought that guy was just on International Anthem, but looks like
Well,
he's
if you're interested, you can buy it for me tomorrow for $15.
Oh, in the auction?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
I don't know.
Pusher Man.
Pusher Man. I buy from who online? Who do I buy from? Chris buys from them online. Who? Oh, Banana Records. Oh yeah. Now, Banana Records is a great
store.
Yeah, they're a great store on Discogs for sure.
Yes, they are. They ship, dude. You get it in like 2 days.
Yeah, and their grading's really amazing. Absolutely.
And they have rare stuff.
Yeah, so that record I showed is minimalist ambient music. Yeah, I personally was not a fan of that record, but I'm sure other people like it. Hopefully, other people to buy it from me so I can get my money back.
Any of you guys familiar with? I think he's Swiss. It's this drummer Florian Arbenz.
Fuck yeah, dude!
Yeah, I've been doing this series
of
conversations, and this one is fucking killer. Trio with Greg Osby, and then this organist that plays, this kind of Larry Young dirty organ. It's really great, but they do like Freedom Jazz Dance. This is
Which one is that? Which one is that? What number of conversation?
Conversations 9.
Yeah,
number 9.
It's funny. We interviewed him probably a year ago, and he had a sale on his Bandcamp last week or this week.
Oh, and he always sends these great notes.
Those are cool.
Yeah,
that's cool. I bought the CD of that. I bought the CD set of that whole box this week. Yeah, so I should be hopefully getting that in a few weeks. I'm excited for that. And then he also just put out a record with
Ron Carter.
Yeah, when we interviewed him, I don't know, 6 months ago. He had.
Is it another one of the conversations?
No, it's completely separate thing. Completely separate.
Yeah, it's him. It's actually him, his brother, and Ron Carter.
Yeah, Ron Carter was over there for whatever reason, and they managed to abduct him for a day to record a record, which is pretty cool.
Wow, that is cool.
Yeah.
And then he did before he did that series, he did a duo recording with Osby that's really good too.
Yeah,
Greg Osby.
Well, Osby's playing on this, and it's so funny because he just doesn't get in the conversation a lot. Greg Osby.
He doesn't. He doesn't play that. He doesn't play that much. Around. He doesn't play that much around here anymore. The last time I saw him, it was about 2 years ago. No, it was probably longer than that. Remember when they did that recording that came out with he was playing with Tayshawn's trio on Pi.
Mm-hmm.
That was recorded live at the Jazz Gallery, and I was there for that. And that was the last performance that I can recall him doing in New York. Yeah, in New York. And he had said that he he had something in the works, but that was 2 years ago. You know.
Yeah. I mean, that's the cool. That's why Mike really introduced me to or convinced me to get into the CDs, because there's so much great jazz shit that's only on CDs from the 80s and 90s.
Well,
especially Osby and just everybody from that generation.
Well, that's why I'm doing a lot. Bought this high-end streamer because there's just so much stuff that I like that will never make it to vinyl, and and I'll support them that way.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But
I mean, if you're supporting the artist, that's the main thing too.
Osby had a great run on Blue Note.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And during that period, I think him and Lovano, they were like the stalwarts on Blue Note.
Yeah. You guys remember that CD collection I bought up in Winston-Salem? The one where I showed them all on the stream?
I don't know.
Yeah, I showed about 90 CDs that night. That's what I took home. My friend, he got first dibs on what he was keeping. There's the whole run of Osby on Blue Note.
Osby's fucking great, man.
I mean, there was a bunch of them, and I was like, dude, because that stuff's in his wheelhouse, and he kept all of it.
Well, I mean, that's why jazz is so fucking awesome. It's unfucking limited. Almost.
Yeah, every time you think
I feel like I'm gonna spend the rest of my life. I could stop at the year 1999 and go back and never really catch up.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's cool. I mean, it's fun,
No, I mean, even going backwards, it's impossible. It's an endless.
That's what's so fun about jazz.
It's a bottomless cup of coffee.
Yeah, it is. That's why I love that Mike, Jasmine's Mike has gone back to the all the Clef and Norgran shit, It's really I mean, I think he's one of the reasons our channel works so well as well as it does, because he gets obsessed with stuff and like
but now he's in
going
along with the obsessions that he has.
The place I went to tonight was partly because of Mike, and it was funny. The last record that we played, the guy had a mono of Steve Lacy's Evidence.
Yeah.
So he plays the first tune on that, and it's a Duke Ellington tune.
Yeah.
I can't recall the name, but it's the first cut, and the guy that that runs the place, he goes, "That's an Ellington tune. I've got the 78 of that."
Fuck dude.
He goes,
he had it there.
The guy Matthew gets the 78 of the first tune on Steve Lacy's Evidence, and we played it after we played the original.
It's the mystery song.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
It was crazy. That was really cool.
Wow.
Well, that's one of the things I think about with like 60s soul jazz, right? Like, this record sucks because they're just like doing a bunch of tunes, pop tunes from the time. That's what jazz has always been, though. Like it's always been, like let's cover these tunes, right? Like, so I don't know. Like one of my favorite records of all time is The Pyramids in the Basement. Not The Pyramids. What's the In the Basement one, Dave? This is not Pyramids. Fuck, what is it? Hang on. Anyway, one of my favorite songs of all time, People Make the World Go Round. That tune?
Yeah, Stylistics.
Yeah.
The
Stylistics, yeah. But there's I think, oh my God, what is it?
Hang on, I'll find it. The Pharaohs?
The Pharaohs, yeah, fucking Pharaohs. So
hold on, dude.
Pharaohs in the Basement, right? I mean,
oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude, that's such great shit.
This record.
Yes, that's
there's
top.
the
OG. that record's not as good as the end. Show the other one.
This one.
In the Basement. The fucking People Makes the World Go Around.
Yeah, the second song on the A side.
Oh, it's so much even better than the Stylistics, It's so good. I mean,
11 minutes of jamming out right there.
Yeah, man. I mean, like stylistics is one of my favorite groups.
You were talking about soul jazz, and this club that Sun Ra played for 2 weeks, never known it to be a music club, and somebody there just decided, I'm going to try to bring some music in. So Sun Ra plays there for 2 weeks, and right after that, he brought in Jimmy McGriff, but he had Joe Dukes on drums.
Oh, dude, Joe Dukes. Yes.
And it was fucking killer. It was just,
Well, Joe Dukes.
It was everything you wanted, out of that,
Yeah.
Who was Joe Dukes playing with? Fuck. The organ player that Joe Dukes played with forever. Fuck, what's his name? Moon Rapping. Who was
I'll get it.
Ronnie
That was Jimmy McGriff. That is McGriff.
No, it's not McGriff. Hang on, let me look.
Yeah, it is. No,
it's brother
Jack McDuff.
Yeah, dude.
Now that's the record cover.
Yeah, that record cover is fucking awesome. I'm gonna unlock that fucking
Nick
shit
Duff,
right there.
baby.
Yeah, no, but So Joe Dukes, man, Moon Rapping.
Yeah, you're right.
Moon Rapping, fucking brother Jack McDuff, right?
Yep.
I got the classic series of that, and I was so blown. The drum sound on that reissue is fucking insanely good.
Yeah.
And so I got obsessed with Joe Dukes. He because that record was put out in 1970, right? Moon Rapping.
Yeah, sounds right.
That shit sounds. I mean, his drum sound is fucking awesome, but it also just sounds like everything that the electro drum and bass stuff ever wanted to be. Like I don't know, man. It's so crazy that Joe Dukes sounded like he was 20, 30 years ahead of his time. I love that. Moon Rapping's one of my favorites. Absolutely favorites.
That's good stuff.
Yeah. The cheap ass record, man. The classic series reissue that's like for 10, you can get it for $10. One of the best sounding records that I have. It's fucking great. But yeah, Joe Dukes, man. I've tried to find he had a couple of records that he led too. They're kind of hard to come by. So anyway.
All right, man.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
McDuff. Jack fucking McDuff, man. He's great, man. I love jazz organ.
Oh yeah, man. I'm a big Jimmy Smith fan. Like
I
love starting a Sunday, going to church with Jimmy.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Over at my house is what I call it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's true. Like, I don't know. I mean, it would be cool to talk to some old timers from that time frame, especially the black folks that, that shit was keeping, jazz alive. I mean, like within the community, and that was keeping jazz alive. Jimmy Smith and Jack McDuff and all that. Those records are selling. The records sold.
Jimmy Smith was one of the best sellers Blue Note ever had.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why he has a ton of titles.
Yeah.
I was talking to older guy, jazz collector. Guy's got a hell of a collection. Of course, he's a doctor, so he's got the cake. But he was talking about when he was in college here in Kansas City, went down to this one club and saw fucking Coltrane during My Favorite Things era.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's just like he said, it still resonates in his head. He can still hear it, see it, the whole deal. I can't imagine, every time that I've ever gone to the Village Vanguard, I close before the show, I close my eyes and open them, hoping that Coltrane is standing there with Elvin.
Yeah.
I just I imagine that whole thing, and
yeah. For me, I went to Birdland once, and I went to the Vanguard once, and it was before I was into jazz. My buddy that I was with was into jazz, and I can't even tell you who I saw play, which is a shame now, because I've been digging through the archives because I have the date. I have the date. It was a Thursday night, and so I've been trying to go through to find out who it was we saw at Birdland, especially the one night, because the drummer was an older guy. He was in his 80s and he was throwing down. I was like, who
was it
is
Roy
this guy?
Haynes?
Could have been. It could have been, man. It really could have been.
I put my money on Roy.
Yeah. I gotta find out. I because they have like a almost like a written archive online. Burnland does of past shows history, and I looked at it years ago. I need to look at it again and see if that's been updated or somebody's done the archivist work.
The one that drives me crazy. First time I went to New York in the 70s, these people took me up to a loft jazz gig, and I can't tell you who played. And it just drives me crazy.
Well, you would remember seeing Sam Rivers. You know what I mean? That's pretty distinguishable. If he had his hair out,
it wasn't Sam. He didn't have the hat or anything. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I was kind of fucked up too. So it was one of those.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was a little.
I was drinking that night too. We were at the ESPN zone throwing down because it was pouring rain and we couldn't go see Sharapova play at the U.S. Open, which we had tickets for. So that was our whole. We wanted to see her play, and so we said, "Screw it, let's go to see it." My friend's like, "You know what, man? Let's take a cab. I want to go to Birdland. I don't care who's playing. Let's go." I was like, "All right, let's go." And we were soaked. We got there.
It's funny back in the 90s when I was 18, 19, 20, I my job, whatever. One of the guys that worked at my job, I was really into hockey then. I still am. And so I had this dude that worked. He was like he did drafting, like literally old school, pencil and drafting to build these apartment complexes or whatever. His daughter worked for the Dallas Stars. And so she's, I was like, hey, I'm a huge hockey fan. So we got hooked up. And she would call me like at 4:00 on any given day and say, hey, I've got a single ticket to see the Stars game, right? And you can come tonight. So I saw probably 40 games just from her.
Damn.
But the cool thing was it was like literally like fucking on the glass, like fucking courtside seats, courtside seats for basketball. But, I saw so many games and I would just be hanging out like afterwards in this club outside the arena with all the hockey players. It was so fucking awesome,
Back when I was in college, when I played basketball, and but we would go to a lot of us guys would go see the hockey when the hockey team would play. We'd go see them play too, and we had this kid that played. What was his name? His name was Marty Diamond. He transferred from Ohio State down to us at Division III at Fredonia. He was an enforcer, monster. But his cousin was Pat LaFontaine.
Oh, Pat LaFontaine was such a great fucking
player. And that's my favorite all-time player. He used to sit right in this because the stadium for hockey behind the benches was a concrete wall.
Sabres or what?
All the bleachers were on the other side.
Yeah.
So Pat would sit in the stands and watch the games, and everybody's sitting together.
Yeah,
freaking cool. It was cool,
dude. I wish we need to get George on here. But yeah, 90s hockey was the fucking best.
Yeah. This was 91 to 95. We went to two national
90s hockey was so fucking good, man.
That year.
So good. I mean, the fact that the Stars won the cup in 99 doesn't hurt, but like those.
I don't recognize that.
Fuck you with that bullshit. No. Fuck you. Brett
Hall has
to.
He has to change his name when he goes to Buffalo. So when he checks into hotels.
No, he doesn't. He won the
Yes, he
fucking.
does.
He won the Stanley Cup, dude. They were gonna lose no matter what.
I know they won.
Sabres didn't have shit. Come on, fuck you, Turk.
We had Hasek.
How fucking Hasek fucking led in the winning goal. Give me a break.
You did get the cup.
Yeah.
Now,
No,
Dad,
Barnaby.
no,
Matthew Barnaby is one of my favorite players of all time. By the way.
Now, he was good. He fought pretty good. But I thought y'all were gonna win the cup this year, dude. For a minute.
Yeah, we tried.
It was a pretty solid team.
The Stars have lost the cup like 4 times since then.
I'll be back in a minute. Pause for the cause.
Cause. Yeah.
Would you say, Dave?
Is Edmonton the kryptonite now, or?
Well, I mean, fucking, who's the guy they have?
Yeah.
What's the guy's name? The fucking new Wayne Gretzky, basically.
I forget. Yeah.
The cool thing there is, before the Stars won the cup in '99, Edmonton. We met with David, exactly, Mark. Yeah. Edmonton and this versus the Stars were always really fucking great series.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, what's funny is we have Marchment. His son plays for the Stars now. Brian Marchment was his dad. He's dead. He passed away.
Oh wow! Okay.
Which
I remember.
He was shit.
Yeah.
I mean, before we won the cup, remember Joe Nieuwendyk?
Oh yeah, love Joe Nieuwendyk.
Nieuwendyk he won the cup for the Flames. It was like MVP for the Flames. Well, the year before we won the cup, we were playing against Edmonton, and Brian Marchment was on their team, and he fucking fucked up Nieuwendyk's knee.
Nieuwendyk's in the Hall of Fame.
He is. He rode him to the boards and fucked up his knee, which fucked us.
Yeah.
We still beat Edmonton when we lost to the Red Wings, right? That year. And it's funny. I after that, I was sitting pretty close to the fucking glass the next several years, and when I saw a couple of games where we played against Marchment, and he actually flipped me off one game.
Nice.
Because I was so up his ass. It was like, fuck you, Marchment, you piece of shit. Then he was like, which was fun.
I liked Mike Modano that played for y'all.
Mike Modano was a fucking phenomenal player, man.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
He was a really smooth
the year
player,
we won the
man.
cup, he played the final series with a broken wrist the whole fucking series.
Yeah, he had a really just easy way about how he played the game. You know what I mean?
He was fast.
So.
He was fast, dude. You watch Mike Modano when he got the puck. You just okay.
Yeah.
Mike Modano was great.
Yeah,
the best player we
had, or whatever.
The best player we had was Sergei Zubov. Sergei Zubov is one of the best fucking players of all goddamn time. He was a defenseman. He was a Russian defenseman.
Yeah,
he's in the Hall of Fame. Sergei, I've seen.
Did he play for Detroit for a spell too?
No, he played for Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, that's who it was.
Sergei could. I don't know what his deal was, but he could pick up the puck behind his net and take it all the way to the other fucking end of the ice and score. And if he had wanted to, he had done that 900 fucking times. His puck vision was fucking nuts, dude. Like, Sergei Zubov was so goddamn good. I mean, I saw it several times live, but I saw it. Back in the 90s, I watched hockey every fucking night. And I watched literally watched every goddamn game I could.
Oh, yeah. We had the Sabres. We had the Sabres Boston games on.
He could fucking just take the puck from one end of the rink to the other by himself and just score if he wanted to.
So I'm in Kansas City, so you know what we watch.
Yeah.
The fucking the
dynasty.
Awesome. Fucking I love Kansas City Chiefs.
Love
that team.
We were in Philadelphia when the Chiefs were playing the Eagles the first time, and my daughter goes, "Don't wear anything red. Don't bring it. They're gonna kill you." And there's a really good record store. What's it called? Long in the Tooth.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That guy, the owner's he's a character.
Yeah, and they actually have when I was there, some guy had unloaded a bunch of Sealed Hat Hut records.
Oh, cool.
Oh man.
You know, and that
Yeah.
was sweet. But anyway, I hear two guys talking about, you know, they go, well, what do you think? Well, I don't know. I give it a 50-50 chance, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I walked up and I said, yeah, I give it a 50-50 chance too. And the 50, you know, I'm on the Kansas City 50 side. And they're like, oh, you know, and but I said, but we came, you know, we had a good discussion. I said, hey man, you know, good luck to your team tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. But my daughter lived about 4 blocks from Broad Street. And they'd already turned over a car before the game started, you know. So, you know, Chiefs win in the end. And it asked my daughter, so she lived on the 3rd floor. And I said, hey, do you mind if I open the window? She goes, go ahead, open the window. And as loud as I could yell, I went, Patrick Mahomes is God. Suck it, Philadelphia. And then shut the window and the blinds.
Dude.
You know?
You need to shut the blinds behind that window.
Yeah.
As much as the Dallas Cowboys fan, as much as I hate the fucking Eagles,
yeah,
they built a fucking. I mean, I'll give their GM and everyone in that organization credit. They built a fucking amazing team.
They did. They
built a fucking killer team. And you know, dude, it's so tough.
But I'm anti tush push.
Man, it's fine, but like the fucking it's the Cowboys. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
As great as the '90s were.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones just came out this week and talked about how he had a 10-year fight against cancer.
Right.
Right. I'm like, I wish the cancer had won. Because you're fucking terrible, dude. The Cowboys have sucked so bad.
Well, don't feel so bad. I had McCaskey for 130 years. Is she dead yet? Is she dead yet?
The crypt, the crypt keeper.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Which team?
The Bears.
Yeah, whatever, man. Like, yeah, the Cowboys. Oh, fuck, dude.
I've told Dave. I said,
stand it.
The best move the Bears made off season.
Yeah.
Was to get Eric Bieniemy as their running backs coach.
That's right.
Our former, he started as a running backs coach with the Chiefs, and that guy's like a Marine drill sergeant. You know,
we got Baby Schottenheimer now, though, right? The Cowboys.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah,
but but the problem is nobody coaches that team but Jerry.
No, we'll see. We'll see.
What? Who's gonna come? Jerry's the general manager, the coach, the water boy. He's everything.
Hey, as long as we don't have the fucking redheaded clapper in town, I don't give a fuck, dude. Fuck that guy.
Your wide receiver got trucked by a referee.
Dude.
Yeah. CD Lamb.
And then they find him.
You got to watch that highlight. It's the highlight of the year.
No,
I don't even watch football all year. Okay. I already saw the highlight I needed to see all year.
CD Lamb's a bad motherfucker, though.
That's the only thing I needed to see this year. That made my whole year of football.
Whatever.
And then you won't. He just signed Parsons and give him his money.
Give him money.
Has he not done that yet?
Why do we have to do this every year with the Cowboys?
Give him money.
Because Jerry's a racist piece of shit. That's why the Cowboys.
And then Parsons will wind up with the Ravens.
No.
Yeah,
Parsons winds up with like fucking Washington or Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
No, he'll end up on the Ravens.
Don't say it. No, I just can't, dude.
But it's every year it's the same thing, you know. With some player, you know, you gotta, you know, he's gotta just get into this. I don't know what it is.
No,
remember when they won the second Super Bowl? He did it with Emmett.
Yeah.
He said Emmett didn't play until the third game of the season or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like it's just nonsense.
It is nonsense. I mean, it's just been a tough 30 years, man. It's been a tough fucking time since.
Well, I go back to 85, 86. You know,
the fridge.
Oh yeah, man. Love the fridge.
First
I go back
Bozo at
I go back to
Fucking awesome.
1965 in the AFL.
I
For
know.
who?
See, Teddy had a long drought, so he's been
Oh,
relishing
Kansas
the
City.
Well,
dynasty.
So when the Chiefs moved from Dallas,
Yeah.
my dad got season tickets, and at the time in 1963, the Kansas City Chiefs had the most expensive sporting ticket
Mm-hmm.
in the country, period. And it was two tiered. There was a $6 ticket and a $7 ticket.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and my dad found his way to the first Super Bowl. I still have Green Bay Packers and Kansas City Chiefs pennants, from that.
Yep.
And then I was attended the longest game in NFL history, Christmas Day, 1971. And then later in my work life, I worked with Len Dawson a bit. Great guy, awesome storyteller. And one of the best stories ever. So they get beat by Green Bay in it wasn't called the Super Bowl, the AFL NFL championship.
Yeah.
Vince Lombardi, refers to the AFL as a Mickey Mouse league, this and that. So preseason next year, the Chiefs had the Bears come in. George Halas, founder of the league.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs kept their starters in the whole game, and they beat them 66 to something. I mean, it was a fucking pounding. They had Gale Sayers, Brian Piccolo, Butkus, all these guys. So, assistant coach for the Bears was Abe Gibron, who became a head coach, I think, when Halas retired.
Yeah.
He had been at Purdue with Len Dawson, so he knew him. So the Chiefs had this horse named Warpaint, and this guy Bob Johnson, who rode bareback, and when they scored a touchdown, he'd be riding bareback, going up and down. And Chiefs scored again, and Len Dawson went by Abe Gibron, and he goes, "Hey Len, if you don't stop scoring touchdowns, you're gonna kill that fucking horse." They talked about just like going into Buffalo, that War Memorial Stadium, that where they shot the Natural. Oh my God, that thing. Yeah,
I've heard that the new Buffalo Stadium that's being built, the way they're building it, no wind can get in.
Yeah, I saw that thing on the news.
Okay,
I don't know about that.
What? No.
What?
Here's a better question. The Cowboys fucking stadium, we call it the Death Star here. I literally, it's 15 miles from my house. If I climbed on my roof, I could see that giant motherfucker from here. The stupidest thing about it, though, is the end. The ends where they have glass in the ends.
Yeah,
it's east-west. The fucking sun shines in the motherfucker and blinds people.
Oh,
and Jerry won't do anything about it. It's like, could you not have just twisted it fucking 90 degrees? Like, it's so fucking dumb.
Yeah,
Look,
somebody wasn't thinking all the way through on that one.
We've lost games to the sun shining into the fucking, from the end zone.
Yeah.
Well, so you say no wind. How is that possible?
I don't know.
Yes, it's so the way they designed it. Yeah, because they had some of the players on the field too. I think it was the quarterback, and they were talking about that it's just no wind.
Well, wait. I guess the answer is it a dome?
No, it's not.
It's not. It's open air, but it's just
they're doing this. I know they were like, when you watch a Buffalo game last year, you'd see the cranes and the stuff where they were working on the stadium,
right?
And it is supposed to open next year, right? I think.
I don't know if it's that soon.
I thought it was 2026. But anyway, But for some reason, I thought it was going to be a dome because
Josh
they don't
Allen.
want to deal with this snow shit anymore.
Nope.
Those their whole advantage, right?
Yeah,
The snow
well,
will get in, but maybe not the wind is also their advantage.
Who is their quarterback?
Josh Allen.
Yeah, he's great.
Oh my God!
You know what's funny is my ex boss was a Buffalo guy, and you know, as the Cowboys, as a Dallas fan, it's kind of a horrible fucking, you know, relationship with a Buffalo fan, right? Like, oh, the Cowboys destroyed them twice, and then, you know, the Brett Hull goal. I mean, I used to just torture the fuck out of him constantly, basically, with that shit. I used to send him literally screenshots of, you know, Brett Hull's foot in the crease when, you know, when they won the fucking his cup, and you're like, this bullshit. I'm like, yeah, well, we won, fucker.
So a couple years ago, when
I won't hold it against you,
we had playoff game against the Dolphins, and it was 27 below here.
Oh yeah, where people lost fingers and toes and shit.
Yes,
for real.
Yeah, and where Mahomes lost part of his helmet, you know, the chunk of his helmet, you know, came out. Yeah, no, people. You know, we've got this, you know, great big tailgating thing that happens. So, guy was setting up his little tent, you know, his little cover.
Yeah.
And he had his hand out of his glove just to undo a pole. Fucking lost his fingers from frostbite.
Jesus.
Yeah, that was the league made an error in judgment on having that game that night.
Well,
a little
bit.
I
mean, you know, no domed team or team, you know, Florida team. You know, if they ever have to go up north to play anybody, they're screwed. You know, in the playoffs, they're just screwed. They'll never. The only way that a dome team or a Florida team will ever get there is if they have home field advantage. You know,
like Tampa or Miami or whatever.
Yeah, no,
Jacksonville.
Yeah, not going to happen. Might be nice. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, it's not going to happen anytime soon with those teams in Florida.
No.
I mean,
no.
I think there's a short leash on Mike McDaniel moving forward.
Probably. This is probably the last year if they don't make the playoffs.
No. Tyreek wishes he had never left Kansas City.
Oh,
he got his money. He got his money. You know, everybody deserves their money. You know, it's an open market. If you can make that money, you should.
Yeah, but wasn't he in trouble for being a piece of shit in various ways? Tyreek?
He's been a piece of shit in various ways.
And he probably still is. So, you know.
Well, isn't the thing now he's got, what, 9 babies mamas or something?
Probably more than that. I don't even know how many.
I don't know.
Probably, he's trying to beat Sean Kemp's record.
Oh yeah, I was going to go. Who is the king? Who is the king of that?
Sean Kemp's the king.
Sean Kemp.
Sean Kemp.
Yeah.
No, man.
Oh yeah. You didn't know about that?
9?
No.
Oh yeah, bro.
Right.
Sean Kemp.
Yes.
Give it like 9. Maybe
what did he win? Like the first dunk contest or something?
Well, he was in the Portland, right?
Seattle.
Yeah.
Supersonics.
Yeah.
I love
he had like
watching
9 different fucking baby mamas.
You guys will not believe this. So when we had the Kansas City Kings here, now one year they got to the Western Conference Finals. They lost to Houston. This is pre-Olajuwon. But they had a section at Kemper Arena. It was in the lower deck in a corner, kind of near the visitors bench, and they called this section was called the backcourt boozers, BOO, you know. And if you joined this group, it was kind of treated like a general admissions section, okay. And they offered third of a season packages. One package had the Celtics, one package had the Lakers, one package had the Sixers. And so for a kid out of college, just out of college, the cost of a third of a season ticket package for an NBA team was $90.
Oh wow.
Jeez.
That's pretty sweet.
And you were with all of your friends.
Mhm.
Basically, everybody sat in the same thing. And, it was unbelievable that, a kid with no money could attend, NBA games on
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. Like, it wasn't that many years ago. I bought season tickets to the Carolina Panthers.
Oh wow.
The year you get 10 games in the package, all 10 home games. It was $400 is what I paid. So it was $40 a game.
Wow.
I was in the end zone just up.
Did
where
they
you're
give
still
you free
looking through the
parking?
goalposts.
Did you get parking with that?
Yeah, well, we had a spot we parked in where we could cook. We could set up and cook like venison sausages and shit. And we'd get the local radio station guys to come down and eat because they couldn't. They're like, we can't get this anywhere because my dad would send it down to me from New York. But so yeah, we had these tickets. And it's crazy what it costs today.
Oh yeah.
Versus then, and that was the year that the guys both had 1,000 yards rushing. D'Angelo Williams and Jonathan Stewart. They were going off. They got into the playoffs. They were the favorite to win the Super Bowl, and they got whooped by Arizona because Bo rounds for Brains Delhomme had like 5 turnovers. There was just mush up there in his head.
Jake,
just bow rounds, just soggy bow rounds up in there. And yeah, man, all they needed to do was run the ball. They had 2,000-yard backs one year.
Speaking of Arizona, where do you put Larry Fitzgerald in your pantheon of wide receivers?
He got robbed of a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, because that was just that.
He's got to be top 5, right?
Pittsburgh Super Bowl.
Yeah,
he's annoying.
Definitely up there. Yeah.
I have a problem with that.
I watched
question.
him in college. He was great at Pitt.
I have a problem with that question because the greatest wide receiver I've ever seen is not in the Hall of Fame. Otis Taylor from the Chiefs. He's a guy that could play today. He was 6'3", 215. I mean, he changed what wide receivers could be, and he was tough to tackle. But they just didn't. They didn't have a pass heavy offense, and so his stats don't measure with like Fred Biletnikoff from the same era. But he was a man. I mean, a man's man amongst men. And why he's not in the Hall of Fame, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
I got to see a lot of Syracuse guys play in the Dome, like Marvin Harrison. That was to see firsthand. That guy really stood out to me.
I mean, I think Fitzgerald's a hell of a player.
Yeah.
He just was on the wrong team.
Why am I so fucking fucked up?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And speaking of Otis Taylor, guys like that, you got to have like somebody to like advocate for you.
Yeah.
You just like Sterling Sharp got in this year.
Yeah.
But that's part because he has his brother. That can is always advocating for him, and all these people continually say and it's true. If he hadn't have been injured and had to retire, he would have But he only played 7. He played 7 years.
How big of a piece of shit is Skip Bayless?
He's always been a piece of shit.
Yeah,
I hate that guy. I mean, he's
the
the Cowboys guy, but I hate him so much.
The wild thing is that him and his brother don't even have a good relationship.
His brother's a fucking badass. Rick Bayless. They have no because
I
Rick
always wondered about that.
If
Rick the chef is his
yeah,
brother.
yeah.
Well,
Oh, and I love that freaking. They have completely opposite personalities.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because Rick's cool and Skip's a piece of shit.
Well, Rick looks like he comes off like he smokes some stuff, and
He
then
smoked a little bit.
and
He
the other
smoked some
guys,
weed and figured out how cool fucking tacos are.
he's a Dallas.
I mean, no, dude. I fucking did plenty of coke in Dallas back in my day. Skip
Oh.
Bezos is a fucking fucktard. Like, I hate that guy. Our local, our big sports radio station in Dallas. He was one of the original, guys on like back in the early '90s. Fuck that. Fuck Skip. I hate him so much. He's a piece of shit. He's full of shit.
It's not wrong.
He's full of shit. He's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
So back to records.
Okay,
yeah. We got talking about.
So Mike,
hockey,
I gotta
and then
tell
all of a
you,
sudden-
I gotta tell you, that I'm in 100. This is a video you did a while back. 100%. Matthew Ship's Codebreaker.
Oh yeah.
I
love Matthew Ship.
It took me years to actually to get into Matthew Ship. It's one of like when you first get into the music, sometimes you listen to what people say.
Right.
You don't listen with your ears.
Yep.
And then when I finally started listening to him, then it's like,
No, he's very unique. I mean, that album, man, it really got to me. Because I mean, he was really doing something different. Right.
So he played here in my neighborhood, and at
Matthew
Petra's.
Ship did.
Yeah, Matthew Ship. He played at Petra's. It was for that tour, for the Codebreaker tour.
Mm-hmm.
It was incredible. Ghost Trees, of course, opened.
Right.
And they know him and all that. And I got to meet and talk to him. And it was funny. Hockey came up because I had just been to the Charlotte Checkers, and they had
hockey.
They had cheerleaders. That would I always sit in the one section because
those are ice girls, not cheerleaders, man.
Whatever. They have the hockey cheerleaders, and I was like, I make sure I'm over there in that section. And he got a kick out of that. He'd never heard of such a thing.
How about speaking of Kansas? Is it Kansas City? Who's the NFL team that's got the male cheerleaders that everybody's freaking out about?
Oh God, no! I'm not getting into that.
Yeah, get into it.
No, but anyway, so I bought that Codebreaker CD. And I put it in my CD player in the car, like in the console CD player. And the CD player then decided to eat it.
Wait,
I could never get it out.
Okay.
So, wow,
so
your CD player is a critic, huh?
Yeah. So Codebreaker's stuck in the CD player. So I'm like, well, who the hell am I gonna take this to? So I take it to the dealership, and the guy. They
don't know anything.
The guy goes in there. I was like, "Can you just get it out?" So he gets it out and hands it to me in 3 pieces.
He's like, "Sorry about the credence, bro."
Yeah. So my Codebreaker CD got destroyed by the fucking Honda dealership on Independence over here. I will hate them and never go there again.
I was talking about a truck last week. I was talking about a 2001 Nissan back. It's got a CD player in it, so I'm going to be rocking some jazz tunes in that.
Yeah. So I've had to have this. I had to get a contraption so I can go through the outlet and plug into a portable CD player, and it don't sound as good.
But I'm a fan of solo piano records.
I am too. I'm a fan of like all solo, any solo, performance.
And like, do you have any Marshall Solal? The French.
Oh yeah.
My god. Oh my god. Yeah. But anyway, I had not heard a solo piano record that touched me for a while until I heard Codebreaker. And I really it is really something.
I need to rebuy it. I got to rebuy it. I keep forgetting to rebuy it.
You do.
No, so I have a record with him in Hampton. Hawes is really good.
I'm trying to think to have I gotten any solo stuff recently.
Oh, here we go.
Well, we were talking about Myra Melford earlier before you
Oh,
joined.
man.
And Myra, oh, I love, I love,
Here we
I
go.
was talking about, I love people like Myra, Jackie Byard,
Jackie
just
Byard's my
man
favorite.
that have the history of jazz at their fingertips, and they can
Yeah.
go any way.
Yeah.
Teddy.
I don't know if it's gonna happen. Well, it may happen. Who knows? It's all money. But a while ago, she had posted something on social media, basically saying she had gotten the rights to some of her earlier stuff, and she said, she asked the question, "What would you guys like to see on vinyl?"
Everything.
So some of her earlier stuff may be reissued on vinyl.
Did y'all check out there was a sale on what the fuck was it? There was a sale on the label yesterday. It was 50% off. Bunch of Mary Halverson shits on there. What the fuck is it?
None such.
Nonsense. Yeah, I bought 6 different LPs
50%
yesterday.
off?
Yeah,
but the thing was crazy was like the prices were $20 to begin with. We got a bunch of $7, $8, $9 LPs yesterday. Yeah.
The larger group, I like the larger group that Mary Halverson has with Jacob Garchick on trombone and Adam O'Farrell, but I'm going to be a little controversial here, but Mary Halverson's actual guitar technique is kind of it's gimmicky to me. It was interesting for a while, but it's like just she's really good at her compositions with this larger group.
That's the key for me, the compositions.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That record she just put out,
but her little weird little that little weird thing. Okay.
I don't know.
It was interesting initially, but
how dare you?
Yeah.
I like her more recent, the recent stuff. I just think she's gotten better, and it's the same thing with her and it applies to her peers also.
Yeah,
they've all seemed to become composers. And I like the way they all play together. It just seems. It's just not, it's just not people soloing,
It's great though.
Oh, that's
yeah.
Her and what is it? Who's it?
Sylvie Cavassier.
Yeah, that's fucking great. That's really good. Bad Bones.
But this group that she has, this larger group, and man, Jacob, if you like trombone, Jacob Garchick is a monster. He's great.
Yep. I mean, I think her last 2 recordings have just been really outstanding.
The Amaryllis and
the Cloud.
I guess those coming from Nonsuch. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I think I did order something, and I had forgotten about this because she did a trio recording with Jason Moran.
Right.
It's called Bang, but it's on Jason Moran's label, so you have to go through Yes Records. And there were two recordings that I didn't have on his label, and I actually went and ordered because I was reading a review somewhere of her most recent record, and it was the guy Fred Kaplan was talking about, and he was saying he didn't get her earlier stuff, and he thought it was just a little too showy and all this stuff. But he talked about that CD she did with Jason Moran as one of the ones that he really liked. So I ordered that yesterday.
Cool.
So I'm looking forward to that.
Who's the lady the guitarist that played with William Parker on that Mayan space station record?
Oh, Ava Mendoza.
Yeah.
I think it's more of her shit, man. I love that record. So
hey, Teddy, I did pull some of the other Matthew ship I still have here that I didn't get destroyed at the dealership. Matthew Ship Trio World Construct. I think you would dig this one if you don't have it.
Well, it's so funny. He kind of went on a hiatus of recording, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
he's all
And this
over
was
the
during,
place.
yeah, this was recorded during pandemic on ESP disc. And so, yeah, this is Michael Bizzio on bass, Newman Taylor Baker on drums. This is excellent trio work right there. And yeah, they were masked up and everything.
Oh.
So that was
What
definitely
is,
pandemic times.
Yeah.
I got a couple others here. Pastoral Composure. This is on
Yeah, I
Thursday
have that
here.
one. That's on
Yeah.
Thirsty Year or something like that.
Yeah.
That was Roy
Campbell.
Yeah.
Yep. William Parker, Gerald Cleaver.
Mhm.
That's excellent.
Yeah, that is really good.
This one, Time is
Joel
of the
Pace is
essence is
everything else
beyond
to
time.
pass.
Same lineup, pretty much.
Yeah.
Right, but add Daniel Carter on a bunch of instruments.
Cool.
This one's really good. I love Daniel Carter. When you were talking about
Yeah,
earlier, running into.
I'll tell you, if you ever hear, and they're out there, if you ever hear an interview with Matthew Shipp, man, the guy is just incredibly thoughtful.
Yeah.
And he's deep. He's a deep thinker, but he expresses himself very normally, I guess is a way to say it.
I love this series of albums and CDs, this Hatology. And this is with William Parker and Susie Ibarra on drums, just a trio. This is really good. They do some some standards on here, like Take the A Train. Their version of that is really good.
Yeah, Ship is the shit.
Yeah,
man.
And that he's like now he's starting to. He's publishing. He's writing because they're.
Really?
Yeah. I saw. I can't think of the title, but it's a book. I don't know what website I was on, but yeah, he's got a book out right now.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna look into that then, because
Yeah.
I would definitely want to read that. Yeah. Thanks for bringing up that record, Teddy. I gotta read because I never bought it on vinyl, and I think they ended up releasing it on vinyl too.
No, I've got it on vinyl.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
and then
what label was that on?
That's on. I think it's Tau. Is it Tau Forms?
It's Tau Forms.
Forms. Yeah.
He also
I just bought the CD at the gig.
Huh?
I just bought the CD at the gig.
Yeah. He also plays with what's the guy Whit Dickey.
Whit Dickey, right?
There's one that's really good.
Something Village Mothership.
Yeah.
The William Parker and Whit Dickey.
That is so good.
You were showing me those on Bandcamp, Teddy. Remember?
Yeah.
Teddy, have you heard Mind Space Station?
Oh, I've got it.
Oh, so rare.
Then there's a Mendoza Rebels Hoffs is another one that is quite good. But she's I dig her.
Yeah, she's great, man.
Yeah, CJ put the link for the Matthew Shipp book in the chat.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in that.
Mike, what did you think about that new Carlos Nino, etc. record on Blue Note?
I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet. I mean, I'm not behind because I make it a habit to not fall behind on like stuff that comes in.
Right.
I have to check it out on the. I have to stream it first and check it out.
Yeah. Do you guys have a straight policy of no filing until listened to?
Listen to twice.
There you go.
Yeah,
I don't file shit away until I listen to it at least twice.
And to tell you the truth, I really don't file stuff until the end of the year.
That's fair.
All the stuff
Hey, it's right. Hey, you know what? Then it's right there if you want to do an end of year video. It's all right there for you.
That's fair.
Don't have to pull it out.
Yeah.
It's all ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kept telling myself I was gonna do, a 6-month video or a midway point, but now it's August. So
Yeah, you're pretty much lurking on the Instagrams now, man.
yeah, I know.
You've been thinking about a video for
what?
like 2 years. Come on.
You know what just stops me from doing videos? I do so much work from home because I have to unless I'm in court, I only have to be in the office 2 days a week.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I'm like, so I'm surrounded by freaking work right now.
Yeah.
So
Which kind of law are you practicing?
family law.
Oh shit! I worked for a family law attorney for a while when
Yeah.
I did court depositions.
Yeah.
And helped him in the office, and he got out and went into real estate law.
Yeah, I can see why.
Yeah, he got out, dude. I don't know how many times he sent me to the courthouse to, file this or file that, or
It's funny when both my kids are adopted, and so when we went to adopt the younger one, we had this court date set up where we showed up, and it was like, oh, it's going to delay or whatever, and so we got some officer of the court talked to the judge, and we literally interrupted the divorce proceedings. He's like, we're going to put this shit on pause and like do something positive for once. Because that's like his whole thing is divorces, mostly. It's family.
Yeah.
And so we, this poor fucking fucker and his wife getting divorced. They said to sit there while we adopted our kid, which is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was fun. It was fun.
Yeah. But so that's the biggest thing, that's just like prevents me from doing stuff. It's like, but
that's a heavy job, man.
But it's just that that I'm working here. I need to I keep telling myself I'm just gonna go into the office. No one's there, and then but we'll see.
Well, my office is 48 miles from my house, so I've enjoyed not going to the office since March 13th of 2020.
Yeah, I like the fact that when I walked in to WFMU, the first human being I saw
was
Mike, and I went up to him and I was like, "What's up, man?" He's like, "I gotta run back to the office."
Yeah,
I was like, "Oh hell, man!" He's like, "No, that's right."
I had screwed up my schedule that day.
But you said it was like you could walk there.
Yeah. I mean, it was like 3 subway stops from
Yeah.
But I had messed up my schedule.
But I saw you when you came back because you went straight to Joe Basement Records table.
Yeah.
Well, Dave, we need to think about Austin this year. Maybe you can come down for that.
No, I can tell you any kind of extra plans I have now are not going to be possible. I got some family stuff going on, but that's pretty heavy. But other than that, I am booked solid for WFMU. I'm not missing that for almost anything. That? So, but Austin will happen at some point. I gotta go to it because it's the biggest in the United States.
It's just okay.
I'm having a record fair in my basement.
Yeah. Well, you can talk. Can you talk about what you told me about that? Well, that ain't even official yet, is it?
What
Chad might be doing?
Oh yeah, no. Okay. Who knows?
Yeah, okay.
But Mike, I don't know if I'm selling my collection.
Oh gosh.
No, it's okay. It's good. It's good. No, I've told this a couple times. My daughter. I have one kid. Mm-hmm. She's a professional opera singer. She just finished up at Juilliard, and she's moving to Germany next week. And we've had the talk. Do you want this? Would you want to deal with this? And she's like, I love the fact that you have it, but it's just not a pragmatic thing for me, and lifestyle. And I'm now semi-retired. I'm doing a little bit of work, video. I was in the film and television business for 35 years. And so I do a little bit of, I help Chad at Acoustic Sounds down the road a little bit here and there. But trying to also moved to Cape Cod, where
Oh, wow.
my wife's from Boston, and
Okay. Where on the
stuff.
Cape?
Hope to get to like Dennis or Yarmouth, mid
Okay.
Cape, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, you don't want to be moving that and paying movers to move it,
Oh
you know.
man, no.
And
Yeah.
and you know, a lot of, and I think you'll understand this, a lot of the music that I'm interested in is just doesn't come out on vinyl, you know.
Right. Yeah.
And
Yep.
so I've got this high-end Cambridge Audio streamer and Cobuzz,
Mm-hmm.
and I said it's like methadone,
Yeah.
and I can make it work.
Yeah.
So you know,
Especially if you're in a small place, like you said, on the Cape, you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'll be living on a shack by the river.
Yeah, I mean, you probably wouldn't even have room for that many records. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you know, I would just be a supreme asshole to leave that to her to deal with.
Yeah,
Right,
that's the whole thing. I
Yeah.
figure when I get to a little bit older, I'll liquidate all this shit so my kids don't have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The-
no, that there has to be somebody that wants it, and if they don't, you know, then it's okay, you know, and
Yeah.
because you know, it is for me music first.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, and I've got I mean 98% of it is available,
Mhm.
and I've got a nice system which I'll take, and it sounds good and all
Yeah.
that, and I'll keep, you know, since COVID, I just made a decision that, you know, I want to support, you know, living artists and living, you know, and
Yeah.
labels that are trying to, you know, make it.
Yeah.
And I've stuck to it, you know,
Yeah.
since COVID, and but there's just so much that is never going to make it to vinyl. There just isn't, you
Right.
know.
Oh, I mean, CDs are cool too.
Yeah. With my collection, the good thing is, I have a cousin who has a son. You know, he's same age my daughter. Yeah. And he's into jazz. When they come up, he lives in Atlanta. When they come up here, when we go to clubs and stuff like that.
Nice.
And I start like, if I buy a copy or I have something like a double or something, I
Right.
just send it to him. I sent him, like, I don't know, I had like 2 copies of Schizophrenia. I sent him, I put that in the box, about 6 or something copies.
Balloon.
Right.
I have that MoFi kind of blue 45 RPM.
Yeah.
I'm sending that to him. And I'm just like, and it just that if I had to get rid of my collection in the near future, it'd probably go to him. He'd
Nice.
Yeah.
take it.
Well,
Just send it to me. Send it to
yeah. No,
me.
we brought up the subject early on tonight, you know, about, you know, what, you know, because I'm in collecting is just an arc, and I'm on the downside of it.
Right.
And you know what, for decades looked beautiful, you know, there are days it looks like a burden, you know. And I've enjoyed the hell out of it, and I want somebody else to enjoy it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's where I'm at. I want to just kind of pay it forward, and I have, you know, a viable way to continue to listen to music at a, you know, at a good audiophile level. And so that's kind of where I'm headed. And but yeah, it's a journey.
Yeah.
No, that's cool that your relative, you said it's your nephew.
My cousin's son.
Okay, yeah, that there's somebody there that digs it, you know.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to force anything on somebody that.
No. Like, they would come up here Usually they come up here. Definitely they come up here in December, and we go to the Vanguard. And Kenny Barron, you know, he plays like 2 weeks at the Vanguard in
Oh
December.
yeah, I've seen Kenny at the Vanguard.
And
Actually, I saw him. Mark Turner was playing with him.
Oh man, I still this time we saw the trio. I seen him with Joel Ross, Emmanuel Wilkins.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
and that was killer.
That's a good group right there.
Yeah.
Do you still get a chill, well, literally and figuratively, walking down those stairs?
Yeah,
to the Vanguard?
and
Just seeing the marquee.
No, but you walk down these stairs, you know, and you know the temperature and the humidity kind of changes on the way down, but you know you're heading to something really cool, you know.
Yeah, and you know the Vanguard has changed now. I don't know if it's changed.
It has.
I don't want to say it hasn't changed. I mean, it's changed in the sense that it's not like it used to be where if I just decided, like tonight I want to go to the Vanguard, boom, I could go.
Right.
You can.
You got to have a ticket, or you're not getting in. Right.
Yeah. But and I don't know, it's at times it can be they're a little stuffy.
Yeah.
But
a little Vanguardy.
Yeah, they're the Vanguard. It's the Vanguard.
Do you currently have a club that you prefer?
Jazz Gallery.
Okay, yeah.
Jazz Gallery. You get a lot. You've got to be established. Somewhat established to go to the to play the Vanguard. The Jazz Gallery is more, like I saw Emmanuel Wilkins at the Jazz Gallery before, he got to headline it at the
so it's more the up and comers that have something going on.
Or or even established people that just there's no space on the calendar at the Vanguard for them. Like
have you ever
Patricia
Have you ever done any of the things at the Stone?
Yeah, actually, there's something that I forgot who's playing. I was looking at the whole calendar. They've got and I've missed a lot of good shows at the Stone recently because I think Nicole Mitchell was there recently.
Oh wow, shit!
Wow. And
So if you guys aren't familiar, the Stone will do these kind of residencies.
Yeah.
Where people will maybe be there for a week, and every night might be a different configuration of people. It's like super cool. It's a different vibe. I've not been. I would love to go.
Actually, I gotta see who's playing this week since I'm gonna be off. It'll be easy for me. I don't have to worry about the next day.
I would love to see Nicole Mitchell.
Yeah, I know.
Chris, are there any clubs in the Dallas area that are?
There ain't shit here, man.
Yeah.
No. There ain't shit here. There's nothing. I'm just still looking to explore that, but no, there's nothing.
Yeah.
No one comes here. I mean, I did see Herbie here. Herbie Hancock came here.
That counts for something.
Cool. Yeah,
and I saw Herbie here in Charlotte.
Yeah, it was a great show, but
we're
that's
not a huge jazz town. We do have a jazz convention every year or whatever.
I mean, we got UNT. University of North Texas, which
which is huge.
There, but like, I don't know, man. It's pretty.
Fuck,
rough.
Billy Harper came out of there.
Yeah,
no, I mean Texas has Eric Dolphy came out of here. Fucking the Texas Tenors we contribute to the music. It's just not. There's not a whole lot going on here.
Yeah,
there's a couple of jazz, weekends or whatever, but they're mostly not jazz artists. They're mostly bullshit. Or whatever.
Ours is Marsalis runs the jazz festival.
That'd be cool. I love when.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Because he moved back to New Orleans.
Did
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is his dad still around?
No.
Ellis? No.
Yeah.
But I actually saw he did a double bill with Charles Lloyd. That was back in June.
Mhm.
That was, I mean, both of them were really. It was
Yeah, Jason's playing all the goddamn time. He plays
Yeah.
drums and
It's a-
vibes all the time.
You know, that's
And
a
the other
good topic to bring up. Is Charles Lloyd. I mean, you know,
Charles
he's
Lloyd's-
later on in his career,
Yes.
but boy, he is doing some of the best stuff he's ever done.
Yeah,
I
Right
agree.
I'm very, very hopeful that we'll get to interview, finish your review and Cecil McBee, because that first part of that was fucking awesome. I'd love to get through the rest of his career with him. You know.
Yeah. Because Charles Lloyd, they announced that the next album with it's a trio with him, Jason Moran, and guitarist. I think it's Marvin Sewell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be October. So that's supposed to be coming.
Wow. I swear Charles Lloyd puts a record every 3 months.
Yeah.
He's been busy.
Yeah.
He's been killing it, man.
Yeah.
It's good.
And he can still put on an excellent performance. It's not like
Yeah.
You know,
you saw him at Big Ears, right?
Saw him at Big Ears. Yeah, I've seen Charles Lloyd about 5 times.
Yeah,
and
nice.
all excellent performances. I saw him the first time I saw him was at the Metropolitan Museum in the Egyptian Room.
Oh shit!
And it was a killer performance. I mean, he has this record on ECM, this recording on ECM. It's a 2-disc set with this even try to pronounce her name. She's a Greek vocalist. And she was performing with him, but it was one of those things where New York has a big Greek community, so a lot of people were there for her, and there were people there for Charles Lloyd, but like everybody was into the music, like some of the people that came to see her, they probably didn't know Charles Lloyd, but they were like into it, and the place was packed, and it was one of those like events, like the who's who of like the jazz community were there to like it was Charles Lloyd, like Phil Shapp's like walking around, and this musician. It was crazy. And I saw him at the Vanguard, and he hadn't played the Vanguard in 40 years.
Wow.
And that was amazing. So
do you remember who he had with him?
It was Jason Moran, Eric Harlan, and Reuben Rogers.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Moran's something else, man. Too.
Yeah.
He can go any, if you're gonna study with Jackie Byard, you're gonna go anywhere, any direction.
Jackie's shit.
Yeah.
I love Jackie.
Yeah.
There's a solo piano record on Black Saint, To Them, To Us. And I mean, he even does a killer version of the Bobby Joe Gentry song, Ode to Billy Joe.
Yeah,
in there.
Byard?
But Byard, and he's kind of weaving in and out of songs, and it's here. I'll pull it. I'll show you.
Yeah, let's see this.
Yeah, Jackie Byard lived in my old neighborhood in Queens.
Oh no shit.
Yeah. That's where he was murdered.
Oh shit.
Still unsolved.
I was gonna say, and what does anybody know what the reason was?
No.
No one knows anything. Just found him, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Jackie lived there.
Dude,
Roy
if you can find this one, To Them, To Us.
Okay. What label is it on?
It's sorry, Soul Note, not
Soul
Black Saint.
Cool. Yeah, you're probably saying that. Yeah.
Wow.
I got a Jackie Bar big band record I'm selling tomorrow.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
Highly recommended.
All right.
Well, I'm about to fucking pass out and puke.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you've been.
Yeah,
I've
got a 6:30 tea time tomorrow.
Oh, it's gonna be
an
coming
early
soon,
tea
bro.
time.
Yeah. You can
I
only.
have
Do you play with a guy that cheats?
Huh?
Do you play with a guy that cheats? If you got an early tea time.
I have one of the guys I used to play with. Yeah, his score was always suspect.
Well, then you gotta keep a rifle in your bag. Gotta keep a rifle in your bag.
Yeah.
Oh,
I have to go to a wedding.
Oh God. Well, Teddy, this has been awesome, man. You're absolutely welcome any week you want to any week you want to join us.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. And no, I've been, I watch people here and there, and I don't comment, I don't get into that, but no, I appreciate what you guys are doing. And sort of like when I connected with Dave, I really appreciate, you guys are on a different path on your journey. I've been there. Mike, I'm sure you've been there too, and can appreciate what you guys are doing. And anyone that is passionate and thoughtful about where they're at and what they're after, I'm all for. So you guys, thumbs up to you guys.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well,
Appreciate
everybody, I hope you'll have a good weekend. I'm gonna end the stream here, but
all right, guys.
Take
care.
Yeah.
Take care, Teddy. Nice seeing you.
Mike, nice to connect with you, man.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
Take care, guys.
All
See
right.
ya.